this life, we face some tribulation, but we not back down, we full of determination. Them might try to hold us back, but we not stop the motion. We keep on fighting, yeah, we keep on pushing. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. You know the journey rough, but we not give up. Our heart full of fire, we spirit tough. We face challenges, but we staying tough. We staying strong, we not take no bluff. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. You know the journey rough, but we not give up. Our heart full of fire, we spirit tough. We face challenges, but we staying tough. We staying strong, we not take no bluff. So when the road get rocky, we not fret. We chant a prayer, we not forget. Rise up and conquer, we not take no threat. We keep on fighting, we not let them get. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. We chanting praises, we ain't got no quit. We rise up and conquer, we ain't got no quit. No matter the struggles, we ain't got no quit. We keep on fighting, we ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. We chanting praises, we ain't got no quit. We rise up and conquer, we ain't got no quit. No matter the struggles, we ain't got no quit. We keep on fighting, we ain't got no quit. So when the road get rocky, we not fret. We chant a prayer, we not forget. Rise up and conquer, we not take no threat. We keep on fighting, we not let them get. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. We chanting praises, we ain't got no quit. We rise up and conquer, we ain't got no quit. No matter the struggles, we ain't got no quit. We keep on fighting, we ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. We chanting praises, we ain't got no quit. We rise up and conquer, we ain't got no quit. No matter the struggles, we ain't got no quit. We keep on fighting, we ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. You know the journey rough, but we not give up. Our heart full of fire, we spirit tough. We face challenges, but we staying tough. We staying strong, we not take no bluff. We ain't got no quit, she's in our soul. We keep on striving to reach our goal. Rise up and conquer, we warriors old. In this battle we are stand up, we will uphold. You know the journey rough, but we not give up. Our heart full of fire, we spirit tough. We face challenges, but we staying tough. We staying strong, we not take no bluff. So
well, I hope you weren't enjoying that too much because I cut it short. We had another minute or so. I did an extended release of that. It's a little bit long for an intro, isn't it? Since you're all here, we cut it short. So, hello everybody. Let's go through and say hello, Carly and Jules and Data Lisa, Janelle, 007. Mark, Quiz, how's it going, Quizzy? Darren, what is YouTube doing with everyone's name? I don't know what YouTube's doing. I don't know. Botched Investigations. Peter. Matt's in the house. Matt is OG Supermod from way back. Thanks for joining us, Matt. All right. Yes, there's some stuff going on. A lot of people talking about the stuff going on with our names on YouTube. YouTube is changing shit. I have no idea what they're doing. Honest. Lon Solo is in the house. You made it. Let's go back. Let me go back and see what I can tell you about the YouTube-y stuff. Let's go back here. Round up. Nope, I got no news about it either. This week at YouTube, the launch of product stickers, communities, and 4 new gifts. You already had communities. What the fuck are you doing? So they did launch something this week, which has obviously changed stuff on yours. And that's what happens when YouTube changes shit. So let me just look at the back end. Let me have a look here. Okay, so it's happening in my community tab as well. We've got a new thing called viewer posts. I don't necessarily know what that means yet. So yeah, there's a few changes going on at the back end of YouTube. Can't help you with what that is. I don't keep up with what they're doing, honestly, because every week it's something freaking different. So yes, where were we? Lon Solo. Okay, Marjorie, thanks for joining us. City Girl, hello. Kristen, Becca, Autistic Grammar, hello. Reasonably Doubtful. And Dazza is in the house. So because we've got our real names showing today, I probably won't do too many like screen, what do you call it? On-screen comments. Okay, so hello, hang on, Veith Kilbert. All right, some of them I can do because I know that that's the names that they're usually using. But all right, guys. So first thing I want to do is I want to screw around with the bot because the bot's boring me to tears, and I keep forgetting to screw around with the bot. So let's go play with the bot some so that we're not getting bored with the bot crap. Here we go. The bot is telling me we have 392 bets over 392 points over 9 bets in the pot. And the question was, will Spanky get disbarred? So I'm going to close the betting and pick a winner. Betting yes and betting no. We'll pick a winner on yes. And we'll see what happens there. Betting has been closed. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. Stuff's going on. So betting is closed. I picked a winner. And I'm trying to work out where the winner is. I'm sure the bot says it in the chat. Yes. No was the winning option with 77% of the bets. And you all should have now, so the no voters all should now have won something back. So if you ask the bot, I forget what the command is. What is the command to ask the bot? Hang on. What is the command to ask the bot? What your points are? Oh yeah, points. Exclamation mark points. So if you were in that poll, you better know you should have some points. added. I think we went 5-1 or something on the points scores. I can't remember what we did for the point scores polls. No, betting, sorry. I don't remember what we had for the, was it in settings? I think it was like 5-1 on your bets. So, but there you go. We've got polls, we've got 8-ball, we've got a heap of stuff that we can play with here. So we'll set something up new before we end the stream today. Friday night in New York City, Duck's here. Hanky never got as much as a backhand from Bev. Never, Carol, exactly. It's okay, 007, you'll catch up. We just decided to add a bot so we could play games and have, a little bit of fun with the stream. So nothing big. Whenever you're speaking to the bot, you have to use an exclamation mark and then whatever the command is. That's all you need to know. Exclamation mark tells the bot you're talking to it and not just the chat. So what have we got today? We have so much on the freaking plate. So there's a lot of stuff going on online, and I know a lot of you don't have social media, so you don't necessarily know what's going on online. So today I just want to run through what is going on, but also there's a little bit of a Orwellian flavor to what we're seeing happening in the media, like right throughout trial 1.0, trial 2.0, and everything thereafter. So I just wanted to sort of talk about that. I know that you guys don't necessarily need to be told this, but it's good to vent about it. Like usually I'm venting about something. Hello, Eddie and Goldfish. Thanks for joining us. So I know you guys don't necessarily need to be told this. It's just a good way for me to vent. One of the things that has been really ticking me off about the media is, and also the establishment in Massachusetts, is that they're trying to play down, or they're trying to diss social media. So I sort of get where they're coming from, because whilst they had control of the media, Murdoch Media and the Seven Giants who run all of our countries in the West, while they had control, like total control, they took the power away from the people, and they had control of the narrative. The power of the people was what we called in Australia back then, back in the old days, olden days, as my kids and grandkids used to say. We had the Bush Telegraph. So we would go to church, or we would go to the town meetings. We would learn stuff from each other. We would tell each other, like, this is what I know and this is what I know. And, that's how word got around. But then the media came along and they took control away from us to discuss things with each other and to learn from each other. And they had complete control of the narrative. And the main reason they did this was so they could wage wars. They need the people's consent to spend the money and kill other people, basically. But the Vietnam War sort of, opened up a new era for the Bush Telegraph. This is probably, this is way before social media, obviously. But, the Bush Telegraph got word out, we don't necessarily want this war. And so the media was doing all these things to try and take back control of the narrative. They needed us to support the war. And so there's been this ongoing, if you want some background on this history, I would encourage you all to go watch John Pilger. Sadly, he passed away recently, but he did do a great big expose, like a documentary called The War You Don't See, and how that developed out through the Vietnam War, and how the media played this role in putting out set narratives, and then how the government continued to embrace that. So what we see now is, what we see the media being, the spokespersons for the government, and it doesn't necessarily reflect what we the people are thinking or feeling. So social media pops up, and now we are able to express what we are actually thinking and feeling again. And this is a threat to the narrative. This is a threat to the narrative controllers, the people who own the media are losing money because we don't want to listen to them anymore, because they're not speaking to us anymore. They're speaking for the government, but not to us anymore. There used to be, we called them the fifth estate, the people who keep the checks and balances on the government, but they don't know, they're no longer doing that. They're now being the other arm of the government. So that is why we see in this push, this PR push against Karen and her team, going in the direction of pushing the government's narrative. Social media are the bad guys. They're the ones who blew this up and, infiltrated the jury and all this sort of shit. So I really just wanted to have that vent and go through a little bit of the history of why we're seeing this happening. How will I recognize Michelle? I don't know. I can't recognize any of yous. It's a frustrating thing. I'm sorry. So essentially what we do see now is we see this narrative unfolding where, Morrissey's trying to get ahead of the game. He's trying to put out a certain PR spin on shit. And we've only got now independent journalists to be that the fifth estate, the checks and balances. What's the truth? And even some of those you can't trust. You really do have to vet your sources still. So, if I went to church, for example, not that I do, but if I went to church, for example, and someone said to me at church, so and so's having I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head. So and so's having a swingers party, and they're all chucking their keys in the bowl and blah 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 blah. To me, that's a rumor. I know how to discern that as from a rumor. But then I might find other information later on that somebody actually went to that party and threw their keys in the bowl. And then I'm like, okay, maybe there was a swingers party there. So this is how, normal people discern truth, fact from fiction, whether they're hearing it through the Bush Telegraph or whether they're hearing it from indie journalists or the mainstream media. Yes, Edie, Pilger was an amazing journalist and whistleblower. Indeed, he was, and in the end, he got burned for being a whistleblower. So, but this is the message he left us with: is the mainstream media is dying, they're losing attention, and it's because they're no longer telling us the truth. They're just mouths for the government now, and we the people are supposed to be, we're supposed to be who the government represents. We all live in representative democracies. Representative meaning the government represents us. And so we're finding less and less trust. They're getting less and less views. And so they now feel like they've got to wage a war against social media. And that war is becoming very real in Australia. We're at the point where the government's banned all under 16s from social media. And at the moment, the current push is banning them from X as well, and imposing fines on parents who are against the government doing our parenting for them, and going through the backdoor channels to create accounts for their kids. We're imposing fines for this sort of shit. So basically the thing that we're seeing happening through the media and through the people speaking out against social media is that pushback that they're losing control. But even the law, the field of law, feels like they're losing control. They had the monopoly on law and what it meant to the common people. Even though the common law applies to the common people, us knowing about it seems to be a taboo thing. Us knowing how the law applies to us, because they were the gatekeepers. We had to go to them and pay them in order to be able to understand what the law means. I'm having this exact same issue with just my building application right now. To finalize it, I've got to go through this energy assessment, and I decided I needed to change some things on my floor plans to go back through my to adjust some other things with my council application. But that affects my energy assessment, and the energy assessors are going, well, we've already done your assessment. If you want us to change anything on your assessment, you got to pay us $250 an hour. So they're now being the gatekeepers on the energy assessment. Why can't I just plug my shit into a freaking calculator and it punches out my certificate, and then I send that into the council? You know, I know what my energy usage currently is. I'm the one who collects the fucking bill. But now they've got these gatekeepers, and so they're gatekeeping the information to the government, so that we can do our council application. So now I've got to pay this gatekeeper, just like with lawyers. If you wanted, to know how the law actually affects you, you had to pay a lawyer. So even they're losing control of the narrative, of their control, basically. So what I wanted to point out here is, I just want to start my little. I've already started my rant, but let's say finish my rant. Let me finish my rant with this thing from Brother Council. Just give me 1 sec to find it. Oh my God, it's so deep. Oops, Brother Council. I got to go this way about it. It's going to be the quicker way. So Brother Council was talking about, was it a live stream? Discussion with Brother Council, or was it a video? Hang on. I think it might be a video. Here we go again. So this is about former Judge Lou. You all know who we're talking about there, don't you? Whoops. Let's knock off the ads. Let's get through the ads first so I don't get bloody copyright struck for some music in some random freaking ad. That shit's real. YouTube pushes ads in your stream and then you get copyright struck for the music in them. That's fucking real. So Brother Council is talking about a Massachusetts Lawyers Weekly. I think it's a magazine that gets circulated to the lawyers. And like some of the bullshit in here was bullshit. So let's do that and share that. Here we go. And what you're going to hear in this lawyers forum is these echoes of hate social media, and this is why we hate social media. Before I go into it, let me read some chats. It was weird on Justice this morning too, but I swear Miss Shorty's, it was fine a little while ago. You're talking about the word Sammy. I know who that is. Hey, Sammy. Because you don't have your lips on there, I didn't recognize you. Your vent is spot on, Kristen says. If you don't want me to highlight your chats, please say so, because I know it's using not your handles right now. So sorry about that. Your vent is spot on. MSN is in a tizzy because they've discovered they're losing control over us. This sort of uprising is terrifying to them. They're also losing money, Kristen. That's part of the problem here, the capitalism. Oh my God, we haven't got the viewership anymore. And people who don't charge as much, or it's voluntary to throw your money at them, that's a threat to them. So this is a capitalism side of it. So there's a lot of questions here, like it's been weird. Everyone's upset. Montana says, or as Orwell wrote, the people will believe what the media tells them they believe. Exactly. I got a lot of George Orwell quotes that we can throw into this, but this one here, this is part of what bothered me, because now the law people are all getting together. This is defense lawyers and prosecutors that have these, get-togethers to discuss stuff. So the first question out the gate is, considering how Karen Read's 2 trials played out, should defense attorneys now more strongly consider mounting a social media campaign to fund the defense, which is fair. Why not? You should be able to defund your defense however the fuck you want to, right? But then they add, and seed the jury pool in the appropriate. How did they seed the jury pool? So here's the thing that they have completely missed in that question. The judge was bleeding the voir dire of the jury. The defense and the prosecution had, I can't remember how many vetoes that they could use. I think it was like 10 or 12 vetoes each. Can't remember the number. Someone in chat will correct me, but they had a number of vetoes that they could use. We don't, where, the judge is going, well, I think this juror should be in. The defense and prosecution both had a veto. No, we don't want that juror in. And they could use up those vetoes. And I believe that neither party used up all their vetoes. I believe that during the process, they both had a few vetoes left that they didn't use. So to say that they have seeded the jury pool, yeah. But you can see how they're twisting this question. Does the defense have a right to mount a media campaign to fund their defense? Yes, they absolutely fucking do. They do in America. They do here in Australia. However, as long as it's legal, of course. If you're going to do illegal funding, I'm sure that's not legal in many Western countries. But the defense has a right. They can crowdsource their defense if they want to. There's no law against that. Because remember, the whole premise of innocent until proven guilty is based on the fact that the state has all the power. They have all the money and all the power. That is the premise of the innocent until proven guilty. And along with that premise comes however you fund your defense is your business. You have a right to a defense. And along with that, if you can't afford to fund your defense, you are also given a public defender. So all of that becomes part of the the innocent until proven guilty premise. So they have actually mixed 2 completely different concepts together into a single question here, which I'm sure Judge Liu was behind, like creating it. The people that were involved in this forum don't appear to be all from one side or the other. And I feel like that they're questioning. I feel like by having people who are not one side or the other in the discussion pool, that they framed the question so they had no choice but to answer that specific amalgamation of the 2 questions. So I feel like this was a little bit of psychology manipulation here by putting the 2 things together. They certainly are not one and the same. They have nothing to do with each other, and they should be absolutely separate questions. For example, should the defense be allowed to crowdfund their defense? Absolutely. It's protected by the Constitution. Should that campaign, that media campaign, be protected in some way so it doesn't seed the jury pool? And that's what the jury questions and the voir dire is based on. The voir dire addresses that. Have you been on social media? Have you heard of this case? Incidentally, having heard of the case doesn't exempt you from being a jury on that case. What would exempt you is I've heard about it and I formed an opinion. That would exempt you. So people tend to mix that up as well and like blend it all together in the blender and spit out some version of, if you'd heard of the case or even seen a billboard sign, that should exempt you. It doesn't. Tracy says the next step will be for lawmakers to make it illegal for GoFundMe for the defense. Correct. Free counsel rarely is as good as a paid attorney. Correct. So this is where I think they're going. The lawmakers are saying the lawmakers who were all involved in this conversation are saying, well, all of a sudden we're losing control of the narrative. Let's make it sound like a really bad thing because it's seeding the jury pool. So there's a lot of projection going on here. But anyway, so that first question pissed me off in the sense that it's manipulative and it's not really getting to the question because there's two parts to this question. Seeding the jury pool is definitely out. Funding your defense, however, is in. So that really pissed me off. But let's go on with what Judge Liu said in reply to
the expertise of Judge Liu. Here we go. Considering how Karen Read's two trials played out, should defense attorneys now more strongly consider mounting a social media campaign to fund the defense and seed the jury pool in the appropriate case? Why or why not? So that was the first question. And by the way, I do want to point out as a little disclaimer here, as a disclosure, you see that they do it themselves. So let's do it on the channel also. It says here that their response to questions from Lawyers Weekly, edited for length, follows. So some of this apparently was edited, but again, I'm basically just reading directly from this article. Okay, so that was the first question. Now, I do want to say that I don't know who formulated the questions or asked the questions, but it's very obvious you are not allowed, under the rules of professional responsibility, to do anything to affect the jury pool. You cannot make any statements on social media or otherwise with the intention of seeding a jury pool or affecting a jury pool in any way. That's a big no-no. Everybody knows that. So that part of the question really is a non-starter. But the other question is really an interesting one, right? Should defense attorneys now more strongly consider mounting a social media campaign to fund the defense? All right, well, let's move on to Judge Liu's answer. We're not going to go through his whole answer, but some of the answer here, which is a little more interesting. Okay, here we go. Attorneys should use caution in participating in social media campaigns to fund the defense or to seed the jury pool. Okay, so in his opinion, as an attorney, you should use caution before doing these two things. Even though it is obvious that this is what happened in the Karen Read case, you do not want to be the test case. So let's try to understand what that paragraph means. So first he says attorneys should use caution in participating in number one, social media campaign.
I'm just going to point out here, he's going to make the same points that I just did, but I'm going to let him run through it while I whiz off and make a coffee. So just listen for a bit. I'll be back in a second.
To fund the defense, or two, to seed the jury pool. And then he says, even though it is obvious that this is what happened in the Karen Read case. So what do you mean, Judge? Do you mean that what was obvious that was done in the Karen Read case? The social media campaign to fund the defense? Yes, that's true. What about the second part? That you're participating in social media campaigns to seed the jury pool? Are you saying that is also obvious? Because I think there's a little ambiguity here, exactly what the judge is trying to say. Now, of course, we are going to give the judge the benefit of the doubt, because that's what I always like to do. I always hope people give me the benefit of the doubt. So unless it's very clear from what you're saying, we are going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that what you mean to say here is that it is obvious that there was a social media campaign to fund the defense. That's true. That is what happened in the Karen Read case. Everybody knows it. So I'm assuming that that's what you mean, Judge, and not to suggest that anybody did anything unethical here. I'm assuming that that's what you mean to say. So now what could possibly be the problem with this? What could possibly be the problem of participating in social media campaigns to fund the defense? Is there some sort of ethical problem there that I'm not aware of? So I'm not sure why, use it. Well, I don't know what the judge means that you should use caution. What's the problem with creating a fund for the defense? If you know that you are one of the best lawyers to try this case, you're a great trial lawyer, but you're expensive, and this person wants to hire you, and you believe in the case, is there some sort of ethical problem with participating in the social media campaign to help fund the defense? I'm not really following the words of caution here, but let's continue.
I recently bought this super dead channel from the internet, and my goal was to blow it up. So in this video, I'm going to reveal everything I did to revive.
An additional caution is in order. Social media is such a wild west that an attorney might get involved with content providers, maybe he means content creators, with the best of intentions, but then become entangled in illegal or unethical actions of content providers, and I'm not sure if he means providers or creators, but assuming that's the same thing, that unexpectedly intimidate witnesses, pressure witnesses, and defame innocent individuals. I wonder what he's trying to hint at here. Again, that an attorney might get involved with content creators, maybe a blogger, or some people refer to him as a blogger, even though he's really an award-winning journalist, with the best of intentions, but then become entangled in illegal or unethical actions. Ooh, sounds like he's trying to suggest something here. Again, not saying it clearly, but I think if you read between the lines, I think you understand what he's trying to say here, which again, there's been nothing proven at all that the attorneys did anything wrong or had any sort of entanglement. Yes, we all understand that certain charges were pressed against a certain blogger in this case, or we should call him an award-winning journalist at this point, right? We do know that some charges, but a person is still innocent in this country until proven guilty, right? Right, Judge Lou? Everybody has a presumption of innocence. So, okay, all right, but just a word of caution, perhaps, he is suggesting. Continuing. Always remember, look at this. Always remember that legal consequences for actions may come years after the event. So don't think that just right now, since it's quiet, it doesn't mean that some legal consequences can come from your actions even years after that event. All right, some loaded words there from Judge Lou. Let's move on. Do the Karen Read trials speak to the value of using a kitchen sink defense? Why or why not?
Oh my God. See, even this question pissed me off. What is a kitchen sink defense? This is the spaghetti defense, I guess. Throw, as much spaghetti at the wall as you can to see what sticks. Is that really what the Read camp did? Because if I'm looking at this objectively, what I saw was 47 pieces of plastic entered into evidence, of which only 23 pieces matched the taillight. What were the other fucking 22 pieces? 3, 5, 6, 7, 24 pieces. I can't do my math this morning. But you get where I'm coming from, right? Who freed the kitchen fucking sink at this case? Why did Judge Bev let irrelevant evidence that had nothing to do with the crime get handed in as evidence and entered in as evidence and put in front of the fucking jury? Why? Those pieces of plastic, including a freaking Tupperware lid that had nothing to do with it, and supposedly a straw that somehow didn't get picked up by all the snow sweeping that was done, or whatever you call them. I don't have snow here, so when I get the words wrong, I'm sorry in advance. But all the snow sweeping that was done on those streets through that couple of weeks of snow, week of snow, whatever it was, that straw somehow didn't get picked up and freaking, tossed somewhere. Like, come on. Who threw the kitchen sink at this? All the glass on the taillight and from all over the place. All this glass came into evidence, but only 6 pieces of glass matched the drinking glass that they were trying to match it to. Who threw the fucking kitchen sink at the jury? This really pissed me off, this question. So excuse me while I rant in between.
So what is this question asking? Okay, so this question is referring to the kitchen sink defense, which is you throw everything at the jury except the kitchen sink. Just come up with anything possible. Just numerous ideas, speculative defenses that are not ground in factual support or have very little support. That's the idea of a kitchen sink defense. Just throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks. Right? That's what the suggestion is. So do the Karen Read trials speak to the value of using a kitchen sink defense? Now, why? Again, I don't know who's writing these questions, but what's the suggestion here? Why would the Karen Read trial speak to the value of using a kitchen sink defense? Is the questioner actually assuming or suggesting that was done in this case? That there was a kitchen sink defense that was used in this case? Or it was very clearly not a kitchen sink defense, and therefore maybe that would speak to the value of not using a kitchen. I'm not sure if this question was really well thought out, but let's continue and see what Judge Lou has to say about this. So Judge Lou, they do. And they suggest that
Muted. Just before we go on with that, let me just read the comment, the answer before that. This is another attorney answering. Not necessarily, because the second trial seemed tighter and more targeted than the first, in that it emphasized reasonable doubt and did not fully develop the third party culprit angle, even within the constraints imposed by the judge. See, people are noticing the constraints imposed by the judge. In essence, the strategy seemed rather straightforward. Insufficient evidence of the car having struck him, plus flaws in the police investigation, equaled reasonable doubt. So we do have some people on this panel who are, thinking sensibly about what they actually saw in the. I put the ED on there because his last name has ED on it. But they saw the trial. They're expressing what they saw in the trial. But Lou comes from this whole other freaking weirdo place, and for a judge, it's just despicable. But let's listen on.
That the time-honored kitchen sink defense retains its value. Ms. Reed won, in quotation marks, her case based on a kitchen sink defense, despite defense counsel giving a fairly detailed opening. It may still be wise to limit the detail in an opening in a kitchen sink defense to avoid getting boxed in quotation marks, by the prosecutor based on your opening. Also, let's be cautious not to learn too much from this trial. Remember, Ms. Reed had a potent Bowden shoddy.
Oh my God. Let's be cautious not to learn too much from this trial. That's exactly what Proctor said. I'm doing my best not to learn anything from this experience. Like, this is a judge, people. This is a retired judge. Thank fuck for that. This is a judge, but I'm going to contrast this judge in the next video because there is another Massachusetts judge who has a lot to say about this. So we're going to contrast Lou's dickhead comments with another Massachusetts judge after this video. So hang about while we listen to these dumb fucking questions.
The investigation defense that may have overwhelmed everything else the prosecution did, particularly when driven by true crime enthusiasts on the jury. All right, so let's break up what that answer is. So first, he suggests that the defense here was a kitchen sink defense. And again, in order to qualify as a kitchen sink defense, it has to be numerous possibilities. You just throw everything that you possibly can at the jury. They're speculative in nature, and they have little or no factual support. That's the idea of a kitchen sink defense. Was that what Alan Jackson did? Was that what the defense team did in this case? Anybody who was watching, I don't know which trial Judge Lou was watching, but
is this not what we would call all of the evidence that was not related to the crime? All these random pieces of glass, Tupperware lids, straws, and freaking plastic. Isn't that what we're talking about here? Sometimes you just got to have your blinkers on to not see it, right?
Anybody who watched this trial, the defense here was very, very simple. Definitely in the second trial. The first trial was maybe a little more conspiracy theory, third-party culprit oriented. The second trial, to anybody who was watching this trial, was very simple. The defense was there was no collision, right? That's what Alan Jackson started off with. There's no collision, there was no collision, and there was no collision. And then again, in the closing, there was no collision. There is one theme that the defense presented in this case. Now let's talk about so first of all, it's not like numerous ideas. Maybe there was a collision, but he didn't die. Maybe somebody, after the collision intervened. There was simple. The defense was there was no collision. So that's not exactly what we call a kitchen sink defense. Number two is, was there little or no factual support to the defense? Right? In order to qualify for a kitchen sink defense, you just have to be throwing things at the wall and hoping something sticks. Right? Was there little or no factual support for the defense here? Which trial, again, were you watching? there were numerous expert witnesses who supported that conclusion and that defense that there was no collision. So, again, this answer is beyond me. I just don't understand this answer, and I'm not sure which trial Judge Liu was watching. And then
this answer, let me say it for you, is psychopathic. I understand that Martin's far more eloquent and, has a reputation to keep by not dissing this judge, but I'm going to diss him. I'm like, shit, man. Like, yeah, did Bev take her classes under Lou, and did Wendy Moppet? Yes, Tracy, I lost my shit over this judge too. But it was actually good that a lawyer, any fucking lawyer, came out and said something, because it was ridiculous. So I'm very pleased that Martin gave us some feedback for this. So
this end part is also like a little bit of a stab at the jury. And again, undermining, which is one of the first issues I had with Judge Liu's comments in his first video my first video that I did about his comments on that show, is that he seems like he's undermining and taking away some of the confidence in the jury verdict in this case. What does he say? Let's be cautious not to learn too much from this trial. We shouldn't learn too much from this trial. You know why? Because Ms. Reed had a potent, bodent, shoddy investigation defense that may have overwhelmed everything else the prosecution did. That doesn't sound like a kitchen sink defense either. Are you contradicting yourself now, sir? But anyway, let's move on. Particularly when...
No, let's not move on. Let's remember, Miss Reed had a constitutionally fucking protected Bowden defense. Whether it overwhelmed everything else the prosecution did is beside the point. It is constitutionally protected. Oh my God, this judge makes me so fucking mad. I mean, obviously he's pissed Martin off too, but oh my God.
Driven by true crime enthusiasts on the jury? This is what it was driven by? The verdict was driven by true crime enthusiasts on the jury? Is that what you're alleging about the jurors? And that's why they came to the incorrect verdict, perhaps? Is that what you're saying? So again, taking another stab at the jury, which apparently is becoming commonplace now. And some judges and this is the only judge that I've ever seen do this, but some people online also.
Wait, let me just point out something here. He says, driven by true crime enthusiasts on the jury. She's a fucking lawyer, mate. Like, a lot of lawyers have an interest in true crime. Oh my God, let's freak out over it. But here's the point. They're fucking lawyers. They represent true crime. That's what they do for a living. It's not a surprise that they're also enthusiasts of the genre. Like, how fucking weird is Judge Liu to not even recognize that a lawyer is involved in true crime? It's just so dumb. I don't know why anybody takes him fucking seriously, honest. And the only answer I can put to that is that he gives legitimacy to the media's bitching because they're losing control of the narrative and their control of us. And he's giving legitimacy to that. And so they quote him and use him as their support for that. Just in the same way that I'm using Martin Radner as my support for the position that I took. But that's, what's going on here. The media is going to lash on everything Lou says because he's a judge and he supports what we're saying. But his support of you losing control of the narrative, that's what speaks louder in my book.
People who claim to be lawyers are also attacking the jurors in this case. Completely inappropriate. Let's move on. The defense obviously derived great benefit from prying.
Hang on, let's just go back. Wait. I thought I was still muted. Let's just go back. I just want to read what the other feedback was for this. Mew says, I did read that. Oh God, it took us that long just to get through fucking Lou's response to it. So we're up to the next question, audio. Whoops. Let's keep going.
Let's move on. The defense obviously derived great benefit from prying into State Trooper Michael Proctor's devices. Will clients expect defense attorneys to do this in every case? How should lawyers manage that expectation and the costs and potential benefits of seeking that information? Okay, well, let's see, before I give you my answer, what Judge Liu's answer is. Yes, clients will expect this, and defense counsel should attempt to get into devices, including personal devices. Right? These were personal text messages between Michael Proctor and his friends and his buddies. So yes, defense attorneys should absolutely be attempting to get into these devices, and clients should expect this. Now is the time to do so, because this window will close as police and law enforcement catch on that their electronic communications are fair game. And then what are they going to do, Judge? What are they going to do, Judge, if they're going to catch on? Are they going to act more appropriately? Is that what you're suggesting? Or are they going to hide it in some other way?
That's
But
a good point.
regardless of that point, his first point is really
Let's just break this down. If the police are not aware that doing business, doing their daytime job on their personal devices does open it up to subpoena in any case, then they're fucking dumb. All right? They're obviously not equipped to deal with their own fucking jobs. So I don't know what Liu is getting at here either, but I'm pretty sure the police are already well aware that if they use their personal phones, I mean, what was the biggest piece of evidence in this case that they are well aware of this? Was it not Higgy destroying his phone and Albert destroying his phone? Was that not the clue or the evidence that they actually know that if they use their own private phones for work, that they're open to having it subpoenaed? Of course it is. Does DA Michael Morrissey having burner accounts not evidence? Is that not evidence that he's well aware that using his work accounts for personal stuff or communicating personal stuff through his work accounts or whatever is all open to subpoena? So what the fuck is Judge Liu getting at? Like, wow.
really just completely off. You know why? Because the communications in this case were discovered by the FBI. The FBI were the ones who were able to subpoena and get a hold of Michael Proctor's private cell phone and his private text communications. If you think that in any regular criminal case without the FBI involved, and you're going to try to get a hold of the lead investigator's personal cell phone and to go through his text messages with all of his buddies, do you think that's even going to, you think that's going to happen at all? You think the defense attorney is going to say, start subpoenaing that? Are you nuts? Of course it's not going to happen. That's not discoverable. It happens when the FBI get involved. Then they can start subpoenaing anything that they want.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't mess with the federal government, okay? Because then they have a lot of power. But when you're a defense attorney and you're defending your client from the accusations, from the charges, and you want to get certain discovery, this is what you call a fishing expedition. You're never going to get it.
Hi, Miss.
And if your client comes to you because they saw the Karen Read case, and they come to me the next day and they say, we want you to subpoena the detective's personal cell phone. You know what I would tell him? I would tell him it's never going to happen, sir. I apologize, but what you saw with the Karen Read case happened because the FBI got involved. And even if I would try to get the personal cell phone of this lead investigator in your case, it's never going to happen. So all you have to do is explain it to the client. It's not like clients will expect this. They won't expect it if they understand that this case is an anomaly in that respect. Mm-hmm. So no, the clients are not going to expect it. And any attorney who practices and understands how discovery works is going to be in a great position. They'll be able to explain to the client that this doesn't happen in every case. It just doesn't. It's not going to happen in your case either. Okay, go ask any attorney down the block. Also, you want to leave me to go to some other attorney, and because this other attorney is going to expect you're going to expect them to get the personal cell phone of this lead investigator on the case. Go ahead and try that.
Go ahead and try that. Andy, no, he's a retired judge, but he was a judge. That's a scary point. He was a judge for many years, so But just to put you to your minds to rest, I am going to contrast this with another retired Massachusetts judge, so you get a different idea, just so that you can see that there are actually judges who want to do the right thing. They don't all have this stupid idea that he's got. He should never have been a judge. I agree with all of you, but I am going to contrast this with a proper judge, the type of judge you actually do want to be in a case.
So yeah, no, just a little bit of client control, a little bit of explaining to your client how these things work. And no, this is not happening. Okay, it's not happening. It's just not happening. Let's move on. The fact that Karen Read is an attractive white woman.
Oh my God. This is another question that freaking frustrated me, but let's just go back because I think he missed one. Karen Read granted an inordinate number of interviews as her case was pending, including on the courthouse steps at the end of each day's trial session. That's not true. She did one after this SJC ruling, and I think she might have been mobbed by the media a couple of times after that until the judge put the hammer down. Did her lawyers get away with an error in judgment, or was this a smart strategy worth attempting to replicate with the right client? Well, I have an opinion on this that doesn't actually match the lawyers. Previously, I had said, the lawyers are the gatekeepers. They're getting upset because you've got to go pay them to get your information about what the law means to you as a person, as a common law citizen. So in them saying you shouldn't go and talk to anybody, they're trying to be the gatekeeper. They're saying, no, only tell your lawyer what's going on in your case. Don't tell anybody else because they can use it against you. Well, I think Karen Read's case was a very good example of a very good strategy of using this. Rather than just having this across the board, don't speak to anybody, there was actually a situation where it was in her benefit. All of the jurors that have spoken, they didn't get to hear Karen Read testify, but they got to hear Karen Read without her testifying, without her being cross-examined. They got to hear the important parts of what she had to say, because Morrissey fell for the little trap that was set for him. I knew it was a trap, and I said that way back. There were little Easter eggs. I'm sure they planted in these interviews that they knew Morrissey was going to jump on. And so I think that Karen was actually wording things very carefully. So if they were used, they would be in her benefit. And we saw that play out. And so to answer that question, as Kendall does here, another one of the lawyers in this conversation, in this forum, it clearly worked for the Read defense team. The case shifted from a trial to a tawdry reality TV show. No, it didn't. And I'll tell you why it didn't, because every single outlet that interviewed her put both sides out there. To say that this seeded the jury, these interviews seeded the jury somehow, not true, because we were all frustrated because every time they interviewed Karen, they're always putting out the other side as well. So they were always balanced. They were never only in favor of her innocence. They were, John's family and relatives all coming out and speaking that she was guilty, and her saying, no, I'm not. So there was always a balance there, and I wouldn't call it a tawdry reality TV show, but this lawyer is actually showing us why they don't want clients speaking to the media. Even though it clearly worked for the defense team in Read's case. So they're kind of contradicting themselves. They're saying, no, we don't want clients talking to anyone because it makes our job harder, which is really just a lazy answer, right? Don't speak to anyone and make my job harder. You're fucking paid to do your job. Whether the client makes it harder for you or not, you're still paid to do your fucking job. So I believe this is a lazy answer. If you cannot see a reason or a method in the madness, to strategize your client's publicity, let's say, then you're not doing the best for your client. You're just being lazy. And if I offend any lawyers out there, I apologize in advance. If you're one of these old schoolers who says, no, never speak to there's never a reason to speak to anybody. Karen Read just proved to you there is. And you're not doing your clients justice if you're not doing your best to represent your client. So I believe they did in this case. And I believe it was the perfect mix of getting Karen to speak in front of the jury so they could hear her speak without putting her on cross. It was the perfect combination. And I'll stand by that. Obviously, there's lawyers who want to be the gatekeepers of all the information, so we can only go to them and speak to them personally to get our information. But that's not the reality of today. So
this is not happening. Okay, it's not happening. It's just not happening. Let's move on. The fact that Karen Read is an attractive white woman seems to have played into the amount of attention and resources this case received. Is that a phenomenon the legal profession can or should address, or is that more of a media issue? And again, I don't know who's writing these questions, but this question seems to border on offensive. Because Karen Read is an attractive white woman, and that played into the amount of attention and resources this case received? And is that something that the legal profession can or should address, or is that more of a media issue? Okay, so if there is some way that the legal profession should address this, what's your suggestion here? Like what? I don't understand the question. Like, who's writing these questions? So I have an attractive white woman as a client. So as a lawyer, what should you address with that? Should you address that? What do you mean? Should I address it?
I found this to be an extremely prejudice type question. So it's difficult to put it. There was this argument made during the oh my god, what was her name? Shit, her name just fell out of my head. So I can think of his name. The guy that murdered his girlfriend was Brian Laundrie for some reason. Abby Petito. Abby Petito got a lot of attention when she went missing. There was like a nationwide manhunt for him. There was a lot of attention on that case. And there was an argument that was made that was because she's an attractive white woman that she received so much attention. And the media who were actually part of perpetuating that she was an attractive white woman who was getting a lot of attention from them, also perpetuated the Gabby Petito. You're right, thank you. The same media that perpetuated this, like, let's put all of this attention on this attractive white woman, also made the argument that it was because she was an attractive white woman that she was getting so much attention. And I found that interesting in the sense that, they created it and then they also countered it. So, but in that same vein, there is this attractive white woman fucking thing that goes with true crime. And so we don't see as much attention, paid to, black women, attractive or not, who might go missing, or public attention going towards cases involving black children, for example, murders of black children and so on. So I do find that this is very strange, but I took offense to the way it was worded here, that we only threw money at her because she was an attractive white woman, because that removes the point of what we were doing here. It was the point was any one of us, race or color or whatever, could have been Karen Read and railroaded by the government. Any one of us could have had charges cooked up like this against us. And interestingly, the jury foreman recognized that. He recognized that if it was his house, he'd had the door kicked in. So it was interesting because he didn't take the, she's an attractive white woman. I think that's why the prosecution decided, yeah, he'll take this approach. Attractive white woman, that's not good. Support, let's freaking rip the rug out from under. That's what the prosecution was thinking by having him in as a juror. But he took a different approach. He didn't see it as a skin color issue. He just saw it as, you didn't have your shit together. You didn't do a very good investigation. And if it was me, you'd have kicked my door down. And that's how you and I all felt. So what this is saying is that those of us who helped fund Karen Reid's defense only did it because she was an attractive white woman, and it discounts the fact that we did it because it was injustice, right? We weren't in this just because it was Karen Reid. We were in this because there was no justice here. There was no justice for John, a cop who was killed on someone's front lawn. There was no justice for the family. And exactly, JC. How's that going to... Sorry, I can't defend you. Why? Because you're too attractive. I'm sorry, I can't send money to your defense fund because even though I believe you're being railroaded, you're an attractive white woman. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So, right, exactly, Tracy. He recognized the police privilege in it all. Exactly. So, yes, I realize this is what he did, Miss Kay, that Greg Henning is on a media campaign. I get it. And he's been doing it all along. We know that that's who he works for. So when they're saying, all this blah blah about the PR campaign, we're forgetting that the other side started this shit. So so getting into this question, I was just offended by it. Is that a phenomenon the legal profession can and should address, or is that more of a media issue? Denning answers in this case, which has gripped the public attention for such a long time. I think the conclusion of the trial gives us opportunity to reflect how this case would have been different if Karen Reid was not a white woman of privilege and means. I wouldn't have made that decision. I wouldn't have cared what color her skin was. I still would have promoted her links to send her money. The criminal legal system is full of inequities, and the fact that the defendant in this case was able to post bail and wasn't held in custody while the case was pending made a huge difference. Her race, class, and gender all contributed to her ability to post bail and await trial in the community. I believe he's hitting on a crucial point there, but I don't believe that a black woman who's a professor and owned her own home wouldn't have been able to post bail. Anyone who had that sort of money and had progressed in their careers as Karen did and had those types of assets to be able to liquidate and pay for all of this, anyone would have done the same thing. In fact, I think we are seeing that with who's that lady that led the charge against Trump? I just can't think of her name. The DA chickie. I think she's having to liquidate all her shit so that she can pay for her own trials, right? So, there's a black woman doing it right there. But nonetheless, I could be wrong about that. That's just what I see in the media, and the media is always wrong. So it's not a case I follow, and I don't know the details, but I was just trying to give an example. I don't believe it would have been different had the same black woman been a professor and bought her own home and been, dumped on by the state like Karen was. It wouldn't have been any different, especially from my perspective on whether or not I supported her. I support a lot of different, Fannie Willis, thank you. That's who I was referring to. And I could be wrong about those details, but I was just giving an example. You know, a successful black woman who's still got and Letitia, right? There's another one. Exactly. I only know the outside of those cases because I watch Nate the lawyer occasionally. And I would take his word on what's going on in the background more than I would take anybody else's, especially the media. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like these are successful black women, you know, they've got to go through the same process at Karen to liquidate your retirement and, you know, your house and all the freaking shit that goes with it to be able to mount your defense. So, but anyway, the next point that Dinah makes is that she was able to work directly with the lawyers in a way that people can't from behind bars. And this is a point that Ty made in his case, the Treehouse murder case. He couldn't get shit together to defend himself from behind bars. And the only way he saw he was able to be able to do anything was to get out from behind bars so that he could get the right lawyers and not just be given, you know, the public defender and work his case properly from home, with proper resources, proper access to the library, proper access to the internet, and proper research. So that's very limited when you're behind bars. And also access with your lawyers is very limited behind bars as well. So he was forced to plead guilty of robbery in order to get out from behind bars. And he's not a wealthy white man either. He was living on the streets when all this happened. So, but he saw that need. I've got to get out from behind bars to be able to defend myself properly. I'm not saying, I'm not defending him in any way. Like, we went through his case. I did a couple of live streams on his case. I believe that the prosecutors and the police in that case were all just trying to cook up charges and cook shit up. I don't believe that they proved anything in that case, and I'll stand by that. At the same time, I'll also defend his decision to get out from behind bars, to be able to have access to the law as a free person so that he could defend himself, and that's what he's doing now. I believe that is actually the case. I don't believe it was just because she was a white woman. So how does Lou...
What do you think I should do? I should ask the jury, does anybody mind that my client is an attractive white woman? Is that going to affect the way that you deliberate in this case? Is that going to affect the way that you look at this case because she's or do you think the prosecutor should ask that type of question? Really, what do you suggest? Like, what is the question here? Okay, but again, I don't know who's asking the questions, but let's see what Judge Lou has to answer. Judge Lou, the attractive white woman syndrome. And if you weren't insulted at this point, then maybe you should be now. The attractive white woman syndrome, some sort of sickness, was an indispensable factor in her success. Trial lawyers will want to factor it into their preparation. How? Like, what in the world are you talking about? Many years ago, I was a practicing attorney. I had an administrative assistant who claimed that she could tell.
Let me say it for you, Martin. What the actual fuck? Do you have this attractive white woman syndrome, Lou? Sorry, I had to put that in there.
Whether we would win the case the first time the client, male or female, entered the office. I never knew her to be wrong. So now you get this little anecdote that back when he was practicing law, way back when, he had an administrative assistant who knew from the second that person walked into the door without even talking to them about the case and the merits of the case, that person knew right away whether the jury is going to find that person guilty or not guilty, and that Judge Lou never knew her to be wrong. Okay? I highly, highly doubt that is an accurate statement. Okay? How in the world can you know, no matter how attractive the person is, male or female, that they're going to win a case? You know how many people have had attractive clients that were sentenced and found guilty very quickly Give me a break. I mean, this is just ridiculous. This last part of attractive white woman syndrome. You know, you want to say, okay, well, there'll be more media attention. Okay, that may be true. I'll give you that. There'll be more media attention, maybe if it's an attractive white woman as opposed to, I don't know, a big, scary.
Okay, I'm going to crash. I'm trying not to. But if I disappear, hang about, I'll be back. I have a computer issue. It's telling me we've got shit going on. Let me just make sure. So yeah, if I do crash out, hang about, I'll be back in again in like a couple of minutes. But holy shit, I probably need to shut some shit down. Let me get some tabs shut. God, what can I shut? Let me shut some apps. Shut down that app. Fucking hell. Sorry, guys. Major drama here. I got my laptop back, but it's really playing up, so I do have to take it back in. But they couldn't fit me until next week, so I'm just struggling along. Anyway, hopefully we got enough power to scoot through. How's our temperature doing? Holy shit. Temperature's up. Everything's freaking... I know, it does hate me, Compote. I don't know. If Michelle or Kevy are in the audience, one of you might need to come up here to keep the stream going if I do crash out. We'll see how we go. Hang about if I
Scary man. Okay. You got me. You got me on that. I may agree with that. But in terms of actually getting to a jury and trying the case, are you insulting the jury now? What can be a bigger insult to the jury saying, you know, you're not going to be able to adjudicate this case? I mean, it's just not going to be fair. And if you're preparing as a prosecutor, you should understand you're just not going to win because they've got an attractive white woman there. So, you know, that's the end of it. You're just going to lose the case. You may as well just give up and throw your hands up. Well, what type of insult is that to the jury? I mean, really? You know, so, but that is, okay, these are his words. These are his words. Let's continue. Hindsight is 20/20. But should the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office have tried Karen Read a second time? Okay, so again, hindsight is 20/20. But should the DA's office have tried Karen Read a second time? Maybe after the first trial, they should have given up. Look to the answer here. Absolutely. This is Judge Liu. Absolutely. Because it would have amounted to special treatment to not retry the case. I don't remember a case ever in which a hung jury was not retried at least once, homicide or not. We must not have special treatment for the privileged few. So the reason why, according to Judge Liu, Karen Read should have been tried again is because it would otherwise amount to special treatment. And therefore, she should be dragged through another trial because we don't want to give her special treatment. Every single person, according to Judge Liu, everybody has always been retried at least once. Okay. And I didn't look up the stats here. I didn't look up whether this is an accurate statement or not. I'm sure somebody could and could put it in my comments. But that's the reason why you should try her again. Let's try to understand this. The reason why you should try Karen Read again is because if we don't try her again, it's not fair.
Here's the thing, though. All Judge Bev had to do was poll the jury. That's all she had to do with the first hung jury. All she had to do was poll the jury, and then that situation would have been fixed. I don't really understand why. I don't understand what happened after that. Like, as the next lawyer points out, even without hindsight, this case cried out for a plea deal to OUI after the first trial. The prosecution simply had too many holes to patch up in the case that were generated by the failings of the police investigation. He makes a very, very good point there. But all Judge Bev had to do to clear up the issues on the hung jury was poll them. That's all she had to do. But she refused to, and she took it all the way to the SCOTUS to the Supreme Court of the United States because Bev refused to poll the jury. It would have took her, 10 minutes? Call them all back. Is this your verdict? What do you say? Is this your verdict? What say you? That's all she had to do. 10 minutes. Another douche canoe, exactly. Crazy shit. It's just so frustrating. But anyway, let's continue on with Lou's dumb freaking answer.
Everybody else retry again, so we should retry her. How about, instead of just looking at what you do with everybody else, why don't you look at the merits of this case? Shouldn't that be the reason why you should either retry this person or not? You should retry this person again just because you retried the other case down the block, forgetting about the merits of the case, forgetting about how weak this prosecution was, forgetting about all the evidence that the defense presented in this case showing that she's innocent. That's not what you should consider whether you retry a case. But this is the legal scholar of Judge Liu, who is a professor right now at Boston College University. Well,
let me just remind you, he's actually a professor teaching students at the Boston University. So that's that. Might not be a judge anymore, but he's actually teaching this crap to students. Frustration.
That is the extent of the article. You can see the entire article if you like online. But those were some of his comments that he made in that article. And as you can imagine, I think some of them are inaccurate. And
not just inaccurate, dude's a freaking slime ball. Oh my God. But there is another interview. Let me just shut that down. Shut down some tabs here. Conserve some power. Have I got any more video tabs open? No, I don't. All right. So, all right. No more video tabs are open. I should be collecting some energy. I got the actual power plugged in. This is a little bit annoying. Annoying as fuck. I seem to be chewing more power than I am creating right now. Our temperatures drop good. We're actually doing well. Let me find Peter's interview with the other judge. So Judge Carol Erskine is her name. She's a retired judge. Massachusetts retired judge. She's been very outspoken about what's the little girl's name? Help me out with the little girl's name. She actually says it in the interview, but Harmony Montgomery. She's been very outspoken about that case because she was dealing in the family courts. But part of what she was dealing with in the family courts was trying to make shit fairer. And so you can see that Judge Liu has no fucking idea what fair is. He's just a fucking judgmental prick. And it sounds like he hates women, like he's got an issue against women. So that's where I sort of think that he fails. But I love Judge Liu. Let me get I love Judge Carol Erskine. She's awesome. Let me get that one up on the screen. All right, we're out of the red zone. We're out of the red zone on the battery. Yay. Thank God for that. So it looks like we might not die after all. Let's get this one on the screen. Judge Carol Erskine. She is retired now, which is a little sad. We need more judges like her actually practicing. But you know what gives me some amount of hope is that there are some good judges out there that are practicing. I can't actually point to a single one in Massachusetts other than this one that's retired. I'm sure there are others in Massachusetts, but there are, you know, true crime cases that we are following where there are actually some good judges that I can respect. In fact, one of the best judges that I actually let my hair down with as part of my entertainment and not thinking about the Karen Reid case or cases that frustrate me is Judge oh my god, I can't Fletcher, Bowtie judge. Like he's my entertainment judge. when I need some cool down time and some reflection on how judges should be, he's actually one of my favorites. Judge Simpson's another one. Right now in the kind of Brian Kohberger case, I like Judge Hippler. Not sure I was all that keen on Judge John Judge. He was the original judge for Brian Kohberger. I felt like he got down in the weeds too much, fighting with the prosecution and the defense too much. And oh my god, Judge Gull's a fucking shithead. I don't like Judge Gull. I don't necessarily disagree with all of her decisions, but I don't necessarily agree with all of her decisions. But she was a shocking judge. Like, I think the biggest problem I got with her, the biggest issue I had with her is that the public has a right, like in America, the public has a right to open justice. And so that was my biggest issue with Judge Gull. But as a judge, I just thought she was bitchy. I feel like she would probably agree with Judge Liu on a lot of the things that he's saying. I feel like she'd be in that same kind of ballpark with Judge Liu and Judge Bev. But no, not her. I'm guessing the bangs are a Massachusetts thing. It might just be an older white lady thing, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know what's up with the bangs, but anyway. Some of Turtle Boy judges have been great. Well, some of Turtle Boy's judges have not been great, Flamingo too. Even though they've made rulings that have been in his favour, which one of his judges ever said that his devices had already, the access to his devices had already been tainted? If they were being great judges, that would have been the first thing they pulled up, but they didn't. They just made excuses for it, and they let the prosecution launder their tainting of his devices back through the system and saying, well, now we've got to taint him. So I don't necessarily believe that any of Turtle Boy's judges have been great, although I think the last one that didn't, I think on the I can't think of his name, but the one that did the fake victim stuff, I feel like he was actually not a bad judge. But yeah, I don't know that any of them are not this old white lady. No bangs. I ain't got bangs either, and I'm probably close to their ages, so keep that in mind.
Actually teaching in a health division in a community college. The
great thing about the Google Career Certificate is no.
Damn it. We've got to give Pete the ads. We got to show him the ads.
Focus in my life has been child welfare and the child welfare system. I've been somewhat critical, very busy court, very urban court, and really the rules apply in all cases, but there are special rules when people are indicted. And in my case, youthful offenders are kids who were indicted for serious felonies like, firearms cases, shootings. Option 2, sentence the defendant to a juvenile facility until.
I'm just trying to get past all the intros and stuff, because if you want to know who she is and more about her background and everything, you can go to Pete's channel to watch her and watch the whole interview from start to finish. I just want to get to the parts where she's talking about, the way Bev ruled on stuff and her honesty with that.
And in those cases, basically what we're hearing every single day, and there are many trials related to these cases, long evidentiary related trials, involve serious motions in limine. So that's pretty much the general day, and that's
Sixth Amendment rights to a fair trial, witness rights, victims' rights, all come into play when you're making these decisions. And You ended up commenting on some of Judge Cannoni's decisions and some of the Sixth Amendment rights for Karen Read. What grasped your attention about this Karen Read case?
Well, aside from the evidence which people debated, thousands and thousands of people debated, that really wasn't what I was watching it primarily for. I mean, I was just looking at the process. And so, you know, the issue of fairness, which has, which you hope that all judges have as a priority, because in cases that are criminal cases, there's only one person in the room. And just like in this case, there was one person in that courtroom who had a Sixth Amendment right to confront witnesses and who had a right to what the Sixth Amendment says of compulsory process, meaning.
Let me just add to that. I completely agree. Like, yay, someone said it. The Commonwealth doesn't have a right to a fair trial. How many times did Spanky say that? It frustrated me to the max.
That every defendant under the Sixth Amendment has a right to call witnesses and confront witnesses and elicit favorable testimony. And, you know, I think as many people know, the Sixth Amendment is actually a prohibition on the government. It just tells the government, you cannot stop someone from calling witnesses. You cannot stop someone from eliciting positive testimony. You cannot stop someone from confronting witnesses. That's what the framers intended 200 years ago. And it rose out of the fact that when those in America were still under British rule, they were absolutely not allowed to call witnesses. They weren't allowed to put on a defense. And so that's the historical perspective of it. Yes. But it's ever present every single day in a courtroom. Every single day you're thinking about this. Am I being fair? As you said, you have lawyers, you know, just presenting evidence on both sides and you're listening to it. And ultimately, someone's not going to be happy with your decision. You know, if I was hearing a motion to suppress on a criminal case over Miranda issues and I decided to suppress it, well, you know, the prosecutor wasn't going to be happy. If I decided I wasn't going to suppress it, then the defense attorney. So, you know, you go into it understanding very clearly that there are always going to be people, lawyers or other people, that aren't going to be happy with what you decide, but you make the decision based on how you're viewing the evidence and always with this underlying view, especially in criminal cases, that there's only one person, as there was in the Read case. That one person is Karen Read. It's not the judge, it's not the prosecutor, it's not the defense attorneys, it's not the journalists or anybody watching. There's only one person that had that Sixth Amendment right. And so when there were times that it seemed to people that there was an uneven playing field, you know, what plays into that is the fact that she's the person whose rights supersede everyone else's rights. And so, as you heard at times, Hank Brennan would say, you know, we want a fair trial too, and the Commonwealth's entitled to a fair trial. That may be so, but what they don't have the same entitlement that Karen Read had, you know, related to her Sixth Amendment rights. And so those were the things I was concentrating on.
Yeah, and it's funny, just so everybody in the chat knows, we've never spoken before outside of scheduling this. And
let me just say, because everyone's lost their handles, Lone Wolf is our Michelle. So, hey, Michelle. She's my Australian super mod. Bev didn't feel the same way. Exactly, Curtis. Exactly. Yeah, so I'm sorry about your handles. YouTube's doing shit to everybody. But I do believe that if you just go back the usual way that you set your handles, go back the usual way and reset your handles, you'll get them back again. I think that's how it's working. Someone in the chat just said they reset theirs the usual way, the same way you normally do. So you can go and do that if you need your fancy fonts like Michelle used to have.
You know, 5 minutes before just pleasantries. And it's amazing to hear you say that. I love to hear you say that, because that's something I talk about all the time. And people sometimes get frustrated when you talk about how the most important person and right in every criminal courtroom is the Sixth Amendment right of the criminal defendant, not the prosecutors, not the witnesses, not the judge, not the public. all of those things are important and can come into play. And when judges make analysis or do their analysis, but especially when we've seen some high profile cases, like, I don't know if you know about the Koberger case in Idaho, there were a lot of motions filed by, all of the media companies, and we want cameras in the courtroom, and the judges balancing things. And all of that is really important, but all of it is second to making sure the defendant gets a fair trial, that Sixth Amendment right being so important. So with that in mind, and that's what kind of got you interested in this case, where did you see problems arise for Karen Read throughout her process of these criminal? I don't know if you watched the first trial as well. Whenever you picked it up, what problems did you see coming up?
Well, I think I identified, at least for me, problems that I saw and things that I might do differently. And maybe, a lot of, as you know, a lot of decisions judges make, especially on motions, is discretionary, but it's based in the law. And basically you have someone file a motion.
This is the problem that we got with Bev, is that she knows it's discretionary. She needs another judge to call her out because she knows it's discretionary. But this other judge actually, knows the rules of the game. But because it's discretionary, she can never be held accountable. The higher courts are just going to defer back to the judge. But the fact that this is one of the problems that I've got with what's going on in Massachusetts, we can take several other cases from several other states and find, I forget which case it was precisely, but I understand might have been the Melly case or something like that. The SJC actually for that state stood up and said, no, we're going to kick this judge out and put another judge in. They actually intervened. In the there was another case somewhere else where the defendant actually did the defendant's lawyers. Oh, actually, I know what it was. It was the Richard Allen case. Judge Gull kicked his lawyers out, and so he and his lawyers appealed it to, I think it was the SJC for that court for Indiana, and then they said, you know what, Gull had other options. She didn't need to do that, but also she was doing it so that he can't say ineffective assistance of counsel. So that SJC came to a very balanced decision. The judge, we're going to slap this back to the judge because she had other options, but we're also going to give the defendant back his lawyers. But on that token, they also made the ruling that he can no longer use ineffective assistance of counsel in any future appeals. So he took a hit there as far as appeals go, but he got his lawyers back. So there was a very balanced decision there that the SJC kicked in. They didn't just defend Judge Gull's decision or defer to the judge. They said, we will defer it to the judge, but also here's what we're going to do to fix the problem. Now, in the Barry Morphew case, which we'll be covering shortly because that's all kicking off again, the prosecution did engage in some misconduct, but it was more on the DA side of things than anybody else. But the DA had decided to withhold, some information from, I don't actually know all the ins and outs of what happened with DA Linda Stanley, but I know the SJC. So I know that Barry took it up to the SJC and the SJC kicked her out. Like they fucking fully disbarred her. She's no longer a DA anymore because the SJC disbarred her. They also billed her, I guess, or fined her to repay, X amount of dollars of public money that she put into that case, or that she put into, screwing the constituents of the state, essentially. So, but the point that I'm trying to make is, in some states, you do find that there is this level of checks and balances that is actually happening, whether it's you, the defendant, that has to initiate it, or they're just stepping in themselves because they're seeing that it's wrong. There is this level of checks and balances happening. But in Massachusetts, it's all just like, Auntie Bev's our favorite. We're never going to question Auntie Bev. Even as high as SCOTUS, no, we're not going to question Auntie Bev. But even they rejected it. So I don't see that same level of checks and balances coming from the top when it comes to one of their own judges who's at the top. So whether that's a state to state thing or not, this is a problem that I've got with that system. So
motion, and then you listen to both sides, you read the law, you meet with, and I'm sure Judge Canoni did with the law clerks, or in Massachusetts, they now call them research attorneys. So you just have these people standing by to sort of research it and then put it right in front of you. It's not like, you know, I don't think she went back into, they don't call them chambers, they call them judges' lobbies in Massachusetts. I don't think she went back to the lobby and had to write every single thing. I mean, that's what research attorneys are for. But when I looked at it, I think one of the things I really focused in what had to be related to decisions regarding experts. And so for maybe people listening and watching this, what I'd ask people to do is sort of look at things side by side.
absolutely. Before we get on to the experts, let me just tell you a funny story, Michelle. SJC baked beans is what they are today. But back in the old days, there was a different brand that was like the brand in Australia for baked beans. What was the name of the brand? What was the name of the brand, Michelle? Remind me what the name of the brand is. For some reason, it's fallen out of my head, and it shouldn't, because it's a funny story I've often told. Whatever the name of the brand was, it was originally going to be my daughter's name, and my dad cracked up laughing because that was the brand of baked beans when he was a kid. What was the other brand of baked beans back before SJC? I cannot remember it. No, before Heinz. I remember it as we go along, but there was another brand, and that's originally, it was close to the name of what I was going to say. My daughter's name was going to be while I was pregnant with her, because my dad and all the oldies kept making jokes about that brand of baked beans. I never named her that. So interesting. MA is like person of the year. Mass bar, don't touch the person of the year. Oh, yeah, Bev is. Right. All right, so on to what Judge Bev did with the experts.
Rather than how we looked at them during the trial. So during the trial, so one of the main examples, and I think things that I posted about, was related to Jessica Hyde. So take a look at Jessica Hyde and then line it up or juxtapose it with Dr. La Posada. And so you look at the decisions that were made in those cases, and having to do with impeaching those witnesses. In other words, calling attention to the credentials of that person. So Jessica Hyde's going to testify. She's going to testify about phone data, and the person with the Sixth Amendment rights is, through her lawyers, is wanting to cross-examine her about the fact that she was declared to be unreliable related to testimony around the phone. And so I don't think there could be anything more relevant. So just to step back in terms of how you hear witnesses, and I've heard hundreds of expert witnesses, especially in child abuse cases. Was there sexual abuse? What's on the x-ray? Are these fractures? Are they not fractures? You know, it all starts with the basics. You know, what's your name? Where did you go to school? Do you have a bachelor's degree? Do you have a medical degree? Do you have certifications? They turn their CV into the court. And have you ever testified in another court before? Which wasn't really highly relevant to me, because there's always a first time that someone's going to testify. Right. But in the case of Jessica Hyde, they wanted to impeach her credentials and her reliability based on the fact that she had been determined just months earlier in Maryland regarding a phone case, determined by a judge that that her testimony was unreliable based on a Daubert analysis, which underlies all these expert witnesses, unreliable. And then the judge makes and then Hank Brennan then says, you know, this isn't right. It's too late in the process. And this is only to malign the witness. It has nothing to do with maligning anybody. You know,
you could say that about any attack on credibility, right?
Absolutely. And you certainly could say it about the way the the dog expert witness was treated, and at times Dr. LaPosada. So the judge makes a decision in favor of the Commonwealth and says, you can't bring that in. You know, it's too.
Sorry, I was muted. The most voir dire witness on the stand through both trials was Dr. Russell, but she was the most qualified out of everybody that Judge Bev kept disallowing to give testimony. No, it's none of those brands. We've got to go back further. Got to go back further to 30s and 40s when my dad was a kid. And it's none of the brands. It wasn't Waddies. None of those is the names of the brand. Why can't I think what I was going to call my freaking daughter before I named her what I did? Probably because it was 35 years ago. It'll come to me. It'll come to me.
Recent. Well, I have two things to say about that. First of all, you want something to be recent. You don't want something to be 20 years ago. Like in my view, this whole issue of Dr. LaPosada and this 20-year-old nightclub fire, you know, I mean, first of all, you know, was it relevant? And secondly, you know, the time factor was there. So Jessica Hyde, for some reason that I couldn't understand, because if it were in my court and I had someone that another judge had said was unreliable, boy, I'd want to know about that, and I'd want the jury to know about that. And so the decision is against the defense, and then Dr. LaPosada comes in, and what do? The defense objects. You know, why are you bringing in this Rhode Island station fire? You know, it's not relevant. It was 20 years ago, which is the more important aspect. You want something to be recent. And it was totally irrelevant. I mean, completely irrelevant. But they allowed it anyway to try to impeach her. And to me, that had more of a, you know, I guess if you wanted to use Mr. Brennan's words, more of something kind of maligning a witness. I just didn't see the relevance in it. Yet the judge declared that it was relevant, even though it had nothing to do with what happened at the nightclub in Rhode Island. It was a fire, you know, it was a possible arson or negligence, but it really wasn't relevant. So you have this one witness, you know, when you put these two together, you have this one witness by the defense who, in my view, if it were me, I absolutely would have allowed them to cross-examine on that. It's on reliability.
She's going to talk about like something that's important in a second, but just to go back to that topic on the baked beans, it was actually spaghetti. It was a brand of spaghetti, tin spaghetti. I remember him saying, the kid's going to call me Granddaddy Spag for spaghetti. And I can't find it. Like, it was only in his head. Still just looking. I think it was a brand of tin spaghetti, not baked beans. There was one, yeah. I don't know why I can't remember. It's going to bug me till the end of the video now. But anyway, the point she's about to make is the concession of a robust cross-examination that Judge Bev threw the bone to the defense.
And it's on an issue that's not only relevant, it's almost exactly the issue in the case. It was related to phone data. So I was stunned by that. And I did post about that I thought it was a violation of Karen Read's Sixth Amendment rights to confront witnesses and to elicit positive testimony. But as I talk about it and sort of preparing for this, what I wanted people to see is when you put it side by side, then you have to make a decision about whether or not you think it's fair when you look at, oh yes, this 20-year-old Rhode Island station fire can come in, which was interesting because even in that case, that she wasn't declared unreliable by any kind of a court. And not only that, you know, there's almost a sense of did the prosecution do its homework and find out the fact that in Rhode Island, like Massachusetts, medical examiners are not called to the scene of a death. And so it just made it even less reliable, yet it came in. And so I think you can understand why people see some unfairness, especially I think when you start to compare cases. And this happened, I don't know if you want to go on, this happened with Burgess too, which I also had an issue there.
Yeah. The comment makes complete sense. And from a lawyer's perspective, I appreciate these thoughts from a judge, because from a lawyer's perspective, one of the most important things I look for in a judge I like trying cases in front of is that they're consistent, to where if they're going to do something with one expert, we can expect it with all the experts. And I think that was one of the problems with Judge Cannoni throughout the entire process. And you've pointed out one of the inconsistencies. Another one that I noticed is, one dog bite expert that seemed to have a lot of experience had to be voir dired multiple times, even after testifying in the first trial. Another dog bite expert, rubber stamped, come on down, you can testify, didn't end up getting called. But what do you see with things like that? When you're a judge and you're making these decisions and everybody wants all these experts in, and of course, everybody's going to object to every expert. How do you deal with being consistent in making your rulings?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be consistent with the law. And so that's how it is. I mean, you have to take the facts, as you know, the facts are always different. And so I used to say, when I would hear motions to suppress, are you telling me there's no Supreme Court case or Massachusetts case that hasn't addressed this one issue, this factual pattern? But the reality is there are so many factual patterns that you have to look at them differently. But what you have to do is apply the law consistently. So you look at this issue here with, for example, with Burgess. Okay, so you have a witness who's coming in, and one of the main aspects of declaring someone to be an expert, because anytime there's going to be a witness to testify, as soon as the voir dire is over, if there is a voir dire, and sometimes there isn't a voir dire, the prosecutor or the government, whether it's in a termination of parental rights case or whatever, will say, Judge, I'm asking you to declare this witness as an expert, but not just an expert in something. So in my case, it would be, I'm asking you to declare this pediatrician as an expert in pediatrics. And then I would have to decide when they would say, and in child abuse, whether there was enough expertise in child abuse, or if it was a sexual abuse case, is this person an expert in sexual abuse? So every time there's an expert, not only does the judge have to declare the person an expert, but they have to declare exactly what they're an expert in.
It's funny, isn't it? Like the amount of things that she decided. I got the whole chat going on this. No, it's not any of those brands. It's not Quincy. I actually did notice the Quincy brand, Becca. So it's interesting how Judge Bev twisted so much around trying to keep Dr. Russell's testimony out or limited. She obviously couldn't keep her out, and I called this way early on in the piece, I think during trial one, that there's no way she could keep Dr. Russell out, because she would be causing an immediate interlocutory appeal if she had tried to keep Russell out, and she knew that, and she was trying to stick to dates and shit. But it's just interesting how she twisted it to keep Dr. Russell out. And she said, remember in trial 1.0, she said, only a medical doctor can opine on the causation of injury, and that's what ruled out Dr. Rentschler from saying anything. And then she completely freaking flipped. So there were a lot of inconsistencies with the rulings, but she does actually mention inconsistencies as well shortly.
And so this is what you're seeing with these witnesses. So you have, let's say, Burgess, who comes in to testify. I don't think there was a voir dire, right? No voir dire for Burgess. I was stunned by that, because everybody knew ahead of time that his resume on the Aperture site, and I'm sure the Commonwealth knew it, didn't match what he was going to say. I mean, he changed his resume to say that his education was in progress, because, you can't lie to a court. So he was going to testify, and this information had been found out. But you're coming in with an expert witness who's already lied about something, and not only lied about something, but has lied about his resume. And, you know, people are posting, he didn't lie about his resume. He said it was pending. Yes, he did at the trial, but he was declared, the reason that he was hired by Aperture was for his expertise and certifications and for his resume, which said he had a bachelor's degree in two things, mathematics and business management. So, you know, if I had an expert who was testifying in my court and they were going to testify about a radiograph showing a fractured skull, and then I found out that the person was a medical doctor but not a radiologist, but had put that they were a radiologist on their resume, I wouldn't even allow them to testify, you know, because that misrepresentation, you know, it's a lie. And even though it's a bench trial and I'm making decisions, I would say to myself, I can't trust this person. This person already lied. So why am I going to hear this?
You're the gatekeeper of reliability as the judge. So if you find that somebody's not reliable, what we don't want is to allow people to go trick a jury, and somebody that's willing to lie or do things that is inappropriate that you have declared as the judge, as an expert, because the jury is not going to know that. Or if it's a bench trial, the judge, you have to consider that expert testimony if you let it in. So you're explaining the gatekeeper role perfectly. That just wasn't done in this case, I feel like, appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Burgess, I was very surprised, very surprised. You know, there was this whole notion that kept coming up during the trial, and I don't know if you heard it, but a lot of people posted about it, that when the defense would object to someone like Burgess or someone else, and the judge would allow it to come in that case, without a voir dire, she would say, I'll allow you to engage in a robust cross-examination. I was actually stunned by that, because I would ask myself this question in my head: tell me, under what circumstances is someone not allowed to engage in a robust cross-examination? So it comes,
Exactly
it came
what I
across,
said. Exactly
yeah.
what I said.
I mean, it sort of came across like, well, I'm going to give you this opportunity because I'm allowing the prosecution to bring this guy in whose resume, as of this day, on Aperture is a lie. And not only that,
Bingo.
I'm going to allow him to testify. And by the way, I'm going to allow him, even though he has no bachelor's degree in anything, but not only am I going to allow him to testify based on his accident reconstruction certifications, I'm going to let him testify that as to the cause of injuries to John O'Keefe. Stunning. I was stunned by that. But you know, it's her decision. But when you compare it for consistency, then you have Dr. Russell and Dr. Leposada, and she's of course allowing them to testify. I mean, there was no question. I mean, it's one of the few things I think I talked about.
Yes, indeed. But I still got the chat going on this bloody tin spaghetti thing. My grandma's 84 years old and she can only remember Heinz. I'm going to ask ChatGPT because it's really bugging me now. I can't even remember what I was going to name my daughter. I remember it upset all the oldies and I ended up settling on a different name. And then they convinced me to spell it differently. So it's funny how let me keep the play going here, and I will ask ChatGPT to help me out.
On Court TV, that I had never seen or heard of a witness that was so qualified as Dr. Russell. Both of them incredibly qualified, and so first the judge allows the nightclub Rhode Island thing, which, you know, in my view, if it were my court, I would have viewed that as irrelevant. But then it's like, well, I'm going to allow them to testify, but I'm not going to allow Dr. Russell, who's like the dog expert of the century, in my view, but I'm not going to let her say it was a dog bite, but I'll let her say it was an animal bite.
Yeah.
And so then there are these limitations. And yet I'm comparing that, you know, where, you know, you have someone who can say that those injuries on the arm are from a dog bite. No, I'm not going to allow it. And then there were some limitations on as well. Limitations were put on Dr. Leposada, and yet no limitations are put on this witness who has no resume that shows an expertise in anything related to injuries, and he's allowed to testify. As you know, they call it the ultimate issue. You know, the penultimate issue is guilty or not guilty, but the ultimate issue, which was, you know, was there a collision, and was John O'Keefe, you know, hit by a car? I don't comment on the evidence. You know, I left that, as everybody knows, any post that I made, I said, this is up to the jury. I'm never going to comment, even though people ask me, do you think guilty or not guilty? But the notion that those experts, Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess, could actually give an opinion as to what caused the injuries, that the ultimate injuries were caused by on John O'Keefe. That's one of the ultimate issues. Yet you have these two doctors who did a great job, and it came across, you know, in terms of what the ultimate issue was. But when you compare the two side by side, you have to ask, was it consistency? Was it fair? Or, as you say, was it consistent across the board, consistent with the law? And that's the way.
So I have a hot take. AI is not just a buzzword if you use Monday CRM.
I'm so glad you said that. So
I looked at it.
Yeah, and when you come to making these decisions and you're trying to be consistent and you're looking at it, and regardless of what you and I can say about Dr. Russell and La Posada, it seems so very obvious. Some people that maybe haven't seen a lot of trials, haven't searched for experts, haven't interviewed and hired experts, haven't declared people experts like you have, maybe it's not as obvious to them how different these experts are and how top echelon these experts are, but it seems so obvious to those of us that have done this for a living and are still doing this for a living. Not only did Judge Cannone rubber stamp the less qualified experts and require voir dire of the more qualified experts, but she also went further. And you've written orders before, and in your orders, have you ever used the language Judge Cannone used to say, this is a close call, and here are 5 issues that the Commonwealth could use to cross-examine Dr. Russell where I think she's pretty weak? Have you ever done things like that in an order?
I was stunned by that. And no, I've never done anything like that. And the fact is, the reasoning behind it being close, it was just amazing to me. And again, compare it to Burgess. I mean, was it even close that he was qualified when his resume on Aperture was a lie? I mean, it's absolutely stunning. But did you even have a voir dire? No, what you had was, again, a robust cross-examination, which is allowed for the defense to do on every witness. And that was sort of the excuse. Well, I'm going to allow a robust cross-examination. I'm thinking to myself, what does that mean? Like, that's not something that I could picture myself saying, because every defense person is allowed a robust cross-examination.
And it's not one of the, it's not one of the listed remedies. A listed remedy is you strike the witness, you limit the witness, you sanction somebody. Like, those are the remedies that are available to judges if they find somebody lied or did something wrong. It's not, no listed remedy is I'm going to allow you to cross him really good. You can go, you can go hard on cross. Like,
and you said it, I think, you know, kind of the right way. I think, you know, I'm trying to be judicious about the way I say things, but you know, but of course, I think you're right. I mean, I just couldn't find that. When I read that,
she's explaining, you know, the same thing I've been saying all along. You've got to be careful what you say about other judges and so on. So, thank you, Seal. Silas? I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. But I love your insights. Dying to know, where did your interest in all of these crazy American cases come from? My grandmother was actually an American, and she migrated to Australia and was murdered. And that's kind of where it started. But we also have an issue in Australia where we can't talk about cases. If the courts have, which they mostly do, they're like overusing this particular thing, but the courts say you can't talk about it. You can't talk about it. They can throw you in jail for talking about it. It's contempt of court. So we can't talk about a lot of cases here. And I was talking with Aussie Overlord, an Australian lawyer, like a few weeks back, where he was saying, like, even he couldn't get information about certain cases and talk about them on his channel. He asked for the the Freedom of Information documents. He was refused and he was threatened. If you talk about this, you are going to be in contempt of court. So those two things combined. So my grandmother was American. She was murdered here in Australia by an American, but by an Australian, sorry. But she did migrate from America and was murdered shortly afterwards. But so I got an interest in American law and American cases just from that, but also because we're not allowed to talk about Australian ones. So on the spaghetti thing, here's the thing. I think my dad was making up stories. I honestly do, because I cannot find any brands that trigger my memory as to what name I was going to call it. It certainly wasn't going to be anything ridiculous like, San Remo or San Georgia or Rosella or anything like that. It was a very pretty name, and I loved it when I first saw it, and it was set. I was going to do it, and then because the oldies all had a spit over it, I went to a different name. So you can all stop racking your brains over it. I actually do think maybe my dad was making shit up because he didn't like the name I picked. But anyway, perhaps there was no brand of spaghetti and he just didn't like the name. I like what this judge is saying, even though she's trying to say it diplomatically. I like what she's saying, and she gets asked some really interesting, good questions along the way, especially by Pete's audience, because there's some questions that he doesn't want to ask her. So for the same
decision, and it said this was a close one. I was shaking my head and thinking, how is this even close? This is a woman that has 30 years of experience. She's written articles about dog bites. She's probably seen 1,000 dog bites as an emergency room physician. She worked with a police department. I mean, her credentials were impeccable. I mean, impeccable. And so, again, I all I can say is how I viewed it. I mean, how the judge viewed it, that's her discretion. Just like every other judge has discretion, she can view it any way she wants. So I'm not going to criticize the fact that, she exercised her discretion. That's what you expect judges to do. Just from my standpoint, I just didn't see it that way. I didn't see that it was even close. And then this sort of going on in the decision. But, the defense, the defense could do this and can do that. Sort of, it was almost like instructing the defense on how to approach this, and maybe, in a way that wasn't so overt. But I mean, that was just a feeling I have. I'm not accusing the judge of anything, of course, because she has a right to make the decision any way she wants, but it just seemed like there was a lot of guidance provided there. That's just not something I would have done. I just would have decided. I mean, in that case, from my view, and I've spoken about this very issue publicly before, I mean, she was probably one of the most qualified witnesses that I had ever seen. And so to put restrictions and limitations on the testimony was just not something I personally agreed with. Other judges might disagree with me.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of judicial discretion, which I try to explain it to people as best as I can, but it's really like mom. It's like mom's going to make her decision. She might not always be right, but it is mom's decision to make in most circumstances in a trial, right? And you may disagree, but it's her decision to make. Additionally, to talk more about the judge's comments and what comments you may make, Judge Cannone intentionally and purposefully decided to make comments on the record about attorneys throughout this process, specifically having grave concern about certain things the defense attorneys did, finding that they violated Rule 14. These things that she said about Attorney Jackson and specifically the defense attorneys, I'll just
muted again. We'll come back to what she said about Attorney Jackson and how she went about that. But on the Kyle and Jackie O, I'm just looking at that. I didn't know this, so thank you for the information, Di. I am looking at information about this. It tells me the Sydney Morning Herald, Investigation finds Kyle and Jackie O breach radio decency rules. The Kyle and Jackie O show has been found to have breached decency standards again. The segments were deliberately offensive, would be considered offensive by any reasonable person listening, and weren't in line with the broader community standards. The ACMA chair, Nerida O'Loughlin, said in a statement. Interesting. Australia's regulator, that's who the ACMA is, has come under fire for failing to investigate revolting material on the Kyle and Jackie O show. That was last year. This year, they're under fire, and they did actually get into trouble for it. I can't read it because it's behind a paywall. Let me just go back to this. Okay, so Australia's highest paid media stars, Kyle Sandilands and Jackie O. Henderson, have been found to have breached decency standards by the media watchdogs as it continues to investigate systemic issues with the program. The ACMA, which is the Australian Communications and Media Authority, published the findings of 2 investigations into the duo, who host a breakfast show on the radio network KI, it's Kiss FM, in Sydney and Melbourne on Friday morning. The investigation related 2 segments that aired in June. The segments were deliberately offensive, blah, blah, blah. This content went beyond the bounds of decency expected by the community and was done so deliberately and proactively. Even having 2 program censors employed by the broadcaster in place, following previous ACMA enforcement action, this has not stopped occurrences of unsuitable content going to air. When it ruled that the show was in breach of Code 2.2, which relates to decency standards, ACMA said it will consider its enforcement options after 2 additional investigations it launched in February into issues relating to decency and complaints handling by the show and the network. Conclude. Photo's decision relates to 2 segments aired on June the 7th last year, the first of which heard the show's host as well as the producer Pedro discuss a rumor about Henderson having a lesbian encounter with a woman. The second related to the competition the show ran, Tradies versus Lady, where the complaint also alleged there had been no response to the complaint she made to the Melbourne. I don't know what that is. The complaint made after hearing the show phrases sucking and licking. Yeah, eating each other out, blah, blah, blah. That's crazy shit. Its response, Sandilands. Let me just move on to, I can't talk about the other things that they've been done for, but let me just go to the show also agreed to undertake sensitivity training. They don't actually talk about what they said about the mushroom case, which is still not complete. I don't think the jury has come to a verdict yet. But that's a very good example, and even famous people like Kyle and Jackie O can't talk about cases. But they do have a history of doing this stuff, but it was jokes. I know, don't turn the fucking radio show off if you don't like their jokes. It's probably all Kyle's fault, probably. Yeah, no, it's crazy. But anyway, let's continue on to what Judge Bev did to Jackson.
Because she didn't really do it to the prosecutor at all. Those things can follow an attorney. And lawyers can then cite that if they write a motion to you and say, hey, Tragos over here in, Idaho, this judge said it. You don't know who that judge is in Idaho. You have a record of a judge saying you're not reliable or you violated this intentionally. Talk about how big of a deal that is to you as a judge to put something like that on a record about a lawyer and how careful you would be to do that.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. That was a huge, huge deal for me. And I think I might have commented about it, but I didn't want to, get people all fired up about it. But I will say I was fired up about it because when you're on the bench, you have to be so careful about what you say. And you always have to remember that there are rules about what judges can do and not do and what they can say and not say. And they can't, judges cannot say things that, bring about any kind of view that they might be biased. When I posted about it, I called it the grave concerns shot heard around the world, and that's sort of was my description, and that's how I wrote it, because in my view, in terms of judicial discretion and the proper way you have to carry yourself on a bench, to me that was improper. And the reason I say that is, first of all, it didn't have to be public, because it was surrounding a potential violation. So that's when you bring judges back into the lobby and you sit down with them and say, we need to discuss these improprieties, because that's not really related to the evidence in the case. And so if you think there's some impropriety, you can report it to the Board of Bar Overseers. You can report it to the outside agencies. But to put it out there in front of essentially millions of people, and it also was the way that it was said, I have grave concerns. And you'll notice that she got off the bench shortly after this, which maybe it was a recognition of, maybe I shouldn't have said it that way. And this sort of, degrading comments maybe about the lawyers, and in particular Jackson. I think her feelings of I don't know what to call it, animus or whatever, towards Jackson came out at times during the trial. At least I felt that way. Maybe other people disagree with me. However, that I think was improper. And I can't even imagine myself being on the bench and saying something like that, because, like you say, something like that can follow. And a lot of what was being said at that time hadn't been investigated, hadn't been vetted. So you have this comment that's coming out prematurely that's, just has this effect, this very negative effect coming out that millions of people are hearing. I thought it was improper, and it's kind of set a tone, and it also said something. It causes you to ask the question: is this judge a neutral arbitrator if she's saying something like that? And that.
Well, that's exactly what she left us with, right? The case that she was not a neutral arbitrator. So I don't know how much of that falls under her role as a judge. That if there is any way it can be construed that it was just quite flat out a smear or outside of her role as a judge, Jackson should sue her. He can sue her so long as the thing he's trying to sue her for was outside of her role as the judge. So it's interesting, because is her role as a judge to despise the fact that he's not from Massachusetts? No. Is it her role as a judge to call out private communications with their experts? No, that's outside of her role. But she did it while she was in court for this particular case. So I don't know how that falls. Maybe we need to get a lot of talk about this in a little bit more detail about where that falls inside or outside of her role as a judge. But I feel like it was outside. If you were going to ask me personally, it'd be outside her role as judge. But yeah, I would be looking at probably civil charges, or best case scenario, he and Karen just signed a deal for a movie. So maybe some shit's going to come out. I do understand that Alan Jackson's a producer of movies. The movies that he has produced have been about, cases that he's worked. I know he did the Phil Spector movie. I can't remember the other two. Both they were all murder cases that he covered. Either as a prosecutor or as a defender. Can't remember the names of all of them, but that was actually one of them. But I really think that that's the second best option. If you can't get it that way, I'd be going after it this way. But I just want to go back for a second to what we were just talking about. It doesn't give us any pleasure. Kyle and Jackie now face possible contempt of court charges over on-air comments about the ongoing murder trial. Nor does the news surprise us, since we transcribed the same comments on the day they went to air. I'm still trying to find out what the comments were, so let's go to this article here. So it is the Aaron Patterson mushroom case. The trial's judge, Justice Christopher Beale, referred the duo to the Office of Public Prosecutions. So the DPP is who handles all the prosecutions for the state, basically, for contempt of court charges last week after viewing transcript of a Kiss FM show in which they addressed the high-profile court case. A pair are an esteemed company when it comes to alleged breaches of the sub judice restrictions on the case. The laws are intended to suppress any commentary around the triple murder trial that could unfairly influence the outcome. Where are we hearing that? Where are we hearing that echoed in this case with Karen Read? The ABC is the Australian Broadcasting Commission. This is the Australians' own independent, or public rather, broadcaster. They have a Mushroom Case Daily, which is where I've been getting my updates on the case. It's a podcast summarising each day of the trial. They were accused of breaching a suppression order earlier this month after naming specific witnesses in an episode. The offending podcast was live on ABC's various platforms for 24 hours before being removed and had been taken down by tens of thousands of listeners. Had been downloaded by 10,000. I watched it myself. The show was the most listened to podcast in the country at the time of the breach. So what you're saying here is the thing that the public wants to hear the most is about a murder trial, which we have a right to if we do live in open justice. It was the most downloaded by Australians, but the judge don't want us to hear it. A Crikey story. So Crikey is a publisher or a media outlet for the one guy in Australia who was actually served time for on multiple occasions for contempt of court. A Crikey story that referred to the media circus surrounding the trial also fell foul of suppression orders and was later amended, albeit without making note of the previous breach. Well, Mamma Mia and Channel 10, which is these are both broadcasters here in Australia. Well, that's actually a website and that's a broadcaster. We're both warned about elements of their reporting after various takes on witness testimony. Social media influencer, mummy blogger Constance Hall revealed she was sent a legal letter after numerous comments under a Facebook post breached the principles of sub judice contempt. FYI, you guys, I had to remove that post about the mushroom trial because I received an email from the Victoria government telling me to immediately delete it. So look how hard they're trying to cover up cases here in Australia. They do not want open justice in Australia. Crazy, right? So yeah, interesting. Inspector, thank you for that, Quizzy. Alan Jackson is known for Ray Donovan 2013, Homicide 2024, and Spectre 2022. Interesting that he's producing a movie in 2024 while he's actually representing Karen Read in the first trial. Interesting. Someone named witnesses. Right. So us as Australians are not allowed to know the truth, the whole truth. Exactly. But here's the thing. See, what happens here is you're allowed to go in and sit in the gallery to hear the trial and hear what's being said about the trial. That's the part where it falls under open justice. But if you're not allowed to report what you heard in the gallery, that's closing justice again. Like they've just snapped the door shut right behind you as you leave the courtroom. So what is the point of having the gallery open? You might as well just close the gallery, right, and hide the whole fucking lot. So she did, Miss K. She victimized AJ. As he also represents famous people, his client list reads like a who's who of Hollywood celebrities. Correct. She did defame him. She defamed him horribly. So I am not surprised where it's going. Michelle, we're reading the same blog. Well, the fact that only one blog's allowed to freaking talk about it because they're not repeating what was actually said. But I did listen to the ABC's case. Their suppression order, news outlets, and Mummy Blogger warned over mushroom trial coverage. Several news outlets, including ABC and Crikey, excuse me, coffee, excuse me, let me just wet my throat, have to amend their own online coverage of Aaron Patterson's mushroom murder trial following suppression order breaches or inappropriate commentary. The ABC is the latest to have breached court-ordered suppression order, a court-ordered suppression order in its Mushroom Case Daily podcast. The series, which is currently sitting at number 1 on Apple's podcast top shows chart, covers the daily goings-on in the trial of the alleged triple murder. Here's the thing. If the jury is already picked, they're already sitting in the courtroom, and nothing's being reported until after testimonies are given about those testimonies, what's the fucking problem here? What is the problem? There's no interference with the trial. If the jury's already picked, they're in the courtroom listening to that testimony, and they're not allowed to watch the media or anything. We have the same rules here for. Also in the gallery, you can't take notes. But this is exactly it, unless you hold a press pass. What's the point of taking notes if you're not allowed to report on it? It's just crazy, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. No, I need to gargle coffee. Dazza, you got it all wrong. Listen to me gargling coffee and get over it. For those of you who are worried I'm giving up smoking, they just stopped selling my smoke, so I'm being forced into giving up smoking. So you can all stop worrying now. Let me go on. The ABC reportedly breached the order that aims to protect certain witnesses in this case, Patterson's children. Well, I don't know that anybody named her children. I mean, people said what the children testified to, but nobody named the children. The unedited episode was live on YouTube for over 24 hours before the national broadcaster removed it. Meanwhile, Crikey's story, which called the mushroom trial a media circus, why is that a breach to call it a media circus? And how can it be a media circus if everyone's getting into trouble for putting it out in the media? The piece was later amended online without making any mention of the amendments. It pointed out that the media from around the world had descended on the Latrobe Valley where the trial was taking place. And you know what? The courts can't order Reuters or BBC in other countries to abide by rules that don't apply to them. as well as wild and unsubstantiated rumors swirling from alarmingly high number of ABC staff on the ground at one point in 19 whenever. Per the Australian Channel 10 and Mamma Mia were also warned about elements of their coverage. As the worlds of media and influencers continue to converge, popular mummy blogger, she was actually in the court, Constance Hall, and I watched a couple of her interviews with the media. She was subsequently open about having to remove a post, indicating that the comments of her followers rather than her own content may have been the problem. No, it's the fucking suppression orders that are a problem. FYI, you guys, I had to remove, she said numerous comments on the post breached the principles of sub judice sic contempt, which she admitted she was not quite sure what that means, but it sounded legit. Do you see what they're doing? Do you see what they're doing? They're doing the same thing that media is doing over in America. Except over here, the government has actually achieved it. They have achieved the suppression that they're trying to achieve in America right now. So if we want to know what's going on, we need to go to the UK or the USA broadcasters. I know, it's so stupid. It's bullshit. So interesting, right? This is just continuing on with the previous question about, why I don't cover Australian cases, why I'm interested in American cases. Well, essentially, I can't get into trouble for American cases. So there's that. And you'll know, some of these people are not even, they're not even big names. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. They're not even big names. They're mummy bloggers and people who are actually going into the courtroom to get the note so that the public can find out what's going on with the case. So that, we can have open justice. There's a conversation that we had in my members Discord yesterday. What is open justice? It's actually one of the measures by which we go and bomb other countries, believe it or not. If we believe another country doesn't have open justice, it doesn't have a level of democracy that matches ours, then they become our enemies. They become our, targets for war. They become targets for regime change, because we want the rest of the world to be just like us, regardless of the cultural differences that we have in the West to other countries. Everyone's got to be just like us. Otherwise, we wage war on them. And part of that measurement is open democracy. There's these different places that you can go and find out about them. So I studied international law just before the Karen Read trial came up. And I actually quit because I just couldn't stand doing it anymore. But let me just go open democracy project, is it? Independent international media platform covering current affairs and stuff. Open democracy project. I think this is it here. These are just some of the tools that they gave us to study with about, I think it's supposed to be about education and innovation in furthering democracy. But there's a sort of an arm of it. Let me just find it for you. Like, I need to ask ChatGPT. Which websites measure the health? Democracy Index, their flagship report. The Economist Intelligence Unit. Freedom in the world. All right, let's go with the Democracy Index. The US has been ranked as a flawed democracy since 2016. This is the point. We're sorry, we can't find the page you're looking for. Freedom House, Varieties of Democracy. Freedom House, Freedom in the World, Flagship Report. Hang on, maybe because I was going to the index. Global Insights and Market Intelligence. No, it wasn't about markets. There's a reason I'm doing this. Like, it's a really important reason we're looking at this. Exploring freedom in the world in 2025. Explore the map. Let's go to that one. Not free, partly free, and free. Here we go. This is probably a good visual. These are the types of things that we had to study while I was studying international law. So essentially what we're doing is we're looking at, different measurements for each of the countries. Open democracy includes having access to freedom of information requests, having access to free and fair voting, having access to open justice. Like, can we see how justice is delivered? Can we see how that operates? Can we see how trials are conducted? Can we see how, can we talk about how trials are conducted? Do we have open discourse? These are all different measurements that we use. And, look here, Australia falls into the 95 out of 100 of, being free access to all that stuff. But it's not true. If you're basing it on just this report that we were just going over, how many media establishments are being told they're not allowed to talk about the mushroom trial, for example, even though they were in the courtroom taking notes, the jury's been picked. These are testimonies that have been delivered to the jury already. Do you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, here we are at this 95 out of 100 percentile as far as freedom goes. Does anybody in Australia actually feel free to report on, trials and stuff going on, like open justice, for example? No, we don't. So how do we fall into this 95 out of 100 category? Look at America. America's 84. They're way below us, but they have more freedom and access than we do. We don't get FOIA requests granted here in Australia. In America, any of you guys who are, creators and watching, or even non-creators, anyone in America can just ask for freedom of information and they'll get it. Sometimes, like I think Massachusetts actually has a really high level of rejection for whatever reasons. But in Australia, if you're not media and you don't have a badge saying that you're media, you won't get FOIA. And even those, only some information the media has access to. It's actually really strict in Australia. So essentially, the way so look at Russia. We're saying that Russia gets a 12 out of 100 because they're not free. Here's the thing that I know about Russia. They actually do have elections. That makes them at least partially a democracy. They're not doing, so-and-so died and so now this person just takes over by default. They actually are doing referendums. Referendums is something America doesn't do. I think America has state referendums, but for national referendums, for what does the country think about X, Y, or Z, those national referendums, we can't even get those in Australia. The only people who can make decisions on whether we get a referendum in Australia are the government. And our referendums are only about the rules that apply to government. So if the government wants to change the retirement age for judges, for example, they have to have a referendum. They have to ask us as a nation across all of the states, do we want the retirement age for judges to be reduced? But the government doesn't like to give us those referendums because we have historically not trusted the government even asking the fucking referendum question. And so we tend to vote no matter what they're asking for us, because we know there's a trick in there somewhere. That's a trick question. So we may have a referendum maybe once every 25 years asking us, do we want to change this law or that law that controls how the government operates? They've even usurped our rights to that. A lot of it falls under the Australia Act now, because the Queen come over and said, if the people say so, without asking the people, and now everything's under the Australia Act, so we don't really have a lot of control what's happening with our constitution anymore. There's a few things in there about voting and, retirement ages. They might ask us once in a while, or if they want to stir up, controversy before an election, like they did have an equal marriage plebiscite, which technically was a referendum, but technically not, because it's not actually in our constitution. Just shit like that. Like if they want to stir shit up, they will do it. But back to Russia, it only takes, I think it's 100,000 signatories, and the government has to have a referendum to ask the nation whatever it is that those signatories are all signing for. I've voted in 2 referendums. Exactly. That's how few they have here in Australia. But Russia actually has regular referendums. They ask the people all the time, because the people themselves are organizing what questions they want to be asked. It's not the government saying you can only ask us X, Y, and Z when we say you can ask us. It's actually the people organizing. So to say, Russia's got a lower amount of freedom and they're in this freaking not free range, you have to ask, what are they fucking measuring it by? Are Russians allowed to go in their courtrooms and report on murder trials? Is that a question anyone's asked them? Is that what we're measuring it by? Because according to Australians, we're not free in that regard. So this is what I found really frustrating about studying international law, because this isn't based on actual measurements. If we were actually measuring Australia, we would be losing points on open justice. We would be way behind Russia on open justice. But we're not, because they're not doing real measurements. The thing that frustrated me about international law is everything comes back to, before I go there, let's just compare it to, first of all, common law. In common law, everything comes back to precedent, right? So if there's a previous case that the higher courts have gone over, there's a law, obviously, that comes from, the 18 or 1900s, way back, where that law becomes a little weak, or a specific case comes up where that law doesn't directly address how to deal with it. The higher courts will say, well, this is how we would deal with this specific type of case. Given the written law and this case's uniqueness, this is how we would deal with that. And that becomes case law. And so when we're dealing with common law, we've got the written law, we've got the case law, where judges in the higher courts have given, a little bit more detail on how that applies to specific circumstances and can be used across the board. That's how common law works. We have a lot of case law, generally more case law than actual written law, that helps navigate, what the current legal standards are. In international law, it's what America says. If America says, we're going to jimmy these numbers, that's it. America said so. But what frustrates me is that America will say, yeah, we're not part of international law. You can stick that in your pipe and smoke it. We don't want nothing to do with with international law. Yet they're the ones that define the law that we're going to follow internationally. So what you're seeing here on the green map is, do these people follow what America tells us to? Yes, they do. Tick, 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 tick. We won't attack those countries and bomb them to oblivion and kill all their citizens because we don't like their leader. That's what this map is telling you. So that's what I learned in international law. If America says it, everyone's just got to follow that rule of law. And I didn't want to drag this into politics, which, this topic kind of does drag us into that politics. But I just wanted you to know that open justice is one of those things that they measure whether or not you are going to be under attack by America or not. If America classifies you as not having open justice, then you fall into one of these categories, partly free and even further below if they don't like your leader. Right? It goes further and further down towards the purple, depending on how they feel about your leader. So I feel like Massachusetts should be in one of these yellow areas, because I do know that, like, for example, freedom of information. I've seen I can't remember what it's called. Massachusetts has like a body that checks on police corruptions and stuff like that. I can't remember what the body's called, but they produced a report. I think it was maybe the year before Karen Reid's first trial started, saying that a good percentage of their freedom of information applications for information had been rejected. They had like a huge, I think it was like 85% had been tossed out. We're up around, from the last report that I read, which is probably a few years ago now, we're up around like the 98th percentile of freedom of information applications getting rejected. And that's by the media, because they're the only ones who have the credentials to even ask for it in the first place. So I feel like as far as the whole topic of how are we in an era of open justice right now, I would say no. We're actually on the other end. We're on the era of closing down open justice and even rejecting it as a metric that we're going to measure freedom of a country by. So this ties back into the mainstream media losing their control over narratives, losing their control over getting the government talking points out, and us losing control over being able to speak freely, as we've just witnessed, people getting sent notices by the state government saying you can't talk about a murder trial, which is public fucking interest. So I voted in 2 referendums. One of the polls was whether I could legally marry my partner, and yes, we got married 6 months later. Sorry, my comment is a bit delayed. That's all right. I'm actually, I forgot to click the button that makes you less delayed from my actual commentary, so I'm sorry about that. I did screw it up. So yeah, like these things are things that we're not allowed to know. Like, even me just having mentioned it here on this channel is probably gonna demonetize my video, because you're not allowed to say shit that's true. You just got to say what the government says you can say. No true shit allowed. So that was just a little like background education on how we measure democracies. And we don't actually measure our own democracies by the standards that we set by other against other countries. So quiz, I was lent on by some public servants not to disclose documents under the FOI Act. Yes. See, this shit's always happening. That's why I don't even try to do any of this shit. And I just cover American cases because they're safe. It's safe to do so unless a judge in America says you can't. Speaking of which, That brings us to, let me find it. That brings us to Judge Beverly Cannoni's last fucking order that came out a couple of days ago. Let's share that. How did I fuck that up? Gotta go back to scratch. Share screen. Jessica Machado. Here we go. Is it on the screen? We are on the screen. The appearance of fairness. That's all that counts. It doesn't matter if it is fair or isn't fair. It's just the appearance, right? And all the talking heads going, oh, it's fair, it's fair, it's fair, doesn't necessarily mean it is, right? It's all right, Di. It's all good. Thank you. So, this is what Judge Cannoni says about the jurors who are being harassed for speaking out. So let's just start on the premise that if the jurors want to speak out, the jurors have every fucking right to. The judge cannot shut them down. Let's start with that premise. They're allowed to speak out. The trial is over. Everything's done. And if they want to come forward, they're allowed to. There is no law preventing it. So let's start with that premise. But let's listen to how Judge Cannoni defends that premise or not in this motion. She says, ruling from her bench in, where is she? She's in friggin' another state right now. We are not very open with 98%. Apparently ABC took down the McAlbert's interview, not 100% sure if it's true yet. I heard that too because, the rumor is that they got harassed for it and everyone was doing commentary on it, but I don't know if it's true or not. I don't think they can live without the limelight. They obviously got some PR fucking campaign in mind because they've been doing that from the start. Judge Cannoni says the Supreme Judicial Court has recognized... Sorry. I just burped on you. I'm sorry. Let me just have some more coffee so I can burp again. All right. Wet my throat. The SJC has recognised that the safety of jurors is crucial to the fair functioning of the judicial system and that the justice system owes them the highest degree of vigilance for their personal safety. Indeed, they do. This case has garnered significant and divisive attention in Massachusetts and across the nation. The trial was live streamed on local and national broadcasting channels. Your choice, Judge Bev. Mind you, if you didn't, you were going to have a bigger protests. The proceedings continue to be the daily subject of commentary on various social media platforms. Yep, that's because we're allowed to, because we don't all live in Australia. One person associated with the case has been indicted for witness intimidation. What? Why are we talking about Turtle Boy? This was all prior to this trial. In fact, it was all prior to the last fucking trial. What? This court acknowledges that the names of impaneled jurors who rendered a verdict in a criminal case must be retained in the court file and made available to the public. Commonwealth versus whatever, 2015. At the conclusion of this trial, the court extended the initial impoundment order at the conclusion of the first trial, based upon a motion by one of our favorite jurors who was mouthing the Commonwealth's position, established that publication of the list identifying the names of the impaneled jurors presented a real and present risk of personal harm to jurors and to the integrity of their service. Despite the impoundment of the jurors list at that time, at least one juror was identified in social media platforms last summer by Grant Ellis Smith. That's who published it. And where's his charges for intimidation? Where's his charges? That was impounded material when Grant Ellis Smith released his name. Where's his charges? Is he not going to be charged for doing that? Isn't that contempt of court? A picture of the juror and their LinkedIn profile were published on Twitter by Grant Ellis Smith. Where's his charges, Auntie Bev? Or is he a favourite? We don't charge. We only, this is a case of privilege again. We don't charge our favourite commentators. Sorry. Based on the circumstances of the first trial, where a juror avowed that they were in fear for their safety and the safety of their family if the list of jurors were made public. Yeah, let's talk about that. Next video. The safety of their family. Well, let's talk about Grant Ellis Smith doing all of that. That will be my next video that we're going to go over. And the fact that the case continues to receive daily divisive attention in Massachusetts and beyond, the court concludes that there is a real and present risk of personal harm to the jurors and to the integrity of their service. Personal harm to the jurors. Risk of harm to the jurors. Some of the empaneled jurors have come forward and spoken to the media after the verdict of 18th of June 2025. However, some jurors have requested the court impound the list of empaneled jurors beyond the initial 10-day period because they are fearful. The court, who are they fearful of? Because we're all welcoming them with open arms. None of us are threatening them. Who's threatening them? Judge? The court concludes there is a risk of immediate and irreparable injury should the list be made available to the public at this time. So they're going to impound it to the 16th until and unless otherwise, so it's indefinite basically, till Judge Bev says so. That's okay. None of us have a problem with the jurors being protected. We didn't have a problem last time and we don't have a problem this time. The problem is, Bevy, that you're not enforcing it. You make this order and then you don't enforce it. You made the order last time and Grant Ellis Smith broke the order and you didn't enforce it. That's the problem here, Bevy. Let's go to... Let's go to Grant Ellis Smith's fucking meltdown and what he's doing over here to the juror. I thought I had it pinned, but obviously not. Let's go. Here we go. This one here. Have a listen to this BS. This is what the jurors are afraid of. This BS. Listen to it. It's the most ridiculous, seriously, we need a wellness check. Someone needs to do a wellness check on Grant Ellis Smith.
Should not have done those national interviews. I get she's well-spoken, trained in PR, almost too well-trained, in my opinion. But she should not have done those interviews because if you have something like this, it's like people put it together. Maybe Hank Brennan was unable to find it during jury screening, but people put it together very quickly. And once you're out there and exposed and have done all those interviews, you've created a liability for the networks you've been on, because you now have a bunch of networks that asked you all those questions and they never brought up the fact that your father stole missile defense technology. The reason why she went dark, and I don't think she knew the thing with Iran was coming. She made a very, in my opinion, very prescient move, because the juror Paula was like, I'm going to go dark. It was yesterday, maybe about 4 or 5, almost genius timing, almost like someone who traffics in intelligence information timing, so good at it. Because 5-10 hours later, I'd say not even, because the strike happened at 8:30, maybe 8 p.m. So literally 3 hours before the Iranian strike, the U.S. strike on Iran, she's outie. And then
dude. So Paula goes to bed, or, off to friggin' tend to her family, because she does have, a number of kids. She goes off to attend her family. He's like, oh my God, she went dark right before the Iranian strike. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
President Trump addresses the nation at 10. Like, she picked a perfect time. Like, one, that's going to be the news. No matter what I reported yesterday, that was going to be the news, the Iranian strike. But she couldn't have known that. But also, it's very convenient because today, especially of all days, like the entire U.S. country, like, you don't understand what happens when we even like move towards war. Like, there's this like mobilization that happens, like the national spirit like very much like comes together. It's very unique.
Dude, what has the Iran war got to fucking do with Karen Read's case? Like, is anyone following what he's fucking going on about here? Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? This is why jurors are fucking scared. How often did you hear this sort of unhinged bullshit coming from our side? No, we stuck to the facts. We went over the they call US conspiracy theorists. I don't know what the fuck this is about. What the fuck?
Unique thing. Like, we are like this kind of like roaring tiger as a country that, like, especially if whether you attack us or we think that we have to go and fight a war, it's not like Afghanistan. If it's like a serious conflict where our bases could be struck or we could be struck, like, the country will just mobilize just uniformly. And then so out there today, to have this juror have to even potentially confront questions or ask about why your father-in-law was stealing U.S. missile defense technology that was classified.
How the fuck do you know who her family members are, Grant? What the fuck are you doing? How do you know who her family members are, and why are you targeting her family members? We saw this happen with Chris Albert, and I actually defended him. That they had the wrong Chris Albert. Like, you what the fuck are you doing?
Probably for Egyptian intelligence, when Egypt and Brazil are aligned, this woman went to Brazil right after he got caught. And then also,
dude, she was born in fucking Brazil. What the fuck are you talking about? Egypt and Brazil are aligned. What are you talking about? Oh my God, what the fuck? This is what the jurors are afraid of. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I mean, I could just play it through the whole 4 minutes of it, but it just gets worse from there. He's trying to insinuate that she's some I don't know what he's insinuating. He's just going off on a fucking tangent. What the fuck are they doing? And they're targeting her family. So, you know, Bev has this like specific piece in her fucking in her article, in her motion, that points out Turtle Boy, but not Grant Ellis Smith. And it was Grant Ellis Smith who fucking exposed the jury foreperson in trial 1.0. It wasn't until after he put it all over X and we proved that it was him that did it, that we now that you know we started talking about it. It was because Grant Ellis Smith did. And the thing that we were talking about was that Grant Ellis Smith did it. that he went against the court orders and published who that juror was. Everyone had been saying, oh, it's going to be Turtle Boy. He'll do it for sure. Look, watch Turtle Boy. And he never did. He knew who it was long before Grant Ellis Smith did. So Grant Smith Ellis. I keep saying it wrong. I keep saying it backwards because it just doesn't make fucking sense that Smith's a last name, all right? Anyway, yeah, let's get on to that one about the feds investigating. Let's get on to that next. TV's fucking live stream was hilarious. It really was hilarious. Let's get to that one next. Anyway, I just thought you'd be interested in knowing what Grant Smith Ellis, I said it right for a change, is saying. That he's actually threatening a juror. Let me go to Turtle Boy Live now. So first, well, actually, that's probably not first. Let's do this first. Let's do the cope and catfish first, because the catfish is fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Hang on. Fucking ads. Not that TB gets paid for these ads. Our other creators do, but TB's been demonetized. So let's talk about, is this it? Let me just make sure I'm on the right. Welcome to jury form a new interview. Publishing John DePietro 9:30. Yeah, I think we're in it. So let me share that. It's fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. So someone actually said to me on X, oh, there's an investigation of the jury open. My sources tell me. I'm like, whatever. I just laughed at him and went, there's no investigation into the jurors, you fucking idiot. But this is where it came from. So just so we all fucking on the same page.
Gross stuff.
I gotta tell you, dude, I can't get enough of this guy, dude.
I can't either.
I've never seen anybody like I was talking about this.
Oh yeah, and while we're on this subject, I also got footage of DePietro actually crashing his car into someone's taillight. The footage of it actually happening. So
the booing down the stairs was the greatest thing I ever saw in my life.
Dude, how awesome was that? when I was at the top of the stairs, I just heard the
thunderous booing, bro. Like
he was kind of smiling. Like I feel like he's like so out there. I thought it was an act at first, but no, he actually believes the stuff, as we're gonna see. So you saw the whole thing about how he got punked by not one but two fake jurors. Okay, so somebody else punked him too. So John's about to find this out. He doesn't know this is fake. Someone's about to alert him. So he has been apparently actively attempting to, he thinks he's talking to Hank Brennan, and he is feeding Hank Brennan information for the purpose of overturning this verdict. Or he thinks he's going to overturn the verdict. He thinks that he is going to launch, that he's cracked the code with this Juror 11 thing.
I just want to remind you all who started that. It was actually Coffin Doofus that started that, because straight after the verdict, they were all sitting there watching it with their gobs on the floor. That was the first thing she said, and everyone ran with it. So I just want you to know this started with Coffin Doofus. But anyway, I'm going to whiz off to the ladies' room while TB exposes the DePietro catfish. It's funny as.
And that he is sending Hank information that is going to launch an investigation, and he thinks that Karen's attorneys and Karen are under grand jury, that a grand jury is currently being convened to indict her and her lawyers on some sort of. I shit you not. I have the email. Okay, so somebody has been catfishing him. Pretending
what does this guy do? Look at the way he dresses. Look at the way he dresses. Does he get up in the morning, go through a loser wardrobe, put on loser fucking clothes, and then stand in the mirror and be like, yeah, today's a good day to lose?
No, when he looks in there, he's just like, he looks in the mirror every day and just says to himself, everything's turning up DePietro. Like everything. Oh, it's going to be another great day for DePietro today. Like he's just out to lunch. He thinks everything's going great. Like it's just wild. Like we got to go back and look at all his tweets about how awesome the jury was and then compare him to what he's saying now. We'll get to all that. So this is the email. So he has been messaging somebody who apparently he thinks is, I just want to read this so I have this right. So somebody has been pretending to be one of Brennan's secretaries or something. I don't even know what he thinks this person is. A fake person named Allison. Okay. And so he sends the following email today at 3:00. Okay. You ready for this? This is the email that he sends Allison at 3:00. Okay. So he says, Allison, I will make time. Is there any chance we can tentatively schedule a date? I am producing shows every day with close to 1 million interactions each episode. Okay. So he's like building himself up into like some superstar or something like that. Okay. And then he goes, I am in talks with some serious celebrities, and I would like to give their agents a heads up that I may have to cancel or reschedule their appearance to meet with Hank. He thinks he's talking to Hank's like secretary here. Okay.
Dude.
Then he goes, I know you are busy, but can you answer a couple questions? Oh, it gets better. Okay. He goes, can you answer a couple questions? Grant has heard, and I was also told that a grand jury is in session regarding Karen and her lawyers. Did Hank, oh, here it is. Did Hank have a chance to read my letter?
Oh my God, dude.
So this guy sent a letter to Hank Brennan, and now he thinks he's talking to Hank Brennan's secretary. And so he thinks like he's solved the case. Like he's going to work with Hank here and expose Jail 11 and expose this, whatever Karen Reed and her lawyers are doing, like stacking the jury and just getting a fair trial here. And he goes, I keep watching his closing. I truly feel that is the best evidence that there was a Karen Reed plant in the jury box. Okay. So like the best evidence that there was a plant in the jury box is Hank's closing between his spectacular performance he brought to the court. I can't see how anyone could vote not guilty. So his evidence that the jury was rigged is that Hank is so freaking awesome that under no circumstances could an honest juror listen to that closing and vote guilty for or not guilty for Karen Reed.
Well, riddle me this, DeBeepy. If that's true, then I guess how did they taint every juror?
Right.
Did they, you know what I mean? Like,
and here's the hilarious thing. That's exactly what Coffin Doofus said. I don't know if Will knows that, because I know that later in this 3.5 hour broadcast, they actually do watch Coffin Daffer saying that. But I don't know if Will knew that that's what she said. But they know the deal. They know what's going on. But this actually brings me to his video. Where the fuck did I put the video? Where's the video? Where's the video? Here it is. Show you this tab. Brings me to this is dash cam of DiPietro not only hitting the woman's car, but trying to drive away and pretend it didn't happen. Like, what? But we knew this video was out there. We just hadn't seen it yet. It just took a while for it to do the rounds on X. But here's the dash cam that caught him doing it. So he's over here in this corner here, just so you all know. You can hear it too. You can hear it do crack.
Totally did it. Yeah, he totally did it. That's the right guy on that.
No. Joe,
Crunch.
says, look at all these YouTube grifters and Twitter lawyers. Thanks for the invite. Stuck at work. If we're still... Oh, no. Tail light. Oh.
So she gets out. She continues filming on a dash cam. But she gets out, and then she runs after him, starts filming him with the camera. So now he's trying to get into that car park without hitting that car. And then everyone's noticing and looking at what he just done. Now he's gonna try and hang on. Let me get to the next video. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Let's do that. Now he's going to try and like escape.
Can you believe they left?
Yep, he left. And so what I showed you on our last live stream was her filming that tail light and him. He's parked over here now. So that's DePetro doing the tail light shuffle. He does. He tries to do the bolt. It's so funny. Oh my god, absconding and being chased. It's funny, right? So okay, we've done that. I can close that tab. We did that. Not sure about closing that tab because I think we need that again. All right, so here's some funny shit just to cheer us up because it matches my level of funny. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's talk about the juror that's the target of everybody's ire. So somebody share this tab instead. Somebody says, tries to ask Grok, how do they report the jurors? It's so funny. I'll click on the link just to show you what Grok said, but Paula actually, the juror actually shared this. This is the most complete and reliable poster I've seen addressing the allegations against the jurors. As a juror myself, I strongly encourage everyone who believes we were tampered with to follow all the steps outlined above and let the authorities investigate us. Then, once the investigation is over, you can go back to your keyboards, cry, complain, and eventually come to terms with the time and money you just wasted. But one of the things I wanted to point out here is that there's actually some people on our side. Well, I don't know if they're on our side. Like, it seems like there's some people on our side who are upset with her for speaking out. It's her right to do so. If you want to tell her to shut up, then you are probably the one that should shut up. It's not your choice. Her mouth, her life, her choice, not yours. So I love her clapbacks too, Michelle. She's fucking funny. But yeah, like, I don't know why people are taking a stance against her speaking out. They're the ones that I think are fucking wrong, but I just wanted to show you a few. The AI response suggests several times reaching out to Grant Smith Ellis. Let me just find where they're saying. I mean, most people are supportive, like speak up, Queen. I don't think you were tampered with. I think you are compromised. What the fuck does that mean? A compromised verdict is not the same as being compromised. A compromised verdict is like, we just want to give the family a bone, and so we're going to give a compromise. We'll have her for OUI. But a compromised jury is actually tainted. So there's a difference here. Helen, whatever your name is, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Like I said, there's not a lot of them, so I've got to dig for it. Here, right. So here's one, right? I mean, obviously, this is one of the trolls. I wasn't sure if that 227 million we gave you was going to pay off, but it worked. You did it. You managed to convince the other 11 jurors that she was not guilty. Enjoy your millions. Where did Karen Reed get a $227 million from, dude? Like, I don't think you're thinking straight. Or it's sarcasm, in which case, carry on. This Kristen person says, you are the reason people think think this, though. You got on here wanting to be famous and you look crazy. No, you look crazy, Kristen. People are allowed to talk if they want to. You know, the fact that people take notice is not her fault. I think you be thirsty, Kristen. anyway, I just wanted to show you, you know, just some of the people who are claiming to be on our side, which highlights something I think that's very important here, that there are people on the other side who are trying to do things pretending that they're on our side to make us look bad. Just as Turtle Boy pointed out, there's people on our side pretending to do shit, like catfishing to PP, for example, who are doing shit as well. I would suggest you don't do any of this shit. Like, stop playing these fucking games. It's dumb. Okay, you're giving us a laugh, but HB Hobby, tell me you're a Aussie without telling me you're an Aussie. But I think we all should just stop playing games with each other. Like, this is dumb. Let's not do this. Let's not pretend to be the other side. Let's not pretend anything. Like, just move on. You know, we got the verdict. Celebrate. Yay, yippee. Leave it and go away. So, like, you know, comments like this, to stop talking and go away. No, she's got a right to speak. You know, she's allowed to say whatever the fuck she wants. But playing fucking stupid games, yeah, I don't know what yous are doing. So the post was basically question to Grok who to get in touch with to investigate jury contamination. So there's another word, contamination. This is where the lawyers that we started out with in the lawyers forum for Massachusetts Weekly are talking about, you know, social media seeding the jury pool. So this is a different word again. To investigate potential jury contamination in the Karen Read trial, which concluded on the 18th of June, you would need to contact the appropriate legal authorities or entities responsible for overseeing judicial commission proceedings in Massachusetts. Guess who that is? Have a fucking guess. It's the Norfolk Superior Court. Who's in charge of that court? Judge Beverly Canoni. So let me get this straight. Judge Canoni, who in After Trial 1.0 completely denied that the jury could have been tampered with, is now the overseer of the complaints that they want to make during After Trial 2.0 that the jury was contaminated. Oh my God, it gets worse. Reach out to the clerk of courts at Norfolk Superior. Who's that? That's the same person that's been anti-Karen Read the whole time. Reach out to the defense team. Obviously, those are sensible choices who aren't going to do anything for you. You can get a complaint form. The Attorney General, you know, the Attorney General even supports anti-Karen Read. Sure, send her a letter and see where that gets you. But the thing I just wanted to point out was the funniest fucking part of this is that the Norfolk DA and Judge Beverly Canoni are actually in charge of these complaints. They're not going to admit that the jury was tampered with. The FBI, yes, let's do that. Let's talk about the FBI. Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Sure. Drag fucking Morrissey into it. Let's do that. I mean, it's just so funny how Grok replied to all of that. But anyway, stupid games, stupid prizes. Exactly, Kat. Exactly. I told you TB and I talk the same. Right. Oh, man. So, yes, I agree, Quizzy. Let's do that. Let's just focus on freeing Turtle Boy because he's still got charges involved with all of this, and Sandra Birchmore. Now, on the TV score. Wait, let's just end this with something funny, and then we'll move on to free the Turtle Boy. Let's get over to this because this guy is so funny, and he absolutely summed up my thoughts in 3 minutes and 32, and it takes me fucking 2 hours to say the same thing. But here we go. It's because he talks too fast as well. But anyway, let's listen to this.
People are like, why do you think the Karen Reed trial is a cover-up? I don't know, Nancy Drew. Which one of these stories do you think is more believable? Karen Reed and John O'Keefe are at the waterfall happily gushing about how John's niece just got into a private school, and then in the 5-minute drive between the bar and the McAlbert's house, they suddenly get in some outrageous fight. And then minutes after they pull up, other people pull up and see that Karen is sitting in the car alone. Which apparently means that John was, crouched on the ground on the side of the car, hiding from the other people pulling up. And then once they took the time to walk inside, Karen Reed pulled 50 feet ahead, backed up 84 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour, hit John perfectly with a clipping motion on the back of her taillight, sending John in a triple-double axle pirouette backwards 7 feet into the snow, putting dog bites on his left arm, and mysteriously making his Apple Watch look like he just walked 86 steps and down 3 flights of stairs, while simultaneously causing lashes on the front of his face, which nobody can explain, and leaving shards of glass on the back bumper of the car that got towed and drove for 50, 60 something miles that didn't match the glass that was supposedly in his hand. And then Jen McCabe butt dialed John's phone 7 times, and then Higgins, after a long day at work, decided at 2:30 in the morning after throating whiskey gingers all day, decides he's going to go back to the police station at 2:30 in the morning to move cars. And then he's caught on a surveillance camera texting, making phone calls in the parking lot, which he says he doesn't remember because they were butt dialed. And then Higgins' phone butt-dialed Brian Albert's phone, and then Brian Albert's phone butt-dialed Higgins' phone, never leaving a voicemail on either one. And then they talked for 17 seconds, but they didn't talk because they were both butt-dials, so their butt hung up on both sides of the phone multiple times. Because Timu Heisenberg was clapping his wife with their vicious German Shepherd in the room. Oh yeah, but the German Shepherd actually wasn't in the room because it didn't bark when there was a ton of cars and a bunch of police responders and fire trucks and whatnot out on the street and everybody screaming, including Karen, all caught on video. But they didn't wake up and they didn't hear it and the dog didn't bark. And then Jen McCabe went into the house to wake them up and went into their room, just burst into the room of a 30-year police detective. Nothing scary there at all. And she didn't see the dog because the dog wasn't in the room and also it didn't bark. But the dog sleeps in the room every night. And sometimes in the closet. Oh yeah, and then the trained first responder and 30-year police detective, while his friend supposedly was dead or dying out on his lawn, just decides to not come outside or anything. Then they sell their family home that's been in the family for generations, and then they mysteriously get rid of the dog. And then the day before their phones get subpoenaed, Brian Albert throws his in the trash, and then Higgins takes his to a military base and throws one in one garbage can and another broken SIM card that he destroyed in a dumpster. You know, because he's innocent! And then at 2 o'clock in the morning, Jen McCabe goes to her house and gets on her phone and watches It's Raining Men on YouTube and doesn't search Haslong to die in the cold because some nerd said that it happened 4 hours later for no reason. Because I don't know about you, because when my friend is dead or dying in the lawn and there's first responders tending to him, I just pull up a quick Google search to see how long it would be before he died in the cold, even though he's right in front of me. So if you're paying for your cell phone minutes by the call, you better not go to Canton, because you'll just have all your friends butt dial each other 30 times in one night. Oh yeah, and did I forget to mention that when John got hit by the car, supposedly, his phone landed underneath his body, and they brought a guy to testify that that was the case, and they said, how did that happen? He goes, just because it did! Okay! Or he went in the house! Which is more believable?
Fucking love him. Or he went in the house. Yes, Miss K, exactly. The Craig Casey, the other body on the lawn that nobody's talking about. Indeed. Canton has some weird shit going on. All right, so which is more believable? Okay, where were we going from there? I know we were going somewhere from there. Where were we going from there? Remind me what I was going to go do next. Karen Reed's movie deal. Was that where I was going to go next? I didn't actually believe that there was a movie deal because the first place I saw it was on the Hollywood Reporter. And the Hollywood Reporter is the worst source for any fucking information on any fucking trial. Let me tell you, we all learned that in the Johnny Depp trial, didn't we? Do not refer to the Hollywood Reporter for anything that you think is news. The point, though, is it has been confirmed by Kelly Reed that Karen has, in fact, signed a deal with LBI Entertainment to develop a scripted adaptation of a legal saga. and I looked into the company to see if there's any connection between Alan Jackson's previous producing of movies and this LBI Entertainment. That doesn't look like there is. But it doesn't surprise me that he's got these contacts. But that's who did the Martin Scorsese's 2023 drama Killers of the Flower Moon. And it got 10 Oscar nominations, by the way. So that's who LBI Entertainment is. That they're also based in Los Angeles, and we know Jackson's from LA. So for those who don't know, he gained prominence as the lead prosecutor in the Phil Spector murder trial. And he's since transitioned into legal analyst and media figure, appearing in various true crime documentaries and series, including his own. So that explains why Karen and Alan Jackson are not appearing on anybody's channels. Not anybody's channels. Now, there's a lot of people out there having a big cry, like supporters of Karen Read, having a big cry because Karen and Alan Jackson owe it to Turtle Boy to be on his channel. And that's not how I see it at all. And if you're one of those people, I don't know. You're obviously not considering what's at stake here. So, forget the movie for a second. Turtle Boy still has charges against him for witness intimidation, which were based on what? His communications with Karen and Alan. So, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for Karen or Alan to go on TB's channel and start talking to them. Aiden has been hinting all the way. He's been hinting that she's got other things going on, other deals in the process. He knew that. He knew that's why she's not going on his channel. And people saying, she owes it to you. Fuck her fucking future. Fuck your fucking future legal shenanigans. Fuck it all. You know, you fucking, they owe it to you, and so you should have it. Anyway, Turtle Boy released a video, which we're calling a hostage video, just out of humorousness, regarding this situation. So I wanted to share that with you next. So first of all, Karen and Alan have other shit going on, and they don't want to be part of getting Aiden locked up. So let's put that first and foremost. Secondly, Aiden's not even worried that they're not coming on his channel because he fucking knows. So people have to stop fucking harassing them about this. But anyway, let's go to Aiden's hostage video and have a listen to what he actually says about this. Forgot to share. Sorry. Switch to my share tab. Let's do that again. Go again.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to address some comments that I made on my show the other night that have become fodder for social media. Karen Read's team is not distancing themselves from me, and I'm sure I'll be able to sit down with them and have a recorded discussion with them eventually. The only reason I even brought that up on my show was because people kept asking when I was going to have them on, in light of Bob Alessi and David Unetti's appearances on other channels. I've always been straightforward about what's going on, so I answered the question truthfully. This has been perceived as me being bitter, but the truth is I was just answering a question that a lot of people were asking. Let me be very clear, though. Karen Read and her team don't owe me anything. I didn't do this for accolades and thank yous or money. I did this because I love doing investigative journalism, and I've been doing this sort of work for 11 years now. I love digging into stories and reporting what the rest of the media isn't. I love uncovering corruption, exposing people who behave badly, and helping innocent people. It's a very satisfying line of work, and I'm lucky and blessed to be able to do it for a living. I wrote about the Karen Read story because it was a story that wasn't being properly told by the media. I was shocked on April 17th, 2023, when I read all of the court filings and spent hours doing a deep dive. I published part 1 of the Canton Cover-Up series at 3:30 a.m. on April 18th, 2023, and I've never looked back. The story didn't take off because I sensationalized it. The story took off because the facts and the evidence were shocking. Like many of you, I have had no idea that our institutions could partake in something so transparently evil. My reporting and activism is not the reason Karen Read is free. Dr. LaPosada, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Russell, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Scordi-Bello, Lucky Loughran, and Nicholas Barros are the people most responsible for her freedom. It was their truthful testimony that caused the jury to realize that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, and therefore Karen Read did not kill him. You could argue that Hank Brennan, Yuri Buchanan, Judd Welcher, Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, and Kelly Deaver contributed to her acquittal more than anyone because of the way they behaved in front of the jury that proved that the Commonwealth wasn't being honest. Karen Read is free because of her own investigating and the fine investigative work done by her lawyers and private investigator. That's not to say that I don't think I played a part in it. I certainly did, and my reporting supplemented theirs. I wasn't just annoying Chris Albert outside of his pizza shop. I was filing public records requests, speaking with other witnesses, and passing this information on to the defense when it was useful. I found things in my own investigation and gave that information to Karen and her team prior to publication. I reported that Jennifer McCabe was parked outside the Proctor's house on September 25th, 2023, which proved for the first time that there was a personal relationship between the two families. This information was used in court filings, and the two families could no longer lie in court about that. More than anything, my journalism and activism raised public awareness, and without that, none of this was possible. Not only did the crowds outside the courthouse lift Karen Read's spirits, they also gave her the financial ability to properly defend herself. The Legal Defense Fund was an idea I suggested for Karen Read, and I was one of the first people to fundraise for it on one of my earlier shows in May of 2023. We ended up raising over $1.1 million, which paid for the defense to fly, feed, and lodge all of these experts time and time again for pretrial hearings. The experts are the reason the jury acquitted Karen Read, and every single person who donated to the Legal Defense Fund helped make that possible. There's no denying that the story has helped me professionally. Although I made a fine living with Turtle Boy before the Karen Read story, I've made a lot more money since writing about it, and my social media reach and online profile have grown exponentially as a result. But I never would have had the opportunity to do this if the Commonwealth didn't frame an innocent woman for murder. If they had dropped the charges after part 1 of the Canton Cover-Up series, then this story would have been a one and done, and most of you never would have heard about it. Instead, they decided to continue to frame Karen Read with new planted evidence. They arrested me for asking questions of the people who were quite clearly hiding something, and they dragged Karen through 2 internationally televised trials. They chose to do that, not me. My newfound fame and monetary gain that came out with it was simply a side effect of their choices, not mine. I've spoken to Karen many times since she was acquitted, but I don't want to bother her too much because I'm sure she needs space. Think of what she just went through. 3.5 years of being framed and tortured by the most powerful people in the state, being defamed as a murderer, having every word she said taken out of context, and dealing with the constant anxiety of knowing that at the end of this, there was a chance that she could spend the rest of her life in jail, which would mentally and physically kill her parents. Although you can probably imagine what a horrible feeling that must be, you don't really understand it until you've lived it. 4 times I've stood in front of judges at the Commonwealth as they've sought to revoke my bail and put me in jail for 60 days over completely made up charges. 1 time they succeeded, but all 4 times were anxiety-inducing hell. Being away from my kids for 60 days was the worst punishment I ever could have imagined. Talking to them on the phone from jail, pretending I was away on business, and not being able to truthfully answer their question about when I was coming home was painful. Reuniting with them on February 23rd, 2024 was one of the greatest feelings in my life. I couldn't sleep that night as I looked at their pictures on the wall and promised myself I'd never be separated from them again. I thought I would never be happier when I got out of jail, but the truth is I was never more scared. Just days after I was released, Paul O'Keefe and the McAlberts brought the woman who had lied about me and sent me to jail with them to a Karen Reed hearing for the sole purpose of having me charged with violating a restraining order. It worked. I knew that 17 days later, I would be standing in front of a judge who would have the chance to revoke my bail again, this time for 120 days. Imagine feeling the joy of being reunited with your kids after 60 days away from them, only to immediately be faced with the process of being away from them for another 120 days. It was the biggest tease ever, and I didn't truly feel free until the bail revocation was denied on March 14th, 2024. After that, they tried to have my bail revoked 2 more times, once over window intimidation and another over comments I made on my show about what I hoped would happen to the corrupt cop who knowingly participated in framing me. The feeling of standing in front of a judge, knowing that he has the ability to cause you the worst pain imaginable by taking you away from your kids again, is mental hell. I can't tell you the amount of nightmares I've had about going back to jail. It's on my mind constantly and will be as long as I'm out on bail. And these bad faith, corrupt law enforcement officials have the ability to lie and file motions that would take away my freedom.
Let me just say, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you at all, Michelle, because I know that you think he's underselling it. I think he's being humble. And I think humble is one of the greatest things for a human to avail themselves to. To be humble is a human thing. To be humble is an honest thing. And I like that he's being humble. And just because there's people out there who want to sing his praises and say, well, Karen wouldn't exist, or Karen's whole case would never have existed in our mind's eye if it wasn't for Turtle Boy. I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, he's humbling himself here, and you have to give him credit for that. So instead of discrediting him because he's not being what you want him to be, how about crediting him for what he is? And that in this case, he's being humble. He knows that she can't come on his channel while his cases are still pending because they were built on his communications with her and her team. So he knows that. He's showing humility. He's showing that he's humble. He doesn't hold it against Karen Reed. She doesn't owe him anything. And I believe that he's coming from a place of a good heart. And I want to give him credit for that. And I get it. Nobody wants to give him credit for that, but I do. So let's just finish it up.
Too many times to count, I've woken up in the middle of the night kicking and screaming as I was in the middle of a horrible dream about being forced back to jail. It's traumatic, and I deeply underestimated what it would be like when I got out of jail last February. I'm not telling you this to feel bad for me. I'm telling you this because I know what Karen Reed is going through, as only someone who has lived it can truly know. I see a therapist regularly, and I highly doubt Karen has time to. When what she's been through isn't normal. The smiles you see on TV and the confidence she exudes in public are her way of putting on a strong front. But she is human, and she knew that at the end of this, if she was convicted, that she would be the only one who has to go to the hellhole known as state prison. Although we're all happy for Karen Reed, keep in mind that the emotions she's feeling right now might be even worse than what she was feeling before she was acquitted. What she has lived through the past few years has been news and entertainment for us, but for her, it's been traumatic, and she may not even realize it until now. I don't know if she's having nightmares and random feelings of severe depression like I was after getting out of jail, but it would be very normal if she was. Life will never be the same for her after this. As for interviewing her, I've had many discussions with her over the last 2.5 years about being the first to interview her, but she never promised me that. It was always something I hoped for, but it wasn't something I thought I was entitled to. The fact of the matter is that she has lost everything as a result of this, including her job, her car, and her house. She has to rebuild her life again, which means she has to make money. As much as I would be honored to interview her first, the fact of the matter is that there is likely a bidding war going on right now for that honor. I'm just a guy with an online news website, and I can't compete with what others would offer her. I don't have hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. I've discussed this with her, and I think she should make as much money as she can off of this. She assured me that after the first interview, she'd be happy to sit down with me. So no, Karen Reed and her team are not distancing themselves from me because they're worried about new charges or because I use foul language that they don't want to be associated with.
That was
in fact, I was the second person Alan Jackson called after his wife on the day that Karen Reed was acquitted. I was invited out to dinner with all of them that night. It is purely a business decision for them now, which I not only completely respect, but I think they would be crazy and stupid to blow that type of financial opportunity just to throw me a bone. Everything I did with this story was for justice for John O'Keefe. I might get a little carried away sometimes, and I definitely use foul language that my mother wouldn't like. But the fact of the matter is that an innocent man was murdered inside Brian Albert's house, and the people who did it not only got away with their crimes, but framed an innocent woman for it. If this doesn't sufficiently outrage you to the point where you use foul language or want to get up in people's faces and ask them legitimate questions about why they murdered someone, then you're not understanding the gravity of what an injustice this was. I didn't do this for any sort of professional or monetary gain. I didn't do this to get an exclusive interview with Karen Reed. I did this because I was outraged and couldn't remain silent. I am fine with whatever happens from this point on. I will continue to do my show and make public speaking appearances, talking about my coverage of the story. If and when Karen Reed is up for it, I'd be happy to sit down with her for an interview. But for now, I just hope that she does what is best for her and her family, as will I. Thanks, guys.
Here. So I think he hit the nail on the head. This wasn't a privileged white woman. This wasn't about Karen Reed herself. This was about the injustice. That's what this was about. He got involved because he saw the injustice. I got involved because I saw the injustice. In fact, my involvement greatly increased when he got tossed in jail and framed himself. That was the injustice. It wasn't about Aidan Carney, the person. It was about the injustice. Like, you know, the government's up to bullshit when they're throwing people in jail for reporting on a case. You know they're up to shit. Going back to what we just covered, what's going on in Australia over the mushroom murder trials, people are being threatened with jail for reporting on a public interest case. Why is it a public interest case? In Canton, it was a public interest case because John O'Keefe was a cop and because cops did it. That's why it was a public interest case there. In the mushroom murder trial, it's because mushrooms, okay? Because death caps are fucking everywhere. Well, not really. They're in that area. There are mushroom foragers that need to know that this is what can happen. If you pick the wrong mushrooms, you need to know this. Even if you're just picking mushrooms for shits and giggles, like Goldie Tops or whatever, you need to know what mushrooms not to pick. So these are both public interest trials for very different reasons. But that's why we followed this case, because it was a public interest trial. It had nothing to do with Karen being white or privileged or what she looked like or what suits she wore to court or what her hair looked like. It had nothing to do with any of that. It's because cops killed another cop and they tried to get away with it. That's why I followed it. And if you ask anyone, any of the lawyers, anyone, they'll tell you that's mostly why they got involved as well. Had nothing to do with looks or any of the bullshit we have talked about in the nearly 4 hours that we've been online so far. Had nothing to do with any of that shit. It's a public interest case for that reason. Right, Lippy, for their magic qualities. And the mushroom murder trial is a public interest case for that reason. So, yes, they tried to shut him up. But on the same token, they were trying to shut her up as well, because the whole point of framing him was not just to shut him up, but to get her to shut up so that she couldn't talk do interviews and shit. They needed her in jail, and then they could shut her up as well. So that's what they were using him for, as a tool to punish her, basically. So the two go hand in hand. Both injustices go hand in hand, is what I'm trying to say here. It's not because I like Turtle Boy, even though I do. I think he's a great guy. I think that this video showed a lot of humility and sensible approach, and he should be credited for that. But it's not because I like Turtle Boy, or because, you know, for some reason I feel some urge to be brainwashed by Turtle Boy and defending him. It's because of the injustice. That's what we all responded to. It was injustice. That's what the world has responded to, the injustice. And you have the Massachusetts Law Society, or whatever the fuck they're called, having these ridiculous conversations that go well outside of what we all reacted to, which was injustice. We're reacting to it here in Australia because of the injustice, because we can see our own courts and our own governments doing the same things here in Australia. We're just not allowed to talk about it. And that's part of the injustice, that they can do to us what they're doing to Aiden here without fear or favor. They can just do it to us. They can just throw us in court and say, well, you broke the, you know, sub judice, whatever the fuck they call it, which is, in my opinion, being abused here in Australia, just to shut down any criticism of our courts whatsoever. So, animal spirit, you're welcome, spirit animal. But this is what the movement is about in a nutshell. And you're right, Tracy. It's because we saw the injustice. We saw the power of the state being weaponized against somebody who could have been any one of us. If you want to believe that the mushroom lady accidentally picked death caps and fed them to her family, then you might see an injustice there. You might want to criticize, you know, the way the prosecution moved against her. I don't know. I don't specifically believe that, but hey, there's people out there who might. We have a right to criticize how the law is used against us, how the power of the state is used against us. We have a right to criticize that. But in Australia, that right's not protected. So it's actually not written in the law that we have any fucking rights here in Australia. We actually don't have any rights. Even the ones that we do are under the international law, which America basically says we have to follow, but we don't fucking care because we're America's buddies, so we don't follow it. So we don't have any rights in Australia. And he's not wearing an FKR shirt. I'm glad you noticed that. Yeah, because I didn't notice it, but well done. He's not wearing sarcasm. He's not wearing anything that attacks the families that he's been pointing at. Like, you got to give the guy credit where it's due. So for people who are saying, you know, that Karen somehow owes him something, no. Do I owe him anything? No. I double checked everything he wrote on his website. I double checked that those were actual receipts, that they came from actual sites, that they came from actual court filings. I double checked everything because I wasn't even just taking his word for it. You know, I didn't know who he was before this all kicked off. I didn't know that all these receipts would check out, but I did check them. And for those who are OGs and been following me since day dot, you'll know that that's what I do. It doesn't matter what name you carry behind you. I will check the receipts. I don't just take anybody's word for anything, and I don't repeat shit where I haven't checked the receipts. So, in that light, you know, I don't stand behind Turtle Boy because he did or said something that I think was outrageously heroic or anything like that. He did what a journalist does. He did what I do on my channel. You know, he checks his receipts, he talks about it, he says what he thinks is the truth, and he stood behind it. That's all he did. And the fact that they tried to use him as a weapon against Karen, that makes me stand behind him. That same injustice, the same way they frame Karen, they're framing him. That's the injustice that we're all standing up against. It ain't nothing to do with he brainwashed me. You know, I don't think like Turtle. I don't speak like Turtle. Well, sometimes I probably do. I know I use the C word a lot when we were reviewing What's His Face's podcast. But I don't think like this guy. I don't act like this guy. I don't have any reason for him to infiltrate my brain and take over. I'm a pretty independent thinker, which is one of the reasons that I get into trouble here in Australia with the government. I'm not allowed to be an independent thinker here. For the people who are saying that she somehow owes him something, she owes him nothing. She owes him nothing. He agrees she owes him nothing. I agree she owes him nothing. He didn't cover the story because he felt that she would owe him something at the other end of it. In fact, I think that the photo that he took at the end of the trial with Karen Read, where both of them holding their fists up, which was a piss take on what's his name? I think it was Colin Albert and his uncle Brian doing the same thing. Don't fuck with us. Don't fuck with these two. That's what that was. That encapsulated why he was doing this. That encapsulated, without Karen saying a word. Yeah, where is he? Where is that moron? He's gone underground. I'm sure he's moved on to another case, but so to wrap up the stream, I don't really want to wrap up. I got so much more. There's like heaps more I want to fucking talk about. Colon. Exactly. There's heaps more I want to talk about, but what I want to wrap the stream up with is this was never about Karen Read, not herself as a person. You know, I cared what happened to her. I cared about the case. I'm not discounting that I learned to care about her. But this was about injustice. That's what this was about. Always from the start. That's what Turtle Boy's saying here. That's what I would like to repeat. This was about injustice. This whole stream, we've talked about all the different levels of the government trying to cover up injustice. I did a whole storyline on justice must be seen to be done, because the states represent us, the people. When the states use all the tools in the book to try to convict somebody that they don't have enough evidence to convict, justice is not seen to be done. If the public doesn't see justice is being done, then you have not achieved the very definition of justice. You can go on your PR trek and tell everybody, no, justice wasn't done here. But if the people are now backing down, they're no longer protesting this particular case, then the people have fucking spoken. The people have seen justice to be done. We're supporting the jurors. This is a whole other topic. We'll talk about the jurors in a second, but we're supporting the jurors and their decision and how they came to that decision because we feel that justice was done. The other side is not, because they don't feel justice was done, but they don't measure in the numbers. You know, Michael Proctor said, it's the silent majority. Well, where the fuck are they now? You know, we were going to have a protest out the front of the court. Who turned up? Fucking nobody. Where are your silent majority? You could turn out with just your signs or just your blue shirts and zip it and not say a fucking word and still be the silent majority. But where are you? Where is your belief that justice for John O'Keefe wasn't served to you? You couldn't even turn out to your own fucking event. So to wrap it all up, this wasn't ever about Karen herself. This wasn't because she's a good looking lady or because she had a particular expression on her face or didn't, or because she dressed in a blue suit, or because her hair looked a certain way, or because she wore fucking blah blah brand clothes and shoes. This was always about justice. We needed to see that justice would be done. And now that we've seen it, we need to move on, because justice has not finished. being done yet. They're still going after Turtle Boy. They're still going after Aidan Carney. We need to stand up for Aidan Carney just as viciously and passionately as we stood up for Karen Read, because it was never about Karen Read. It was about justice. So there's a couple of other points I'd like to make here. Mizzy is still talking about the Sandra Birchmore case. Those guys are worming their way out of justice. Now, we know the feds have arrested somebody, but we don't know that justice is going to be served here. It seems like they're trying to get away with it. It seems like that they're trying to use every trick in the book to get out of, or he rather is trying to get out of, the federal charges that he's been put under. Nonetheless, we will be following that case because it's about the same thing. It's not necessarily about Sandra Birchmore herself, although I believe it is for the families. It's about justice. We need to see that justice is being done, and it's not just holding Massachusetts, the state, accountable. It's also holding the feds accountable. If they are the checks and balances for public corruption and they get railroaded by these people who have seemingly more power, then justice still isn't being done, right? That's what justice is about. It's the checks and balances need to be held in place. They need to be enforced. If the feds can't bring Sandra Birchmore's murderer to justice, then America's got no fucking hope. Justice needs to be seen to be done in order for it to be done. Otherwise, it's not done, right? Thank you, Kat, for the gifted membership, and welcome to the Blue Jay. Isn't that interesting? Welcome to the bony ass level of memberships, Blue Jay. It's funny because when the crowd were forced to be silent, and they were just showing the love symbol and not making a sound, I had actually said on my stream, you know what they should do right now? They should make the Blue Jay whistle like out of the movie, because that's what I felt like they were doing. It was like the Hunger Games. I felt like they were playing this like the state of Massachusetts was playing this Hunger Games kind of fucking theme. And the whole crowd was silent. Someone should have done that Blue Jay whistle. Kerry Smith, it doesn't actually matter that he's not the father. The fact that she told him he was, and then he murdered her, that's the fact that counts. It will be interesting to see who the DNA comes back to, because if it's one of the other offenders, because there was 4 men who were involved with her. One was Farwell's brother. It was Matthew Farwell, and I forget his brother's name. And there was 2 other officers involved, I believe from the same district. I have to brush up on the details, like seriously, because I got holes in my memory. I've got so many cases and so many holes in my memory. I've got to brush up on my details, which is generally why I only cover one case at a time, because otherwise I'll get my details all mixed up. Kat Randall says, this is a ripple stone thrown in still water. Exactly. We ain't got no quit. Yeah, her name is Kat in the movie. That's right. Sorry, her name is Kat in the movie. That's right. Thought I'd give you a laugh. Coffin doofus must be happy with the not guilty. So, oh, you mean this one? Coffin doofus. Sorry, I realised you're talking about that comment. Coffin doofus comment straight after the verdict. It is what it is. Like you said, we've got to respect it. I'd rather have guilty people go free than, somebody innocent get convicted. She didn't even say it very convincingly, but yes. Shamanda, yes. So, oops, I got that one. Thank you for being a member for 5 months. Matthew Devine is another one. Thank you. He's another one who is part of the Sandra Birchmore case. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Fanning and Guarino should be punished for their despicable actions in that investigation. So there was bias in that investigation. It went way deep. The bias, the everything. All right, so God, I had so much more to cover, but we've already been here for 4 hours. It's probably getting late in America. If you want to stay up later, let's at least cover. Shit, I closed everything. Trying to conserve battery life, so let's switch over to this for 1 second. I want to go into Samantha Beningo. I want to go into that because I feel like there's some very pertinent points that she made. I don't belong here. Let me try and find the very pertinent points that she made. So I'd like people to just go a little easier on the family members and why they're behaving the way that they're behaving. Like, it's really difficult because, you know, we know somehow that part of Karen Read's taillight that Sergeant Barros saw missing from the vehicle in Dighton somehow made it from Karen picking it off her car at One Meadows over to 34 Fairview Road. So this makes it very difficult for us to have a full amount of empathy for the family and John's friends. Although some of these people, I would just call them grifters because they clearly weren't friends. You know, like 30 years ago they might have been, but they certainly weren't currently friends. But nonetheless, even just me having that attitude is still having a lower amount of empathy than I should have. And so I just wanted to play through Samantha Bongino's. Sorry, she's not a Bongino. I can't pronounce her name all of a sudden. I'm going to let her pronounce her name. Let's just get to it. I'm sorry. Well, ads. Let's get past the ads. I would like her to have the ad revenue, so we will just put up with the ads for this one as well. But there's some important things that she draws out of what's going on here, and I think it's very important messaging. I'd love for everybody to take this on board and understand at least the psychology behind it and why it's so difficult for some of the friends and family members to comprehend their own feelings. So this is really important message behind the whole thing.
He is a close friend of John O'Keefe. They were good friends since college. I can understand this can't be easy, but I need you to help us understand what it's like from the other side. That story hasn't been told enough. How are you personally handling what?
I'm pretty sure she's going to say something here, but let me just say it before she does. Ningo, like Dingo Aussie. Thank you, Michelle. Let me just say, both sides, anytime Karen's side is spoken of, there's always the other side there having their say too. So, Vinny, I find what you're saying here is completely disingenuous. There has never been a time when only Karen's side is the one being told. Just because there's more supporters of Karen doesn't mean that she's getting the loudest voice. You yourself always put on, every time you talk about this case, the other side. So stop it. Stop it. Fucking disingenuous is what that is.
Transpired and the verdict in this case.
That's the lead-in. That's the lead-in to this. That's the footage of the lead-in to this. Vinny, we saw you out there. We saw you with your pink tie. We saw you just bathing in the sea of pink.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a defender of Court TV. If anything, I've thrown them under the bus because of their shoddy and often ridiculous coverage of the case. But I think Vinny has, at the very least, deliberately maintained a neutral stance, has tried never to be on one side or the other. But John Jackson sees him out there, covering the case, during jury deliberation. Vinny was there each day. I saw him myself. Yes. What are the limits? Because of that, and the fact that John Jackson is emotional about this, he comes in and starts attacking Vinny. And of course, in this case, he's absolutely incorrect.
He was actually wearing a blue tie in that little segment. Just to point that out to you.
You're going to see right here and right now how his view of reality has been superimposed onto what he's seeing, the objective sense data that is in front of him.
Didn't wear a pink tie, John. Didn't wear a pink tie,
So
John.
you hold it up. You held it up, right?
No, I didn't. I held up a red tie, John. If you
see, okay, here it is. Look at this look on John Jackson's face. So he really believes that he's caught Vinny in a lie here. Completely uninformed that on verdict days, whenever Vinny covers a trial, he wears a red tie. And in this case, again, he's tried to stay neutral, but John Jackson, again, remember, belief overrides what our senses see, hear, taste, touch, and smell. That's how powerful your beliefs are. And when you add really strong emotion, you have what amounts to not only confirmation bias, but to John Jackson, look at the look on his face. He is sure that he has just nailed Vinny in a lie. He is.
Sorry, muted. So what she's saying here is absolutely true. The fact that you have a belief in something, this is something that I have always focused on in what I'm trying to show people on my channel. You can have a belief in something, and then when you go and look for answers to verify your belief, you're creating that distortion of this supports my belief, therefore it must be true. So I tend to put a lot of effort towards trying to check myself on that, but also teaching my audience how I do that so that they can do it too. But if you do have a very strong belief system, then everything that you look at is going to be colored by that belief system. There were several times throughout trial 1.0 where I thought, holy shit, was I wrong about that? Like there was things where I thought I was wrong, but then to go and check what I said, where I collected that information from, what was my bias. When I went and double checked myself, I found, there were some things where I was wrong, and I had to admit that. If you can't admit the parts where you're wrong, then how can you stand by the parts where you're right? You need to have that balance. And so that's something that I like to try and teach my audience. Don't let your bias do the driving. Like, at least find those areas where you can go, I was wrong about that. This is what I was trying to say with the Richard Allen trial. I actually thought he was innocent to begin with too, till I found more and more evidence that didn't support that. I had to change my mind. I actually thought the dude they already had in jail was the one who did it. But I had to check my own confirmation bias and double check it and make sure what where I was going and what I was thinking and where I got that information from. I had to double check all of that. So everyone had to check their feelings in that trial as much as we have to check our feelings in this trial. So I just wanted to support what Samantha was saying there about that particular topic. So
sure of it. Right? It's really something to watch this happening in real time.
Watch me, if you've watched my career, so every verdict I wear a red tie. So I switch from the purple. From the purple.
The career is interesting.
Okay, this is the way it's going to go. Let's go.
The career is fantastic. The career is fantastic. Look, up until this case, we all watched you.
So now he's trying to walk it back, and he's...
Wait. If you watched Vinny up until this trial, you all watched him, then you knew he wore a red tie on fucking verdict day, right? That's how much his bias is clouding his judgment.
Saying something even more telling here without realizing it. He's saying, up until this case, we all watched you. Well, if you weren't watching, how would you know what side Vinny is on? How would you know what his feelings really were? And that's why Vinny's fighting back, because he's like, bro, you're wrong. Like, you're just flat out wrong.
You're wrong.
You're accusing me of stuff that's just false. So John Jackson, of course, then feels bad because he's a nice guy, obviously. And I think he tries to walk it back because he felt bad, but not because he thinks he was suddenly wrong. He feels bad because he came in hot and attacking. And he's going to explain why he was so angry when he first came on with Vinny in just a second.
All did. We all watched, any case that had any kind of interest to us, we watched. But I just watched that interview with that juror. Well, I was here to talk about something completely different. And it's unfortunate because...
Okay, let's talk about whatever you want to talk about, John. I'll give you an opportunity. It's not a problem.
I can't believe what I just heard from that. I just watched the show, so I can't believe what I just heard that juror say.
You can't.
So many things. I just went over it. I couldn't believe what I was listening to. It believes the dog bite theory, but they didn't really present it at trial.
So what John is telling us here is that he had just watched a segment as he was waiting to come on this spot here with Vinny, and that they had one of the jurors on, and that juror was talking about why they voted not guilty. And he's watching that. And as he's watching that and feeling like some great injustice has been done onto him, he's getting more and more angry, which explains why he came in and so charged, right? And he still has it right now. He's very emotional and he's outraged by the things that the juror said, which of course is going to help us because it gives us insight into where the mind of the O'Keefe family and friends, where their mind was and what they were focused on.
Right. So let me just add to, I just paused it there because I want to comment on Ashley. His brother was killed by a drunk driver and his bias in Karen's case has always been here. Right. And I think too that we can actually compare and contrast that with Sergeant Barros. Was he not just recovering from having been hit by a drink driver when he was asked to testify in trial 1.0? So this is the compare and contrast, the different ways our own psyche affects different people. So this guy is holding the bias because his brother was killed by a drunk driver, whereas Sergeant Barros has recognized that he might have a bias and saying, well, I'm not going to have that bias. I'm just going to testify to the truth. So I feel like, don't get me started on the fake Higgy call. So yeah, I feel like Sergeant Barros actually understands these human emotions a little more than this guy is processing it. So you're going to see in the photos, the photos of him and John together, that he hasn't been a friend of John's for many, many years.
As they saw and heard all the evidence be rolled out.
Her words. Barros, she talked about Officer Barros. She apparently missed the the cross-examination, although she did hat tip to Mr. Hank Brennan for his cross-examinations. But
so fascinating here. Now, if you've seen Officer Barrows do any interviewing since the trial.
And I told him, the last thing I said was that, there was a crack, a piece was missing and it was not completely damaged. And, they talked about a picture and I said, no, I wouldn't agree to a picture of completely damaged taillight.
But he also explains that the picture, that the fast one that Hank tried to pull on him, essentially was a byproduct of having seen a lot of those pictures be circulated. And because he's particularly interested in this taillight, because it's something that he personally, it was a whole experience he was personally involved in, right? He was on site at Karen Read's house when they came to take the car away. So he, of course, was paying closer attention than probably even we are about the taillight and the images of the taillight. So he couldn't be sure when Hank Brennan said, is this the picture? It's really interesting to me because it's clear as we go through this, he thinks of himself as a smart guy and as a man who tries to be objective. And he really believes that about himself, as you're going to see. And so he's struggling because he's trying to look at the evidence objectively, but he can't, because if Karen Read is guilty, in order for her to be guilty, your brain cannot view the evidence objectively. It's purely impossible, right? So he has to, in order to hold that belief that Karen Read is guilty, he has to systematically ignore and literally ignore. Remember, belief is more powerful than the sensory information coming in. So his brain is going to literally block, hide, or deceive by not showing him the bits of information that would be exonerating for Karen. And it's going to highlight any little bits here and there, like, for example, Hank Brennan's cross-examination of Barrows, like somehow him getting that image wrong means that he didn't actually see the cracked taillight, right? I mean, it's
Oh my God, I did it again. Let me just say, I've got Barrows racked up next for those who missed it. A TikToker knew his wife, I think, knows his wife personally. So she got like an interview with him. We'll do that next because you're going to see the difference here. The difference here in bias. You're going to see a complete contrast of bias and non-bias, basically. But we'll get to that in a second.
Absurd, and it can obviously both be true at the same time. But John Jackson can't hold those two things as true, so he has to highlight Hank Brennan's award-winning cross-examination because that matches his belief that Karen Read is guilty. And you're going to see this pattern over and over again in everything he says.
Hey, look, I'd love to talk about Johnny.
John, let me give you an opportunity. You could talk about whatever you want. As a guest on this show, you can talk about whatever you want right now. You've got the microphone. We've got the camera. You have a question for me. If you want to talk about the juror, the way she saw the case, that's fine. You've answered my question that I have already. I sense that you are absolutely livid. You're unhappy. There's a sense of anger. So my question's answered.
Yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
So let me just run through it. Okay, it's been a couple days. So the first couple days, obviously we were all together when the verdict came out, and it was rough, man. It was you sat through the whole case and you watched everything come and go, all the evidence come and go, and look, to us, the prosecution put on a good case, and to us, that data from her car and from Johnny's cell phone told the whole story. Right. So.
All right. So I want you to think back to Shannon Burgess's testimony, because this is the testimony that John Jackson believes was the most important testimony of the entire trial. Okay. A testimony I'm pretty certain he probably didn't even understand in its entirety. A testimony that most certainly proved that the car did not register an accident of any kind.
Let me just interrupt her here, because I just need to point out that he watched trial 1.0 as well. So he's talking about the combined testimony of Trooper Paul and Burgess. See, he saw both trials, not just this trial. So he's talking about the combined testimony of the two. The problem that we all have with that data is that there are no timestamps. That's the problem we all have. They never proved that these timestamps actually match the actual incident. They proved she did at some point a 3-point turn. That's fine. When did she do that 3-point turn? There's no timestamps. They proved that her telematics system never recorded an accident. Sorry, not the telematics, the crash data, the crash telematics. They didn't report any incident at all. They never even proved to us that that key cycle matched that data. So what Samantha's saying here is that his bias is leading him down that path, but there is actually no confirmation that can lead us to that path with any sort of reliability. So having this conversation with Tom Webster on his channel, because he's gone down the same path. Oh, all this data, this is what the data says. It's like, well, you screwed up from the start, because the data actually didn't say that. You know, the Waze app said 12:24. If that happened 3 minutes prior and you're using monotonic time as the measurement, then you have to adjust all of the data to the monotonic time to match the monotonic time. So if you've got a health app by Apple that's reading the health app servers, and it's using the servers, the Apple servers time, but you're measuring everything by the monotonic time, you got to adjust all the server time to the monotonic time. Richard Green said it was 3 minutes out. So if you're going to adjust, you've got to adjust everything from the Apple health data back 3 minutes. Do you get what I'm saying? And so there's this bias where they just don't understand the maths involved. If you're going to say, all right, we're going to do everything from the Apple server time, okay, the health kit data, that's the time benchmark that we're going to measure everything from, then you need to convert the Waze time to the Apple time and convert all of those monotonic timestamps into 3 minutes forwards in time, previous in time. So essentially, if you aren't doing the math in your own head, if you are actually doing the math and you're just taking someone's word for it, that this is what happened and this is the timestamps, if you are not thinking about this clearly enough, that you're actually doing your own mathematics in your own head, then obviously you're not going to get to the answer. And I don't believe, I think what Samantha's saying here is that their bias prevented them. They knew there's a whole bunch of things. They could know more of the truth if they allowed themselves to think it. But they can't allow themselves to think it, and she's going to explain why. We as creators don't have that excuse, by the way, because we are not personally involved.
And by the way, Burgess's data doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything. It proves nothing. And part of the thing that you have to understand about the telematics data, and this is something that I had to get schooled on because I was really interested in the telematics data, really interested. I was interested in it for a different reason. I was trying to figure out how the key cycle data would have lined up. And what I came to understand from people who have helped me via email and other outlets, other sources, friends of friends, was that this data is just plain and simple, not meant to be used in the criminal justice system for anything. And that by trying to match up these different types of data sources, it gets very messy. It is very difficult to say conclusively what any of it means. And it's very difficult to believe that any or all of it is conclusive enough for a conviction. Like this.
Right, Quizzy, just how can there be dog DNA if they didn't actually swab John's wounds? Of course there was no dog DNA because they didn't swab anything. They swabbed some parts of his shirt, but the wounds where the skin was missing, where the dog's teeth actually dug in, where there was going to be DNA, were never swabbed. So of course there's no dog DNA. It's kind of like the same with the so he took the opposite. I don't want to even get sidetracked. Let's not get sidetracked. Let's continue with Samantha's analogy of what's going on here, because it's very important.
This is not the kind of information that you would hang your hat on to convict a woman of murder for the rest of her life. There's just not enough evidence, and that's the plain and simple truth of the matter. And a testimony that was given by someone who is fundamentally dishonest, who has been lying on his resume.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that there's no degree?
At here and now. But if we're going to go ahead and look at cell phone data, then we have no choice but to just look at the timeline and say, well, if Karen Read, if she connects to the Wi-Fi at John's house at 1236 and the Commonwealth is...
I'll stop it there because apparently 1236 isn't the time, but look how old these photos are. Look how old his clothes are. That's how long since this joker was friends with John O'Keefe. But see, I'm doing it still. I'm still judging the guy. But Samantha's asking us to have a different opinion on and how we judge him. So let's hear her out.
is claiming that this accident happens at 1232. It is just not possible for Karen Read to have made it to One Meadows and also been responsible for any kind of accident with John. So these things are just impossible, right? That is just a objectively impossibility. But somehow, again, John Jackson sees that the cell phone data and the telematics information is somehow a certain evidence, absolutely surefire evidence that Karen Read is guilty. Never mind the injuries, never mind that there was no accident, never mind those things. And it's fascinating, right? Because yeah, I mean, think about it. If you're going to be on the other side, just put yourself in his shoes. If you're going to believe and you have you have to believe, okay? Imagine that you have to believe that Karen Read is guilty. And you ask me, well, why, Sam, would I have to believe that? Well, for this family, it's not just that they, don't like Karen Read. It's much more than that, because if I am to accept that Karen Read is not responsible for this, then my brain has to shift in its thinking to start to look at who is responsible, which then starts to lead me down the road of people who have gone out of their way to be a part of my life over the last 3 years. People who were allegedly on my side, so much so that I invited them to be seated with me at different points throughout this trial and the last trial. So
this is a massive mental hurdle. You have to accept that these people tricked me. These people who have been befriending me all this time have tricked me into believing in their innocence, have tricked me into believing someone else's guilt, have tricked everybody around us. This is not an easy thing to be aware of. For me personally, that whole moment where it's like, oh my God, how did I fall for that bullshittery? It's pretty common for me to do that. That's because I acknowledge I'm Asperger's and I don't see freaking signs right in front of my face. I don't see someone's getting upset until they're blown up in my face. Stuff like that. So for me, it's not a hurdle. It's not a mental hurdle to go, oh, I got fooled. I am very easily fooled. I got fooled by, people I platformed on my channel multiple times. I saw them as decent human beings, and they ended up being fucking quite the opposite. And it's not until it's all blown up in my face that I realize it. Because that's been the pattern all my life, I find it easy to accept in my own brain, yeah, okay, I got fooled again. But people who are not used to that, readjusting their brain into saying, yeah, I got fooled, is not an easy task for them. And especially when it's been years upon years upon years of mental manipulation and devious behavior on their part to fool these people. So I actually do understand that. I understand that there's an extra layer of denial that goes with grief, basically. And it's not just grief of the loss of a loved one. This type of denial can exist in just let's just say a family environment where the one of the partners is abusing the children. The other partner often won't believe the child. It's just this state of denial exists without grief, even though that probably does cause a certain amount of grief. You get where I'm coming from, though. It's still based on grief. But the loss of someone that you love is, that extra level of grief. And that adds an extra level of denial that goes with it. So if you have already gone, I hate Karen. We know Peggy hated Karen, all right? It's not a bad thing to say about someone. We just know there was no love lost there. I don't know that Karen felt all that kindly towards Peg, and we know Peg actually voiced it in her own words that there was no love lost for her either. So just, accepting that that's the case, that she wants to point a finger at someone that she doesn't specifically like, but the reality is someone she specifically does like and has welcomed into her family and has created a bond with, and so on and so forth. This is a much bigger leap for her to make mentally, to have to reconcile what she's seeing in the courtroom, what she's seeing of the evidence, what she's accepting as evidence, and what she's rejecting as evidence. So that's the important message, I think, that Samantha is putting across here. Well, we can judge these people really harshly because we don't believe that the evidence proves what they believe. On the same token, we need to be human about it. We need to have a humane understanding that the level of denial and the level of grief and the level of manipulation and all of that stuff is like, it's a big hurdle to climb mentally. These people are going to be in therapy for the rest of their lives because of what John's murderers have done to them. Right, Rain says they also have to be able to believe the police officers will be capable of doing all the bad things they've clearly done. A lot of us have been rather brainwashed to trust police implicitly. And there's that extra level too, that John was a police officer, not just being brainwashed to believe all police officers, but he was obviously a good police officer, so they believe in the goodness of police generally. So I don't know that they were even brainwashed, that they have a connection to the office, to police officers, period, because of John's job. So, but as far as us watching on, you're right. Yes, Mark, I agree that was straight up manipulation from the outset. So we know that morning that John was declared by the hospital, she was already at the house with a car repairer. We know she organised that. John didn't have much of a relationship. Yeah, that's what I heard too, Michelle. They were fighting over custody of the kids. I've not seen any proof that they were fighting over custody of the kids. I've not heard that being confirmed by anybody that knew them. So that I just want to say that's the rumor. I don't know if I believe it or not until I see evidence that supports it. So Tracy says, I'm 64 years old and only figured out the toxic family environment wasn't me in 2020 when COVID cut the contact, even though still with the same 8 miles, right? Took me a long time to realize that too. I think I was like 40 something before I realized it wasn't just me. So John O'Keefe's friend John Jackson and Brendan Kane were on Yellow Cottage Tales. Nasty Auntie, yeah, we know who he is. The Day of NG, that's who we call Plevin, for those who don't know. John and Brendan 100% believe Karen is guilty and the FKR people are morons. It's sad. We only need to do the math, really, right? You only need to do the math. When the math don't add up, that's when you got to say, wait a minute, do I have a bias? And yes, it's multi-layered. It is very much multi-layered, correct. Because you have the grief of the loss, then you have the manipulation of them. It is multi-layered. So, we know that part. We know that part's true. We know that there was some family fighting because they weren't helping out with the kids. We know that because of John's texts with Karen. We know there was some of that going on, and they were criticizing John unfairly. That there was some stuff going on like that, absolutely. So, yes, if there's documents, find them for sure. If there's documents, because you can't post links on YouTube, I would just give me the name of the website or give me hints on how to find it or what you Google to find it, and I'll try and chase it up. So that's the sum of Samantha's entire video. I only just showed you, 10 minutes of it. If you want to hear her entire thing, please go and check her out. Let me just pop the link in the chat for you. She has some very interesting feedback, and she is actually a licensed therapist. She does know what she's talking about. There's people that are not in licensed therapy. It was family court. Thank you, Ashley. That's the link to Samantha's video if you want to watch the whole thing. So he didn't like giving them a click. We don't like giving them a click either, which is why we just call him Plevin, so that people just have to work it out themselves. We don't like giving them the coverage because they're just so full of shit. So not advertising for them. They can do their own advertising. So where are we? After that, I was going to go to another video. What was the other video? Oh, that's right, Mr. Barros. That's who I was going to go to next. Let's do that. So the difference is night and day between these people. So Sergeant Barros, he was injured in the line of duty or off duty. I can't remember. He's going to tell the story anyway. But I'm pretty sure it was a drunk driver hit him. He was in recovery when he testified in trial 1.0. He'd been off work for I don't know how long. But what we're going to do now is just compare the difference, whether we have bias or no bias. Does he know that Karen Read was drinking, and does that change the way that he's thinking about her control of the vehicle that night? Amanda says, yeah, don't watch them unless you want to get angry and lose brain cells. They're not people who can do math. Let's put it that way. They're not adept at math. The only reason I argued with Tom Webster is because he is adept at math. I'm pretty sure he knows how to do math. Pretty sure he's a smart guy. and he knows, and he's a geek, and I know he knows his math. But whether or not I challenge him enough to reassess the math, we shall see. But let's have a listen to Barros, because, you know, unlike, you know, I lost a family member to a drunk driver. He was actually a victim to a drunk driver. So let's have a listen to the way he talks about this. I might have to fast forward through some of the ranting of the interviewer. I don't want to take it away from her. I would like to post a link when we're done here so you can go watch the whole video and listen to all the questions that she asked him.
Heroes, guys. He is your lover. And what you experience, I have to be careful on here because God knows TikTok likes to report us. Oh, look at this. You're getting all the gifts. We both live in small towns, and we know that schmurders are not normal.
No.
So when you got that phone call that day, did you ever think that you were going to be in the position that you're in today?
Absolutely not.
Did you think you were just going to facilitate that tow, and then it was like you wrote your report and then you were just going to be on your way?
Yeah, no, I honestly thought that I'd never see anything amount to what it is now or what it was.
Let me just say, hang on. Let me just check. Oh, yeah, my mic's on. The bracelets. The pink one has ribbons on it. So that's pink ribbon support for cancer. I think the green one is kids with cancer. I can't remember what the symbology is for the kids with cancer, but I think that's what those two bracelets mean.
It's just, it's crazy how something, you know, started like that and what it ended up being.
And now at what point for you did you notice the switch? Like that you were not, this was not just a normal case that you were going to be a part of?
I think it was when my former chief called me and said that the Commonwealth was looking for me for what happened on the 29th of January in 2022. So,
and now what timing was that compared to like trial one?
I think it was in 23.
Oh, so it was a little while.
Yeah, it was a little while before I was told about being a witness and stuff like that. So it kind of like I kind of forgot about it, to be honest with you. I mean, I'd never followed any of the case and stuff like that. So when I got that summons, it was kind of like, wow, I guess this is the real deal.
So that's funny because you're not a social media person at all. And the news is circulating. So I remember when Karen Read first, I was like,
I don't live under a rock. So,
yep.
You know, the TVs in the police station are all on the news channels and, you know, throwing on social media. You see these things, but like
so you knew like the small basis of everything.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I never followed the case. You know, it was one of those things that I did what I did. I showed up, I saw what I saw, and then I just went on.
That is wild. So let's get right into trial one. So you say that like everyone's looking for you. They're like, you have to be a witness.
Can I just say, TikTok is so weird. So people are sending him gifts, and the gifts are putting, you know, faces and hats and shit on him. TikTok's so weird like that. But, you know, that's TikTok for you. Just so you know what's going on there.
And what is going through your head in that moment?
So to rewind it a little bit, a lot of people know I was involved in a motor vehicle accident while I was on duty. I was hit by a drunk driver. So that happened on Labor Day 22, I believe. So I was out of work for 9 months. So as this is unfolding, I was out of work, and the Commonwealth was looking for me. And when you're out on injury, you cannot be involved in anything police related because you're on injury. So I had injuries that I needed to tend to. So I was getting bombarded with emails and phone calls from the state. And like a lot of cops, when it comes to court, I'm one of those, and I don't want to go to court unless I really have to. So I was kind of,
please don't do this to me.
yeah, I was kind of like ducking and dodging it, to be honest with you. And, it finally, it amounted to what it was on trial 1. And, I went back and forth with my chief, and, my chief, George Nichols, he's great. And I was just like, what do I do? And we end up saying, I have to go. It was such a big thing that I needed to go. So I went, and I was not currently on the force right now because I was out on injury.
Yeah. So let's get right into that then. So now trial 1 is going to happen.
So that's the history of his injury. And so you would think that, maybe he might have a bias against drink driving OUI. So that's what we're going to look for. Does he have any bias? Does it make him feel a certain way about his testimony or anything like that? So.
And you're called by the Commonwealth, not the defense.
Correct.
Hold on one second. Hey guys, I love you guys all. Let's give Nick all the gifts afterwards because I see his face. I can't even see him. Poor that.
I've never done this, so I have no idea.
I'm like, oh my gosh, about getting a phone, like knowing that you're going to have to see Lally. And what was that like?
Welcome.
So, like I said, the Commonwealth was emailing me and calling me and
was
reaching
it
out
him
to
directly or was it like his assistants?
So it was his assistants,
Mhm.
primarily. And like I said, they were calling, emailing me, reaching out to my chief because I wasn't answering the phone, or I was automatic on sending back emails because I was out on injury. I was doing, getting better.
Yeah, that was a
So
It does it
finally, we have a phone conversation. It's about 4 or 5, maybe 6 people on this phone conversation with the Commonwealth, and they basically asked me to recant what happened that day.
Mhm.
And I did. I said what I said, and I told them that when I arrived.
I love that. I said what I said. I just said what I said, right? That's a very sad thing, Ashley. And yes, sad what happened to Aaron Carter. Very sad all round.
And I saw the vehicle in the driveway. There was a crack missing and a piece was missing, but it was not completely damaged, like I testified. And the crazy thing is the Commonwealth kept saying, you sure that was what you saw?
So they're saying this to you like actively during your just speaking to you before even trial prep.
Yeah. So this is like my trial prep.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna be going in the next coming week. So they had asked, I don't know who specifically was the one that was talking, but they had said, there's a picture that, the taillights is completely damaged. And I had told them that's not what I saw. So fast forward to when I actually get onto the stand and, they asking me questions. And when I said, that a piece was missing and it was not completely damaged, they never went on to ask me more because they knew what I was going to say. And, and it didn't go for them.
So that was in the first trial. They told him about the picture. Adam Lally, obviously that was at the time. They told him about the picture, but they didn't show him the picture. They just said, there's a picture. And he said, yeah, I know there's a picture. But that's not what I saw. And we were all upset because the defense didn't cross him. But on the same token, if the defense had crossed him and he said more, then it gave them the chance to come back on redirect and mess that up. So I think the strategy was just leave it at that's not what I saw. It was not completely broken. And I think that worked well in the first trial. It certainly didn't go against the defense. So yeah, and flummoxification is marveling over our fancy emojis. So yeah, that's what happened in the first trial. And there was some stuff that came up. I think it was Bettero. Bettero made some comments about it, but I'll look for the comments that Bettero made about. I think it was something to do with like withholding evidence from the defense. So I don't know that the defense knew that was what he was gonna testify to. That I think they just thought better of questioning him, cross-examining him, for the reasons I just outlined. But this does in the end amount to withholding evidence if they didn't know that's what he was testifying to. I think that's what Bettero was saying. But I'll play this on, and I'll try and dig up Bettero's comments on it. So.
Which is so wild because I remember you in trial 2 being like, I was never asked this stuff. They never gave you the opportunity to even speak in trial 1. I was actually like recapping, and they only had you on the stand for 13 minutes. Did you know that?
Yeah, it was quick. It was a lot quicker.
I was like, this is so wild, because I remember in trial 1, I was like, Nick is our hero. This is amazing. Like, he literally just was such a stand-up person. And then we see you on trial 2 where you can actually talk. And I was like, oh my gosh, there is so much more that we didn't even know because they never gave you the opportunity.
Correct.
Which is insane. So prepping with them, they were kind of pressuring you. Like, are you sure you didn't see it completely shattered type of stuff?
Yeah, they wanted to say that they would show me a picture and if that would refresh my memory, but I knew what I saw and it wasn't completely damaged, like I said.
So how was that knowing what you knew in that moment? Guys, the gifts, I love you guys, but can we just chill on the gifts for a minute? Now, knowing what you knew and that you were not going to change your story and that you saw what you saw and you were going to be honest and not change anything.
Chill. Chill with those emojis. Shit. Here's what Bettero says about it. Under a well-known SCOTUS case, Kyles versus Whitley, and we did actually look into that one, 1995, Brady violations are considered cumulatively for the purpose of materiality, if they are material evidence. If the defense learned about the apparent Barros violation in time, they would most certainly have included it in the motion to dismiss. If the court concluded that the prosecution suppressed exculpatory Barros evidence from the defense, it then would have to consider the possible cumulative impact of the suppressed Sally Port video, 1, and 2, information that Barros told the prosecution that the taillight did not look like the MSP photo on January 29th, and whether these suppressed facts, if known to the jury, might have affected the outcome of the case. So he's saying it probably was a violation, but then the court would still have the final word, essentially. And we all know how Judge Bev fucking has the final word in these situations, but that's basically what Bettero said about the matter.
Anything. How did you feel going into trial 1 then, knowing that the Massachusetts State Police said something completely different than you? Were you nervous, or were you just like, whatever, it is what it is?
I didn't know that they weren't going to ask me more than what they asked me that trial. So, like I said, I recanted exactly what I did that day when I showed up at the Reed residence. And I told them, the last thing I said was,
I just want to point out here, he's saying recounted, not recanted. He didn't recant his testimony. He recounted what he saw. Just so you get I'm not sure if it's an accent that I can hear there, or if he's just saying the wrong word, but just to be sure, he's saying recounted.
That, there was a crack, a piece was missing and it was not completely damaged. And, they talked about a picture and I said, no, I wouldn't agree to a picture of a completely damaged taillight.
Yeah.
When I went on the stand, I didn't know exactly. I knew some of the stuff that they were going to ask me because, it was going the back and forth when we prepped, but I didn't know that, after I said, it was a crack was, there was a crack, a piece was missing and not completely damaged. I didn't know that was going to be the end of it.
Yes. So you were kind of shocked, like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah.
They didn't give you an opportunity.
Sure.
And you didn't even want to testify to begin with. So were you like, are you kidding me? Like, this is what they got me up here for?
Yeah.
That's kind of BS.
Yeah. It was, like I said, it was a short thing. I thought it was going to be a lot longer, but.
Yeah. And I'm going to throw this in there before we even get to trial 2, but like, what a difference between Lally and Hanky Spanky, right? Like, Hanky Spanky is this aggressive, ridiculous human, and Lally is monotone and weird.
Yeah, now that you bring up
I gotta do it.
Mr. Brennan, this is my opinion. I think that the state, hiring him as a special prosecutor was not needed.
No.
The state has many DAs and ADAs that they could have the case, and they brought Mr. Brennan in as a defense attorney. He's not a prosecutor. He's always on the defense. So I feel like.
Yep, he was absolutely a defense attorney in defense of the Alberts, and was on the defense the whole freaking time, just like Lally was. Let me show you the state of Officer Barros's car. That's the police vehicle. That's the drunk driver that hit him. Apparently doing is 70 miles an hour. So I imagine, he has certain feelings about drink drivers. And it almost cost him his life. A drink driver did that to him. He was off work for however long he said. So we're not seeing the bias. Bias is a computer term. We're not seeing the bias that we're seeing with the people who call themselves John O'Keefe's friends. We're not seeing that bias. So to just put it down to simply his brother was killed and so he has a bias against drink drivers, I don't think that that's the problem here. And if it is, we're seeing that humans are quite capable of putting that aside to come to a sensible decision in a trial where somebody else is being accused of something similar. So I don't want to go through the entire Barros interview and ruin the views that this girl can get for interviewing him. That's just short 10 minutes worth. It's an hour interview. If you want to go over and check out the rest of it, I'm going to paste that now in the chat. There's a link if you haven't seen it. You want to go and listen to the entire interview. Give the girl a like and some views. Flamaxification says Hank equals aggressive and ridiculous. Lally, monotone and weird. Yeah, he had some pretty cool responses to some things. So I encourage you all to go over there and have a look at the full interview, because there was some funny things that he said. So this raises some questions, as some of you are pointing out, Karen's not going to appeal anything, even though we know that some of it is probably appealable. We know she's probably not going to, because, it was a good outcome. Nonetheless, these things are appealable. The state should actually thank their lucky stars that she's not going to try and lash out at them and punish them for all the shit they pulled in this trial, because Lord knows I wouldn't have left it at. I mean, she can't end up in jail by appealing it. She can't end up, well, I guess an appeal could end up in retrial if the upper courts want to be nasty about it. They could probably have called a retrial, overruled the jury and called a retrial. So I guess it could actually end badly for her if she does. So, you know, I don't particularly care how she deals with it. If she wanted to appeal it, I'd be fully supportive of her, but I'd be really angry if the courts turn around and put her back through something where she's back up on the same charges. That would be really horrible. I wouldn't take that risk probably if it was my life, I guess. So, and 1983 is still on the table, correct? So I had a lot to say about the 1983. Let's do a little rundown on the 1983. There's some things that Betterow, Andrea Burkhart, people are discussing the 1983 stuff. So the 1983 claims. So we have actually gone through some of the basics. You know, there had to be a finding in her favor if she wanted to sue. If she wanted to sue anybody other than, say, Proctor, for example, the malicious prosecution or anything, the state, the county, she had to have a ruling in her favor. That would be either she gets an overturn on appeal or the jury finds her not guilty of everything. They didn't do that in this case. They found her guilty of OUI. So she didn't get a ruling in her favor. That rules out some stuff. What it doesn't rule out is Section 1983. And what that is 42 USC Section 1983 provides a private right of action against any person acting under color of law who violates the plaintiff's constitutional rights. So this is not about state law torts like defamation or negligence. It's about federal constitutional violations, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments, for example. So we do have, you know, some things that Betterow is saying she might have a claim for. What also falls under that is also the Monell claim about going against policy. That's what the Monell claim is. But Betterow mentioned the Monell claim, which I think is actually a pretty strong indicator of where this could go under the Monell claim. But let me just find Betterow again and talk about where he talks about this. I think it's a reply. So let me look under replies. He's replying to Andrea Burkhart about this. So I totally agree with Betterow on this. He says, whoops. Oh yeah, I shared it. I thought I hit the wrong button. He says, I very much like the opportunity to speak with Sergeant Barros. He's a living embodiment of what the public should expect in a police officer. Totally agreed. Betterow. I know it was a reply to what's he talking about? I like when Betterow tells us how he really feels about Hank Brennan's petty, unethical, rude and whiny statement regarding the jury. He says they weren't just unsubstantiated claims, they were unequivocally and patently false. And he had zero good faith basis to make those outrageous claims. If he hadn't been afforded the protection of being in a courtroom, I would have pursued legal action. He's talking about the claims against himself. So, just interesting while I'm looking for the comment. Grief grifter. He's got some away with words, right? There is no basis for sanctions in the event of a referral was made to the proper body. The allegations most certainly would be dismissed without any action. The claims made against the defense, but their interactions were always a joke and a tactic. So he's talking about ARCA and stuff there. His position is that it was an honest mistake, even in the context of a mistrial application. That's right. He's talking about Hank Brennan showing the holes in the shirt to the jury. Where does he talk about the Monell claims? Might be this one here. Here we go. There's two of them. Can I open that? All right, let's go. If I followed that one, it's probably going to lead to the same post. So Andrea, all right, it is the same post. So we'll go this way. People are indicating that during his recent online interview, Nicholas Barros stated that Adam Lally showed the taillight photo and unsuccessfully to have Sergeant Barros confirm that the photo accurately depicted the condition of the taillight that he saw on January 29th. In other words, so it is said Barros provided Lally with actual knowledge that the DA was in possession of evidence of powerful exculpatory evidence, awareness that Officer Barros contradicted what Proctor and Buchanan said, and evidence that the taillight was tampered with. It goes without saying that Lally was obligated to disclose this exculpatory evidence to defense. By all counts, he instead suppressed it based on his decision to ask Barros about the photo at the first trial and the defense's decision not to cross-examine him. If Barros really did tell Lally that the photo did not match what he saw and that Lally did not disclose this evidence, this is the egregious Brady violation that we just read, where he was trying to explain what that Brady violation was. This would have been material to the outcome of the case. If all of this is true, this would lead to serious disciplinary consequences for any prosecutor aware of such misconduct. Should substantially help possible federal civil rights claim under 42 U.S.C. 1983 and may pique the interest of a federal prosecutor regarding a federal criminal prosecution for the intentional violation of a person's civil rights by a law enforcement officer under 18 U.S.C. under color of law, is what he's referring to. So that's where he relates it to that. And then Andrea says it's a blatant violation of a civil rights, but unfortunately the US Supreme Court unanimously decided in 2009 that Brady violations aren't an exception to absolute prosecutorial immunity in a 1983 suit. He says the Barros stuff won't help with the prosecution immunity afforded the DA, but it helps to the MSP's investigative liability. Here he's talking about the Monell claim. Very true. There's lots of overlap with investigative functions when the DA has an in-house detective team. So this particular group of detectives are the DA's own private, well, not private, they're state, but they were his own in-house detectives. I'd love to see if they could thread that needle. And it would be an interesting, but it would be under a Monell claim. So, and of course, if they can establish a cultural failure in the Norfolk DA, akin to a failure to train or properly supervise where it comes to Brady, etc., that would be a Monell claim, and all bets are off for the DA's office. Andrea says, see, a Monell claim got me thinking about this wild arrangement in Massachusetts where the state police staff the DA's investigative wing. Of course, they'll be arguing the MSP supervisors, not the DA, and there's no, so that the state supervises them. There's no Monell claim against the state, but if the DA knows the culture is corrupt, it's a different story. And doesn't correct it, even relies on it, there would be an avenue there. Will very likely be would be very interesting to see how this unfolds. So then we get into what is the Monell claim. What are they asking about the Monell claim, and what does it entail? And because that's the part that strengthens the 1983 claim. And I think the part that actually means that sums up why Arnie Bev didn't want Michael Easter to testify. What's the Monell claim? The Monell claim is basically, did they follow procedure? If they didn't follow procedure, if there's not police procedure to do X, Y, Z, and this is not in their police procedure handbook or whatever, then that gives rise to a open and shut Monell claim, right? So when we were talking previously about case law that helps written law, this is one of those case laws, a Monell claim. I'll go back over what Monell actually was and what they ruled in it, but that's basically what it entails is if you're not following police procedure, then you're outside of police procedure, therefore you are liable. That cancels out your immunity. We covered this in our discussions about what case was that? The young boy who was accused of killing his sister Stephanie. I can't think of their fucking names right now. What's that case? Basically, the person, the detective who tortured this poor kid with some new technology that he believed was, like a truth serum. He was sued later by the boy and his parents. The boy was actually found factually innocent by the courts. I can't think of his name. Stephanie, the sister that was killed was Stephanie something. And the boy that was, I can't think of the names. I'm sure the chat's going to fill in some gaps for me here. I covered this case really well, and I don't know why I've got a brain blank, but it's there. Chris McDonough, who's got the channel on YouTube. Shit, I watched that for so long I've forgotten it as well. He was the detective who essentially tortured this kid and was sued. And so because this technique was not actually part of their guidelines at the time, the technique was it was kind of the Reed technique, which was inside the guidelines, but he added this extra feature to it, which is this new computer voice analysis crap, which is not in their guidelines. So the boy's family were arguing that the Monell claim, this wasn't inside their guidelines. And I'm pretty sure the courts actually ruled in favor of the family. He claims to this day that they didn't, but we read the court papers. They actually did. I don't know why he's saying they didn't or how he's even coming to that conclusion because, like I said, we read the court papers. But the Monell claim was explained very, very well how it does or doesn't apply in that specific case. So that's how I knew about the Monell claim. We just covered, this previous case where a detective had done the wrong thing and he was held liable. He was, the city was held liable. He wasn't held personally liable. The city was. There was a payout that proves the liability, right? If it's the way he says it went and there was no payout, then you could say, well, he must have been right. It must have been Stephanie Scott, was it? the murder was Stephanie. The girl, the young girl that was killed was Stephanie. I don't think it's Scott. Oh, fuck me. This will be like the fucking spaghetti thing. None of us will be able to drop it till we remember the names of the victims and the boy who was charged. Anyway, so that's how the Monell claim plays into the 1983 suit, federal suit. So under the federal suit, she can say Proctor Proctor had all this bias, which she can prove, obviously, because he's been fired for it all. I mean, obviously, they've proved that by his superiors or whoever it is that does his, like, who did his little court case, obviously. There's also mounting evidence that the prosecution always did lack probable cause. If people lied to the jury, to the grand jury, they manipulated timestamps, they discredited Karen's claims by manipulating evidence. All of that comes into play. Less about malicious prosecution and more about lying to create probable cause. So we already had, several of those witnesses admit on the stand that they were lying or that they lied to get her convicted, basically. So all of that comes into play with the Section 1983. And then the Monell claim is, did they follow police procedure? And this is why I think Arnie Bev was trying to keep Easter out, because he was saying, well, yes, it was against police procedure. So that is going to be my next video, and it's Lawyer You Know. We've already watched Michael Easter talk about what he could before the trial concluded. Where the fuck are you? Here we go. Lawyer You Know. Let's have a listen to some of what Easter says here, because he actually opened up a little bit more and spoke more about what he could speak about, where he couldn't when he was asked by Justice Serve. When he was asked similar questions by Justice Serve TV, he opened up a lot more with this particular one. So let's just switch over to that. Give Pete the ad revenue. All right, so I've just started this a few minutes in so we can get past the intros, whatever. And I'm going to zip around in this as well, so that if you want to watch the entire interview, you can go over to Pete's channel and watch it yourself. So I'll do that link as soon as we're done dissecting what we want out of this. So.
And my wife was pregnant at the time. And so I was like, I need a job and I need one quick. And I did. Into violent crimes. Southern California, where we took down cover operators. Maybe use some of Uri 2 side. A lot of my experience came from dealing with U.S. attorneys. The Bureau has a very, maybe not quite the same as local law enforcement, pretty prosecuting at the time. Some techniques that we want to use and what are some effective strategies for them to get to prosecution. So we really have a very early relationship. We're oftentimes in law enforcement, local law enforcement, they're investigating a crime that took place, collecting evidence, and then presenting their case. And it's not always, I wouldn't say ever, but not always where they get to go back to it. So that's what I did for the first 10 years. And then the second 10 years, this next decade, because of my prior military experience in signals intelligence, I was selected to, and let me add to.
We're going to go on and on with his history, and I want to get past it. Thank you, Michelle. It was Stephanie Crow, and her brother that was accused was Michael Crow. And the kid was only 14 or something. So thank you for that, Michelle. Much appreciated. We can talk about the Monell claim in the Stephanie Crow case to break it down a little bit more if you still want to know more about it. But the monoclaim is related to some of the things that Easter actually talks about here, but let's try and get past the intro.
That during my tunnels, that and how are you doing it? Well, we did these things in the military, and I'm doing them now here because we can deploy them through a search warrant. And that really sort of blossomed into my national. But I served the entire country in stolen record for cases all over the country, and maybe just put a pause on all that that's really was my expertise as I retired, and for that. But because of my testimony, I testified well over 200 times in trials, both state and federal. Is that I then became the FBI's in-house expert witness instructor, and I taught that with a couple other agents that also had an enormous amount of experience, and that I think very highly of. So maybe I'll put a pause there and quit maybe trying to brag about myself so much and let you ask some questions.
That helps us kind of understand what you would bring to the table in a case like this. So when you say you testified over 200 times, have any of those been as...
Let's just summarize it with the dude is overqualified. The dude has been in everything, on everything, all over everything, and he's an ex-Marine. But signals intelligence, for those who don't know, is one of the highest government positions that you can have in the military. It's highly secretive. It's about, tracking communications via all sorts of methods, phone, internet, all sorts of communications, even radio signal communications. So dude is like overqualified. Let's just leave it at that.
The type of expert you were being hired to basically look at an investigation and talk about what you should do, what you shouldn't do, and where they screwed up?
No, not in terms of a review of someone else's case. And I think maybe just put some perspective to that is I retired in January 31st of this year. So I've only been retired for a few months. I have looked at several cases since then, to my surprise, and I think I've mentioned it previously in another conversation, is I didn't know that was such a need from...
Let's just say he is so freshly retired. He says this a little bit later on, but he is so freshly retired that he was actually involved in some of the signals intelligence gathering in this case. So another reason Bev didn't want him to testify.
From defense. I was really, in fact, I get more calls about that now than I do about being an expert witness for cell phone records, if I'm honest. But I maybe add some perspective to that, Peter, is you have to remember that I spent over a decade and then another decade as an investigator. And so in my experience of testifying in my own cases, big racketeering cases, and even just robberies, Hobbs Act type cases, kidnappings, extortions, I'm explaining to them how a proper case should go through my own investigation, right? So I am explaining from the government side what a proper investigation looked like and the steps that we would take to provide an honorable and an integrity in our investigation. So yeah, I think now the difference is it's interesting looking at them from the other perspective. And I've said it before, is I've worked at some now that I'm like, nice job. Really, congratulations. I really admire the work you did. And then I tell the prosecutor or the defense attorney, they did a good job. And this is going to be a tough battle for your client.
Yeah. And I'm sure when you were on the stand testifying for the government as an FBI agent, plenty of defense attorneys tried to attack the way you did the investigation. So it's not like you never heard those questions. How did you deal with that as law enforcement at the time when it was your investigation they were trying to attack?
I would totally agree with that. That's a common theme, and I always kind of present it to the students as the things you didn't do. And it is a theme in this case enormously, right? The defense would have used against the witnesses for the Commonwealth. I always think it's best to get out on direct the nature of your investigation, the things you did, and the things you didn't do. Let's
highlight the bad things, get them out in front. And Lally actually did address that. That's why I put Proctor on the stand. He did get out in front of all of that. I'll just say to Ashley, there is actually a SIM card in the infotainment system, and it's the connection between your vehicle and the company. And Lexus actually they were in a transition stage, like software wise, not hardware wise. They were in a transition stage during this period where people could opt out of having their SIM card connected to the Lexus servers. And I think that's why, I can't be sure, but I think that's why the defense team didn't try to subpoena any information, because it had to opt out. And my guess is she opted out. So, but there is a SIM card, and that's the purpose of that SIM card.
Well, Mr. Easter or Agent Easter, why didn't you use a confidential informant? Well, we didn't use a confidential informant because one confidential informant is too equal to the person we're investigating. And we don't like to, your dad probably has some good conversations about this, but the Bureau doesn't like taking equal parties and burying them against each other, and especially a party above and going like a subordinate, getting them to collect information. Because then it's sort of, defense always likes to then bring in the entrapment defense. Well, this person was obligated to do these things because the person is their boss, right?
Yeah. He's talking about the FBI investigations and why he doesn't think that they're over, and why he doesn't think that there was some sort of coordination between the defense and the FBI, because they don't like to put themselves on equal footing. They like to be on the top of the pile.
So just, I don't know if that answered your question, Peter. Maybe was I being evasive?
No, that answers it. And basically what you said is, as long as you have a why to what you did and what you didn't do, and that why is proper under the procedures and protocols that you have, and that why is logical, then I think that's a good explanation. And you should expect that as a law enforcement agent or officer when you are handling very serious cases like the Karen Read case. So it shouldn't be really offensive or surprising to law enforcement if that is an angle that defense attorneys take. And frankly, talk a little bit about how every time you investigate a case, you know the protocols and procedures. If you're going to break them, you know you're breaking them. So if you're going to break them or do something different, there's a reason for it, right? So it's not like anybody forces you to do it the wrong way as an officer. So just talk a little bit about how you guys, how are you trained? How do you know what the protocols and procedures are? And should it ever be a surprise if something doesn't?
This is right, Mark. And I actually did a video on this because they did have the record keeper from Google on the witness list, the defense did. But at some stage they realized we've done enough to prove that the collision didn't happen. If we keep going on this route, we're back into the territory of third-party culprit. Judge Bevitt already put a damper on the third-party culprit. They were winning on just the no collision occurred, so that ended up getting put to the side. But I did do a video explaining exactly how that information from Google could have been central to a third-party culprit defense. We're going to fast forward a little bit here just to find the relevant bits I want you to hear about what's related to a Monell claim.
Go according to those protocols and procedures.
Not only when I was a law enforcement officer, but a federal agent, you're trained on policies and procedures. It is the whole point of the academy, one, to collect evidence consistent with best legal practices. And the reason for that is you don't want to violate somebody's rights. Clearly, you can't conduct search warrants in certain instances, but to also know where, let me say this, in the academies, it is by the book. It is policy, policy, policy. You don't sort of skirt the lines of policy. I will tell.
So take notice of that, because this is central to a Monell claim. Did they go outside the policy of what they were trained, or outside of the Canton Police Department's policy? Did they go outside of that policy? And you know that they're trying to already cover their bases on whether or not they did actually, step outside of those boundaries, because they've already got their report, their police audit. People saying, oh yeah, look, there's so much wrong. They did go outside of the policy, but using the leaf blower, that wasn't necessarily outside of the policy, but essentially it is. So you can see they're already coming at this as we need to cover our asses with that. The leaf blower. Sorry, what did I say? Snowblower. I probably got it wrong. But you know what I mean. But they're already trying to cover their asses with that police audit. In having them slightly address, like without directly saying it, these mono claims that they knew could possibly come up in the future.
Tell you in the real world, and once you go on to be an investigator, you have a mentor. The FBI has a 2-year training, or where you're considered a probationary agent, and so you'd be assigned to a senior agent that says, yes, this is the policy, but we can also do these things. They're not necessarily adverse to policy, and they're not illegal. They're just sort of right there in the, I don't want to say the gray area, but right in the sweet spot. And there's times, especially, I think in this case, well, let me say this. There's big cases where you really need to be right at the line and conservative. And that's because of the scrutiny. Let's say maybe we're looking at a public official, something that's going to get a lot of attention. And then there's instances where I would put an officer down, or an officer that's been killed, in such as this case. Everybody knows we're going to go to the line and straddle that line as much as possible without doing anything to violate people's rights. But we are going to take some of the most aggressive stances we can, because all of us want, and I'm not saying we don't take aggressive before, or we investigate things less. Don't take that as a perspective. But you know, Peter, that when it's one of us, there's this just sort of raw response of, we're going to get these people and we're going to go right to what we're allowed to do, but not over. And the reason you don't want to go over is then you call into question the legitimacy of your investigation, and you open yourself up to yourself personally up to attack and liability. And so that's where I always think there always needs to be a good lead case agent or a good supervisor or command staff that is checking in. Where are we at? How are we progressing? And as we have those team meetings of what's next and we strategize, they need to be the voice of reason. Hey guys, take it easy. We're not going there. Stay here. Stay within the guidelines that we've been given. Remember, we are going to be critiqued on this from, well, we see it here from day to night, and then we would also have those conversations with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And if there's any organization that's risk averse, it's the U.S. Attorney's Office.
That's why they win so much and they file so few cases, right? Because they really are conservative. And you hit it on the head from my perspective as not in the FBI agency or in the law enforcement officer or whatever. Like, it's a top-down problem. You don't go in wanting to break protocol and procedure, but when they're like, we got to get this guy and this is how we do it. Right. You do it my way. This is the real world now. You're not in the academy anymore. And that happens a lot more than people might think. And I think that probably had something to do with the officers in this case. They didn't start out like this, but they ended up here. And we all saw the investigation in the Karen Read case, and it doesn't take an expert to see that it was a shoddy job or not a normal investigation. So I'll just start out asking you a couple things. You ever seen evidence gathered in red Solo cups before?
Never.
Ever seen them stored in Stop and Shop bags?
No, this is my first.
Ever seen the lack of chain of custody for important pieces of evidence to this level that you saw in this case?
No. And when you say lack, I mean, it was almost, the concept was foreign to Yuri when he was asked about it.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, you remember that? He seemed bewildered by the concept. A chain of custody, why would I do that? I said what I did.
Yeah, why do I need to confirm that?
What you mean, why would you write it down that you did something?
Yeah.
Because it has to go to I know this is sort of a diversion from your question, but Peter, think about that for a sec. Is that was, I kind of think of it as a cultural thing, which I think hits to your point, is that their culture was that, well, if I say it happened, then it happened. And I don't know if you remember him saying that on the stand. He says, well, show me something that a trooper wrote down and I'll believe it as gospel. I think he said something almost to that effect. That's alarming to me. That's a culture that then believes that whatever a trooper says is always the truth.
Right, so we just caught an ad. Hi, Derek. Thanks for joining us. So we're getting the feeling here that they weren't following procedure. In fact, they were acting dumb that they even had a procedure, even though if you can understand the concept of the training academy, every academy would teach them the basics of investigation. So the claim here is that they didn't have a procedure. They didn't have, you know, the equipment in their car to take blood samples. They didn't have, you know, all these different things. So essentially, they couldn't have been breaking the policy because they just didn't have that stuff. And that's what they got the audit people to kind of say as well. You know, we didn't have access to this stuff. We couldn't do this because of XYZ. They kind of got them to say it as well. But what Easter is saying here is they were trained. If they went to an academy, they were trained. They can't say that it's not policy because it's a policy for every fucking department, not just, you know, one department in a specific state. The states can't say, it's the same with ambulance. The states can't say, we don't want our ambulance providers or EMT providers to be, you know, trained on federal, on what's, you know, standard across the entire country. They can't do that. They have to actually stick to the standards. So he would have been a brilliant witness for the defense. But he also would have been brilliant for a future Monell claim. And that's why they tried to keep him off the stand. So let's talk about the Monell claim. We'll come back to more of what he said because he did actually let a few more cats out of the bag in that conversation. But let's talk about what a Monell claim is. Monell versus Department of Social Services, 436 US 658. 1978. There's a landmark case in the US Supreme Court that established the standard for holding municipalities and local government entities liable under 42 USC 1983. So the rule is a city, county, or government agency can be sued under Section 1983 if the constitutional violation was caused by an official policy, a widespread custom or practice, which Yuri more or less testified to in his statements, and that's what Easter was saying there, that it's definitely a culture, or a failure to train, supervise, or discipline with deliberate indifference to constitutional rights. You cannot hold a town or agency liable just because one of their employees did something wrong. You must show that the institution itself is to blame through its policies or indifference. So, do we think that Karen has a case for that? I think she does, and I think that Easter might actually play a future role in improving some of those things. But I also think Yuri's testimony is going to work against him. So, if Karen brings a Section 1983 claim, the real money in reform being the main thing, come from showing that it wasn't just Proctor who acted unconstitutionally. It was a Canton Police Department, the Norfolk DA's office, and or the Massachusetts State Police as institutions. So how far up the chain this can go? Is she just going to claim a Section 1983 against the Canton Police Department? Don't know. Norfolk DA's office? Probably. I would be going that high. Massachusetts State Police? Not sure about that because they fired Proctor. They at least acknowledge that they need to ensure training and stuff. But even that, so Colonel Noble actually produced a statement that actually admits that they haven't been overseeing or enforcing training, and that they need to put more effort towards that. So even that statement by Colonel, was it Noble? I think it was. That's the new guy, right? I haven't got them mixed up. Yeah, Noble, I think, is the new guy. Even that statement that he produced can be used in a Section 1983. Derek says, I wonder why they couldn't get someone from Google to confirm the house long. If anyone would know, or from Apple, they could. They had them on the list. Everyone risks their job. Yes, everyone risks their jobs for them. So someone on Reddit explained, you know what you're supposed to do with Reddit posts, right? That the odd thing about the 227 was about file getting left in limbo due to either closing the browser before the info completed loading or the power on the phone died. No, because the actual Google server replied with another code that said none of those things happened, that it did load, that she did look at it, and that she did interact with it. So that's not true either. But like I say, you know what to do with Reddit posts, right? So I did do a video on all of this. Derek, if you want to go back through my videos on the 227 stuff, I did do a video on the Google search lady who was going to testify. It's a who is, can anyone remember her name? Colonel Not So Noble. Who was the lady that was going to testify for Google? It's a who is. Let me go back. Who's Garrett Wing? That was one. Holly Price. Look up on my channel who is Holly Price, and that will give you a rundown on all of the things that Google could have told us. So, and it will answer all your questions on that. But I think it's actually beside the point, because they were not arguing third-party culprit this time. That was actually only applicable and only really important if we were arguing third-party culprit. But the defense did something really tricky. They led Hank Brennan into thinking they were going for the third-party culprit, and then Judge Bev said, well, you can't have Colin Albert. And so they were all in this mindset that we're going for the third-party culprit. And then the defense switched it up on them and went straight for no collision. So the fact that the prosecution tried to bring in the 2:27 a.m. search and all the other shit, they just convoluted a very simple no collision case. So they fell into it. They got sucked into it, hook, line, and sinker, and went off down this whole fucking path that the defense were going to go third-party culprit again, and then they didn't. So kind of tricked them, and it was just such a clever misdirection by the defense that it actually won them the case. So I thought it was freaking brilliant by the defense. So they're not admitting to as much, but you can see that now we're at the other side of it. They did trick the prosecution into thinking they were going with this same third-party culprit line. So so much so that even people who still haven't cottoned on to that there was actually this strategy, they're still out there talking heads saying the third-party culprit strategy. They didn't use it in this case, and they just completely misdirected the prosecution down the wrong path.
Trying to say that they're lying. It's just that we don't have that courtesy anymore. That privilege has been taken from us, and for some reason, for some obvious reasons. And now it's why we wear body cameras. It's why we take copious notes and record our interviews, right? Is because we have to be able to authenticate our final statements in that report. And I always think at the end of the day, those things protect the investigator.
I was going to say the same thing. They don't understand that this is all for their benefit. Like,
Right.
How many times did witnesses that are supposed to be friendly to them say, that's not what I said. That report is wrong. What he wrote. And if you
Right.
have the body cam and you recorded the interview, then there's no argument. There's no, this guy's
Right.
doing a bad job or lying in his reports, or those issues disappear, and they protect you as the officer.
You're so backstopped. You don't have to like try to remember on the stand what you did. Instead, you go, well, I know what I did because I wrote it down in a report. I have a chain of custody. I collected at 12:02 a.m. I put it in a brown paper bag, evidence bag, and I marked it and sealed it. And then I transported it from 12:43 to 12:47 back to the PD. I booked it at the PD, and that I wrote a report of the barcodes that were booked. Like it can be that simple, right? I would also add in there, you might want to photograph some evidence as you collect it. But I think you brought up a really good point, which I really thought brings to what you just said, is that then you don't have witnesses saying that that's not what they told you. And if you think back to Alan Jackson's cross, his first question of Jennifer McCabe was the theme, your prior statements. And remember, he got her to, although she was not super helpful at the beginning, is to say, didn't you previously tell Trooper Proctor that you saw the car at 12:45 and you sent a text that said hello? And she's like, well, I didn't. And then he kind of goes on to the question. She's like, I didn't. She reads it to her and she's like, I didn't say that. And it's like, oh, so either you're lying or Trooper Proctor's lying. And Trooper Proctor, the way you combat that now as an investigator is, we could play the recording. I have the recording, and we could listen to it for ourselves, and we can hear what she said.
I don't know how many times I've taken a deposition and an officer has said, especially if it's somebody with a smaller part of the case, they're like, I don't know, it'll all be in my report. Whatever I know is in my report. And it's because they took thorough notes. There's a video or pictures of everything they did. And they are basically just sitting there as a placeholder, and they don't know anything or remember anything because it's all in their report, and that's how they do it, and they do it right. As opposed to this case, which, like everything Buchanan and Proctor in the first trial testified to, is all just on a trust me basis, because there's no chain of custody. The reports are wrong. The notes are wrong. The dates are wrong. The address of the house is wrong. They had to correct everything 50 different times. I mean, just as an outsider that's not an expert on this looking at it, it boggled my mind. What caught your eye? And I'm going to assume, because I didn't necessarily know you were such a cell phone expert, but I'm going to assume it was more than that in this case. It wasn't just because there was a lot of cell phone data and evidence, but was it the investigation in its entirety that you were brought on to take a look at?
Right. Yeah. I really liked what you said there. I'll maybe just make a comment on it. Is I really try to help students when I teach it, is when you're not an expert witness is slightly different, but you still need to know your report clearly. Is when you're a fact witness or an eyewitness, you're a conduit for what you.
Sorry, I muted myself. I'm just going to fast forward through this bit. You can come back to it, but there is actually more pertinent information that comes up during this that I wanted to focus on, so we can keep talking about the Monell claims and what it's got to do with the Monell claims.
You did everything, create logs. I don't know about them, I'll speak for myself, but you'll be working dozens and dozens of cases across time, and by the time the thing goes to trial, it could be years, so that you don't have to rely on your memory. To your other question is, yes, my natural expertise is in historical cell phone records and other geolocation records related to mobile devices, right?
All right, so we're going into a different path here. So I need to finish. They misspelled names on purpose, right? There was a lot, right? That's exactly right. So let me just continue on with the Monell claims and what the Canton audit had to do with that. So basically, Easter just went through, the institution itself is to blame in this case, because they're the ones that set the policies. They're the ones who do the training. We've also got Colonel Noble admitting, we haven't been doing a very good job of that. But then we got the police audit, the Canton police audit, which is part of that on paper, trying to portray transparency and reform, but at the same time, it was strategically crafted to insulate the town against Monell liability. You can tell they were doing that because the report basically was framing any misconduct as isolated or historic, not systemic. When it's systemic, it's a Monell claim. When it's just historic or isolated, not so much. By omitting clear evidence of command level indifference, that the people in charge of those doing the misconduct, for example, Yuri being supervisory level over Proctor, never pulled him up on those texts. Repeated tolerance of false reporting, the misconduct and covering up and the digital evidence tampering. They made excuses for all of that stuff. They also failed to link investigatory failures to town policy or leadership. No, this was just Proctor's a bad guy. We're going to throw him under the bus. This wasn't about policy or leadership. They're also softening the criticism of officers involved in the Reed case, despite serious evidence that they altered timelines, ignored exculpatory evidence, or even helped frame Karen Reed. So, in short, the audit was more of a liability shield. Now that we see Section 84 coming up in conversations, I do believe it was Yannetti. I believe it was Yannetti in his discussions with I think it was Pete Lawyer, actually did raise the Section 1983 claims. So now that we know that that's going to happen and that there's still more that's going to come out on that, this is where it's going to go. They knew that. That's why they did the audit the way that they did it. So keeping Easter off the stand, who specializes in witness preparation and police procedure, obviously, these go to whether or not the actors went outside of police procedure in order to frame her. So Easter wouldn't just be some law enforcement guy, like telling the jury this is how you're supposed to follow procedure. He's actually an expert in exactly what the Canton PD and state police failed to do. So he would be a witness in a 1983 claim as well. He likely would have been called to testify about proper investigatory protocols, chain of custody, evidence collection, timeline integrity, and witness interview standards. These are all things that he mentioned were taught at Academy. Witness preparation norms for the DA, and what went wrong here, like how far off the rails this investigation went. And he might even name names, and he does. He actually names Tully as one of the supervisory people that should have been following procedure and protocol. So the prosecution keeping him out is, the things that they feared was that they're going to put institutional misconduct on the record. Bev knew that. The prosecution knew that. DA Morrissey knew that. But there's other side to Easter might have actually been involved in the FBI discovery or stuff that was going on previous to the trial. So there's a whole bunch of reasons they would have liked to have kept him off the stand, but these Monell claims are going to play a key part of that. I think just me putting all the pieces together, because we got multiple lawyers mentioning it, including Betterow, who knows this case back to front, and then understanding the Monell claims as I have studied them previously and how they fit into the whole picture. I can just see that Easter's going to be another key person, because not only was he going to testify on all of this, but he also may have been involved with the FBI while they were doing their investigation into DA Morrissey. So he may have, his testimony could have probably undermined the credibility of every investigator, not just the lead investigator, and all their supervisory people. So you're going up the chain further and further, past Canton PD being responsible, the municipality actually being responsible. That all falls under the Monell claim. So even though Easter doesn't work for Canton, his testimony would have reinforced the idea that Canton PD violated clearly established norms. They have a culture of doing this. The supervisors allowed it or encouraged it or don't actually give a shit, which is basically what Yuri testified to. And that the district attorney's office was quite happy with a tainted process to build prosecution. And he also acted outside ethical boundaries as well when he did his own interview or presser or whatever we're calling it now. I forget what we're calling it. But when he went outside of ethical norms and said, Karen Read is guilty, and this is a desperate attempt to reassign guilt, that'll all fall under going up higher up in the chain to the municipality being held responsible. So you can see like a whole bunch of like threads being threaded here, as Andrea put it, threading the needle, so to speak, in the way the Commonwealth itself is behaving and trying to cover its ass and trying to unthread needles, but also in the way that the defense has dropped hints about 1983 claims and the way Betterow's pounding on how those claims might be applicable. I think we actually do have a 1983 claim coming up, and I think that this goes the hostage video. Thank you, Quizzy. That was the word I was trying to think of. This claim goes further up the chain than Karen Read being framed. This goes up the chain to the Monell claims and the Section 1983, unconstitutional under color of law, that kind of stuff. So it's moving further and further up the chain, further away from it being Karen Read's the problem here. It's moving further and further towards the municipality is the problem here. They're not following the rules and the procedures, and they're not even meeting a state level obligation of any of this either. We've got Noble coming out and saying, yeah, we kind of dropped the ball there. That was his statement. I don't think that's going to serve in their best interests, him having made that statement. We've got the police, union coming out and still standing by the police officers saying, oh, they're the victims here. It goes on and on and on. So you got the police union involved as well. You get another area of municipality that meets this Monell claim as well. So there's a lot of different moving parts that are going to come into a Section 1983, and I love that. Easter tapped into those without literally saying that. He tapped into nearly all of those themes in what he was saying. But if you want to hear him saying more, like Tripatali being more involved in this than was given publicity to, please do go watch this interview. There was so many good Easter eggs, pardon the pun. There was a lot of Easter eggs that he dropped in this, and it was well worth the watch, well worth listening to, and taking on those little things that hinted towards much more going on. Even hinted that the feds were actually watching this trial as well. He doesn't think that the feds have stopped their investigation at all. He thinks that the prosecution was just leaning on that to publicly twist it as a PR campaign, basically. And he just talks about so many things. It was a best interview, well worth going and watching. I don't want to take the views away from Lawyer. I want you to go watch it and take on board a lot of the stuff that was said there. It's too much. I would love to play this all the way through because it was such a great interview, but I don't want to cost Pete any views. I would love him to get the views. So the Easter interview is now in the chat. There we go. For those who'd like to go watch the rest of it and haven't seen it yet. All right, so guys, I think that wraps up pretty much everything that I wanted to talk about. Let's talk about some quotes. I'm going to close out with some quotes. Where are we? Hang on. It was after I got the thumbnail. Let me just go. George Orwell. In George Orwell's novel, Part 1, Chapter 3 of 1984, he said, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present also controls the past." This is Orwell's core principle of state propaganda. If the state can rewrite what happened, like they've done in this case with their stupid Canton PD audit and all the other shit that they've done, it can justify whatever comes next. Think of the altered timelines, the missing footage, and strategic omissions in the Reed case. That's the Ministry of Truth, quote unquote, that Orwell spoke of in action. In Chapter 7, Part 1 of 1984, Orwell says, "Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 makes 4. If that is granted, all else follows." This is Orwell's way of saying if truth itself becomes negotiable, then you don't live in a free society anymore. the courtroom manipulation in the Reed case of evidence, in the Reed case, whether it's digital timestamps, contradictory opinions of their experts, or selective witness coaching, it's all an effort to erase the objective truth. They weren't interested in getting to the truth. So that's how Orwell was that's how Orwell's quote applies there, to suppressing individual thought. So demonizing dissent. So in chapter 7, part 1, the heresy of heresies was common sense. And also in chapter 5, part 1, orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. We talked about the orthodoxy part of this very early in the stream when we were talking about the Massachusetts Law Society little forum, dissing Karen for speaking publicly by having interviews. Every lawyer on the planet is from an orthodox point of view is saying, no, she shouldn't have done that. But that orthodoxy means not thinking. You're making my job harder. I've got to think how to get around this now. Not needing to think. Don't make my job hard. Don't talk to anybody. Just only talk to me. So that's how that applies. But also orthodoxy is unconsciousness. That is the not thinking part. So when we talk about, the heresy of heresies with common sense, these echo the post-trial environment where jurors are attacked, or even Auntie Bev's freaking, what was it called again? I don't know why that just slipped out of my brain. Whether nobody could protest near the courthouse, all of that. The truth is recast as treason. You're out there protesting because you're allowed to protest, but Bev's going, no, you're not allowed to protest, and that's treasonous. And then because of that, we're going to have the police beat on you and stuff like that. So, and anyone who dares to question the official story is labeled dangerous or deranged, like they have done with Turtle Boy. They call his followers Turtle Riders. Well, he calls them that, but that's just part of owning a channel, having a nickname for your members. But anyway, conspiracy theorists and so on. And you're not allowed to trust your gut. You've got to obey the narrative. So that's how that plays into, Orwell's prediction of what was going to happen in the future and the government's propaganda. Chapter 7, part 1, fabrication of evidence, making the lie bigger. So in Orwell's book, he wrote, the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. This might be the single most Karen Reed relevant quote in the book. When the footage is doctored and the timestamps are erased and phones reprogrammed, butt dials and juror verdicts are dismissed as brainwashed, the state is saying, don't believe what you saw, believe what we say. So that's probably the single most relevant quote in the book to this case. Chapter 1 also talks about scapegoating, perpetual scapegoating. Orwell writes, it was always at night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk of sleep, out of sleep, the rough hand shaking your shoulder. In the vast majority of cases, there was no trial, no report of the arrest. So while this is referring to the disappearances in a totalitarian type state, the deeper message is kind of the same. The state picks a target, makes them the enemy, and discards due process. This is why we need to keep fighting for Turtle Boy, because that's exactly what they did there. Karen Reed wasn't just accused, she was designated. Turtle Boy, he was also designated to be that weapon against Karen Reed. So the machine worked backwards from that conclusion that Karen Reed must be guilty and dragged Turtle Boy into it. distorting the language, the news speak. You know, like the party slogan in Orwell's novel was "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." Orwell shows how that language is corrupted to prevent independent thought. And so in the Reed case, you're seeing the same kind of thing. Conspiracy theories used to dismiss legitimate forensic contradictions. Yet they will still engage in these conspiracy theories that the entire world was brainwashed by Turtle Boy. You know, is that not the biggest conspiracy theory of all of them? How did Turtle Boy change everybody's brains to be brainwashed? Like, it's just so dumb. And also that the FBI somehow colluded with the defense. That was another conspiracy theory that they actually contributed to. Protecting the jury is used to justify attacking jurors. Like, that's what Arnie Bev has just done in her recent motion. We're protecting the jury, but we're also justifying that jurors who spoke out were attacked. Justice for John used to defend ignoring all evidence about who actually killed him. So that's how they distort the language. The newspeak is using all these little idioms to distort the language, basically. What Orwell warned us about was not just government overreach, but the psychological war required to sustain it. That's what we're seeing with the media, these repetitive, oh, you never got to speak throughout, you know, this whole process that Vinnie Politan tried to sell us, all of that. It's a psychological war. You know, what's happening here is the official narrative is sacred. That's what they're trying to put across. You know, dissent is criminalized. You know, all those people, I've never seen so many people protesting a murder of a police officer, to quote Vinnie Politan again. And the truth is negotiated. It's not discovered. It's not proven. It's negotiated. So we saw that in so many different facets, and we're going to see it continue in Turtle Boy's prosecution as well, or persecution. So Orwell also wrote, in a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. That's what we all are. Those of us out there telling the truth. What does the math mean? What does it add up to? What is the truth here? Buffer zone. Thank you. You all caught me on that. Buffer zone was where I felt my brain fell apart. Where you expect after 5 hours of streaming. All of this stuff that we're doing is a revolutionary act, and they don't like revolutionaries, obviously, because a Section 1983 is going to uncover that the revolutionary acts that we are performing here are actually needed, that there is reform needed. They're going to fight it. They're going to fight it tooth and nail. They don't want that revolution. They don't want to change what they're doing. So that's how the 1984 book ties into the Section 1983 case that we have still yet to cover. It's to come. There's more going to happen. This case is not over yet. This wasn't about Karen Read. This was about 1984. Or 3, if you prefer, because that's what's to come. Outside of the 1983, we still got a civil case. We still have, there's a lot of discovery coming out, that's going to come out in the civil case. I don't know which will outlast which. If you can take Easter's word for it, they both may unfold simultaneously because they're both going to take a long time. We know the Gabby Petito lawsuit for wrongful death is still ongoing. That's been years. But I guess they had some more hurdles to cross with that case because Brian Laundrie basically did himself in. So the case is sort of against him, but also, you know, acknowledged by the parents. So it's actually a little bit more complicated a case to what the O'Keefe family are going to try and pull off here. I don't think they can pull it off. I think the federal government, I think the DOJ will play a significant role, because a lot of the discovery in that case is going to support a Section 1983 claim as well. It's also going to be supporting a Monell case. Like, there's just so much. It's going to be a lot. There's so much. So there's more to come. This wasn't just about Karen Read. This was about the system, the systemic rot. We all knew it was. We all know it's going to continue unless we all stand up to it. Karen Read is one of the strongest people I know. She knows she has to stand up to it. She knows normal people don't have the ability to do this. Not just getting herself acquitted, she's going to follow this through because she wants justice for John O'Keefe, and justice of John O'Keefe is not obtainable anymore in the traditional means. She knows she's got to keep fighting. That's what I think she's going to continue doing. She's going to expose, this is what I think the movie will be about, exposing the systemic rot. I think there will be a very strong flavor of how that's going to play out in the coming months, weeks, years. I don't know how long it's going to take. So that was a fucking long stream. 6 hours. I could have broken it up into several different streams, couldn't I? But I probably will. I'll probably break this down into, topics and repost it on the channel so that, other people don't have to sit through 6 hours of it. So good night, everybody. If you're in America, it's nighttime. If you're in Australia, it's afternoon. Almost night. It's nearly 5 p.m. here. So good night, good morning, good afternoon, whatever. Thanks for joining us. Thank you to the mods who have joined us. I know Sammy was here earlier. I think Kerry crashed out. He couldn't do it. Michelle, thank you for modding for us today. I forget who else came along. I'm sure there was more mods that popped in eventually at some stage. So, which state? New South Wales. So you're from Adelaide. Thank you so much for joining us from Adelaide. I'm just near Byron Bay in New South Wales. So not far from Brisbane, and I will be very soon in Brisbane, hopefully by the end of the year, if things go well. So thank you everybody for joining us. Let's get some music up for our outro. I hope you all got something out of this. I hope we do go into a whole lot more. I think there'll be a little quiet spell, to be honest. I think there will be a quiet spell before we hear anything about Section 1983 or even the even the civil suit. I think it's going to be a quiet spell. We're not going to hear much going on with any of that. But hey, I've got other cases to cover. We've got the Brian Kohberger case coming up. We've got the Barry Morphew case has just kicked off again. He's just back at the start again. So I think that we're just going to have a lot of pre-trial stuff with Barry Morphew. There's things that we can talk about during the quiet period. Plus, there's a lot of shenanigans on X, which I will tune in and laugh at with you all along with you as it unfolds. There's so many shenanigans going on. So, all right, let's do some outro. Where are we? Let's do some outro music. Everybody sleep tight, enjoy yourselves, stay outraged.
District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. Before any trial has occurred, he announced the defendant's theory of the case is a desperate attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. Be provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous.